Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can Thank you
for Humans and spirits are nothing but tools for rising to power. Is Gojo Satoru the strongest in modern times? Is Ryomen Sukuna the strongest in 1,000 years? What about the Zen of the future, who has stepped on 2 generations of the strongest the throne that unites sorcerers and spirits. 2 thrones are placed side by side. Is there enough room? The introduction is insufficient. One father and son. This book has no female lead. It's open for those with a romantic mindset. The 3 most powerful families in the world of sorcery have a glorious history of over 1,000 years in this world, where sorcery power is supreme and sorcery spirits run the Kamo family. And the Zenin family, 2006 12 a.m. night. Thick clouds obscured most of the moonlight. The luxurious mansion of the Zen temple family. A boy of about 10 years old was walking down the corridor. He was wearing a dense network of scars, collar, with his short choppy black hair and slightly youthful face. One could immediately tell that he was a handsome man. Second only to the readers, the boy's deep-calm black eyes, and the scarlet bloodstains on half of his black robe, appeared somewhat sinister and eerie in this place, and at this moment. The boy walked slowly to the doors, quietly onto the tatami mat in the room. The boy coldly stared at the man sleeping soundly on the tatami mat, and slowly formed a mark, Jade Dog Hun. As the boy's cold voice faded, the canine Shikigami rushed in front of the target, opened its huge mouth to reveal 2 rows of bit down on the target's neck. A sudden excruciating pain jolted the sleeping man awake. His face contorted in agony. The man tried to call for help, but instead spat out a mouthful of blood. Sensing that its target was the jade dog shook its head slightly and bit down harder. The neck was a bloody mess with severed blood vessels. Blood splattered onto the floor windows of the frame. The black rope is undoubtedly the safest place in the world in a man's heart. How could I possibly die here before he breathed his last? The man's terrified gaze swept over the Shikigami that was tearing at him, and over the indifferent-looking boy not far away. The moment the man saw the boy, his eyes instantly turned into deep astonishment. What is the future of the Zen temple? Was he a piece of trash who was shown when did this piece of trash learn the 10 Shadows spell? Why would they want to assassinate me in the dead of night? At that moment, the 9th one, looking at the the boy's lips curled into a slight triumphant smile. But he quickly suppressed it. Let's go to the next one. Upon hearing its master's command, the jade dog released its grip, and once again to await orders. The curse spread beneath his feet, and the boy's footsteps in the corridor were silent. The boy named Zenin Murai was like a little grim reaper in the night, reaping the lives of his people in one silent room after another. Jade Dog towed a big snake. A blood dragon was blooming in the shadows. The loss of life made the boy's smile grow wider and wider. Half an hour later, under the dim moonlight, the boy's pure black robe was completely stained crimson, and his pale face was inevitably stained with streaks of blood. The boy casually wiped the warmth from his face with his sleeve, his cold gaze fixed on the courtyard. and murmured softly 27. It's about time to go see father. Recalling what he had experienced over the past 10 years. The murderous intent in the boy's eyes almost solidified into a tangible form. In the future, Ria's a time traveler. He remembers his previous life spent lying in a house on Earth, following the latest Jujutsu comics, witnessing the birth of 2.5 Gospel. He furiously pounded on the keyboard, cursing all his in a fit of rage, punched his computer execution. He was reborn into a world of magic, good news. The family the child was while still in her mother's womb. Murai was named Zenin Murai by Zenin Sen, who was then vying for the position of head of the family. It symbolizes the bright future of the Zenin family, and also fantasizes about the birth of another genius like Goku, adding bricks and tiles to become the head of the Zenin family. And when the future truly comes into being, the disappointment in the heart of the Zen monk was no less than falling from heaven to hell. The tragedy of Zen and Maki in the manga has already befallen the future. Basically, the sorcerer's body at birth. This spell is also known as born with the spell. Innate magical abilities. These are innate and can be inherited. Therefore, the sorcerer's talent is far more important than their efforts. And the techniques that are naturally imprinted cannot be imitated by others. These innate techniques etched into the mind are awakened and mastered by sorcerers between the ages of 4 and 6. However, his innate magical power means that even if he masters the spells, powerful spells pass down. The awakened construction technique are not sorcerers, and those who are not sorcerers are not human. This statement encapsulates the business philosophy that Zen Temple has upheld for thousands of years. Judging from the treatment the mother received after the child's birth, and the Zen Temple switched in marriage. This statement is perfectly illustrated. They pursue power as sorcerers, so those of their race without sorcerer talent are completely denied value, such as Shen and Makian the future at this moment. The wooden door was pushed open silently, and the man who stepped inside already dressed in implements, was equally surprised by the visitor. Use the this is not a place for you. Zenin Sen instinctively rebuked him, then noticed the scarlet on Murai's body and the increasingly strong smelling. His expression was one of astonishment. The Zen Temple fan was awakened by the person who came surprised him, meeting the undisguised murderous intent in his unfilial son's eyes. Zenin Sen's surprised gaze flashed by. It seems you're not as useless as I thought. At least you have the guts. The 10-year-old boy's bloodshot smile grew increasingly morbid. This is the last time I will please remember it. 10 Shadow Technique to Shikigami. What a beautiful scene of filial piety and parental love. However, neither of the parties involved seemed surprised by the other's attitude. She was not angered by her biological son's sarcastic remarks, nor did she care about the boys who was the monk in the Zen temple holding a fan and a knife looked at the boy with cold eyes. Do you know why the former head of the family chose a jikbai instead of me as his successor? Is it because you are an animal, not a human being? Zen Temple Future responded with a playful look in his eyes. Without hesitation upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Zen's eyes as he silently focused his magical power on his Iaido sword technique. In the dark cramped even when facing his own flesh and blood, Zen Temple Fan showed no mercy as he hurtled into the future. Zen Temple Fan appearing in the corridor, slowly sheathed his sword and said, "I failed to become the head of the family because of you. And those twins are both." As a sorcerer, the only thing I can't compare to the Jibai people is their ability to bear children. Determined that the knife would be enough to kill the boy, Zen and Yuan Shan finished expressing the bitterness that had been weighing on her heart and slowly turned around. Looking toward a future where the body is perfectly intact. Zenji Sen's expression was one of utter astonishment. Even though the environment was somewhat dim, blade as it sliced across the future's abdomen. Okay, seeing the unfilial son's eyes at this moment, Zen and Sen frowned in confusion, crimson pupils, intricate patterns that are indistinguishable, and blade-like shapes that rotate slightly. If Zen and Sen were not frequently training his physical martial arts at the Kayukayusu team, he would often run into this rebellious son of the future. Those eerie eyes. Zen Temple Fan almost thought that the boy standing in front of him was a cursed. Kiang. Zen and Sen drew his katana from its sheath at his waist. His gaze icy and sharp. "It seems you've awakened some unknown technique, which has emboldened Yao Yu piece of trash in the future." He slowly formed a hand seal, and the wicked smile on his face widened. "Don't worry, father, I have another surprise for you." Looking directly into the crimson in the boy's eyes, Zenensho coldly said, "Arrogant and ignorant, laughable and overestimating your own abilities." The enormous serpentine body, emerging from the shadows, to pieces in the blink of an eye. The giant snake's gaping maw snapped shut. The Zen Temple Fan being a beat too slow, couldn't dodge in time, he could only use his legs, which were covered in incantation power, to press firmly against the fleshy walls on both sides of the snake's cavity before the snake's mouth closed. Run the Shikigami. But this time it was not. Its arrogant roarammed at the moonlight was deafening in the darkness. Nearly 5 meters tall had jet black fur all over its body, and its forehead was engraved with intricate patterns unique to the 10 Shadows technique. The jade scarlet pupils were quite similar to the eyes of the creature. Not only the jade dog, but also the large snake that was tightly biting the Zen Temple Fan had a pair of similar red eyes. Having declared its presence, the jade onto the roof and sped toward the Zen Temple Fan. Located in Sheku watched the red descending claws, his pupils shaking as if in an earthquake. How come? How did that rebellious son suddenly awaken the 10 Shadows spell? How could it be possible to summon the Shikigami's size, far exceeding that of ordinary 10 Shadow techniques, silently testifies to its master's unfathomable control over cursed power. Zen and Chan, whose mind was but the sharp pain in his shoulder and the spray of blood from the claws brought him to his senses. With his legs restricted by the snake's mouth, Zen and Fan immediately gripped his katana tightly, channeling surgical incantation into the blade. Seemingly realizing something, Zen the blade and chose to slash at the jade dog in the back of the blade. Although their relationship was strained and their feelings for each other were almost non-existent, Wei is the future of the Zen Temple. The future of the Zen Temple controls the 10 Shadows, the biological son of his own Zen Temple Fan. With this in mind, the Zen Temple Fan, who was in a dangerous situation, immediately performed a national treasure from the ancient country, Sichuan opera from the Zen Temple Fan. why the Zen Temple's fan blade was turned around. The death of a Shikigami cast by the Ten Shadows technique is a permanent elimination for the caster. And this kind of Shikigami death only applies to the current. If there are still awakened Ten Shadows techniques, who controls Ten Shadows techniques appears in the future. The Shikigami they control will be a completely different set. Not the same. Temple fans' fervent shouts echoed through the smile abruptly vanished. His expression twisting in pain. Simply put, it's just too disgusting. It wasn't just the deep concern in their words, but also the disgusting way they addressed each other. Good son. I vaguely remember hearing the word disgusting from Zen and Sen. And when they are born in the future, waste. Glorious son, these are the words Zen and Sen consistently uses to seemingly sensing its master's intentions. The snake increased its biting force exponentially, while the jade dog's attacks became even more ferocious. Sword against the enemy. He couldn't bear to kill his good son's Shikigami. After all, these are all important bargaining chips for him to compete for the position of family head. Boom, 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 the enormous snake. With each twist of its body and sway of its head, heralded the collapse of a house, the jade dog, constantly leaping and stalking on the rooftops. Kicked up clouds of dust. Ever-growing momentum finally broke the deadlock. Immense force struck the snake's lower jaw, causing its body to be pulled to the side by the force, and its mouth to open uncontrollably for a moment. Zenin Jitsuhido, the current head of the looking at the burly old man who emerged from the billowing dust. Had a long, light, slicked-back hairstyle that reached past his shoulders. Thin eyebrows and two long white mustaches. He was simply wearing a dark-colored metallic clothes, and a sake gourd hanging from his waist. His hair was second only to Gojo Sato. As Murai was sizing up the old man, Naibai glanced at the two Shikigami, Orachi and Tamamonomi, then at Zen and Sen, who had gone up not far. His eyes filled with as the head of the Zenin family, roughly understood the current situation. The crimson seeping from the surrounding collapsed houses, and the pervasive stench of blood, were no longer important to the Jibai people. The fact that the Zen monastery will control the Ten Shadows is already a fait accompli and cannot be changed. The most important thing now is to save the life of the Zen Temple fan, and winning its loyalty to the Zen Temple family. Although it's difficult, my good son of the future, you've really given your father a wonderful surprise today. Absolutely not sincerity. Ignore the Zen and Sen's eyes were filled with fervor as he looked towards the future. It's nothing more than kinship and blood ties. Those burning eyes are more like looking at an incomparably precious treasure. Hearing Zen and Sen's words, the 10-year-old Zen and Sen, Murai covered in blood, laughed wildly. It seems I underestimated how disgusting you are. Your appearance is truly disgusting, Zen Temple fan. Naobita, standing nearby, was not surprised by the boy's terrible attitude, nor was by people. Zen and Sen stopped 5 meters away from the boy, sheathed the samurai sword he was gripping tightly, and explained in a gentle tone, in the future, I will know that you have not been happy for the past 10 years, and that I have also lacked care for you during these 10 years. But from this day forward, everything will change. Even the Zen family will do everything in my power to fulfill all down through 1,000 years by the Zen family. With this techniquemy, good son, you will surely be the undisputed successor to the Zenin family headship. The Zen Temple fan spoke with fervor, its gaze growing ever brighter, not just the next one. The weaknesses of having children are now being addressed by the sudden rise of the future. If I were to defeat Zen and Naohito, head-on confrontation, then it seems the current head of the family. They can't defeat the Naobai people. Assassination. Undoubtedly destined to become the next head of the family. In the dim moonlights, against the backdrop of crumbling walls, the father's face is filled with fervor and hope, while the son's face is filled with madness and murderous intent. Such incongruous and disjointed that sent chills down the spines of the Naobai people just a few steps away. Seeing the silent future, Zen-in-sen thought that his good son had been moved by the future he had described. Recalling the events that could have repaired their father-son relationship, Zen-in-sen added son. Don't worry, those servants who insulted you before. Mocked you. I will make them pay a bloody price after saying this. Zen-in-sen any other injustice or humiliation his good son had ever suffered. After a long silence, he heaved. The silence was finally broken by a sneer from the future. Where is my mother? What about that poor woman who you personally threw into the depths of the forbidden storehouse when I was 6 years old? Seeing the astonished look on Zen Temple's face, the boy's expression froze until he coughed and tears welled self-deprecatingly. I actually dared to hope that this beast would feel sorry or guilty. Your mother, Zenjaisen, looked puzzled. She was just an ordinary human being. A piece of trash who can't even control her spell power. Giving birth to the greatest contribution. The deep treasury in the future is the underground treasury, where the Zen family imprisons cursed spirits. Recalling the scene, a hint of anger rose on the Zen temple's face. That bitch truly deserves to die. Well, back then, I even dared to dream of from the Zen temple. His precious son. Becoming the head of the family. Is it so, my mother? She wanted to take away from his 4 years later, the boy finally learned the truth about his mother's death from his dear father. It was only 4 years ago and his mother, the only person who loved him in this hell, suddenly awakening. Forget it looking at Yaoyu Beast. Any longer just feels like disgusting myself. As the future opened its mouth indifferently, the intricate patterns in its scarlet pupils rotated, and a space suddenly opened. Slammed down on the Zen temple fan. Booms! The entire mansion shook violently as if an earthquake struck, and the aftershocks alone completely blew away the surrounding buildings. Roars! The monster crawled out of the space on the shoulder of the future. Its hands braced on the cracked earth hand roared to the sky. Its exaggerated size, with its upper body alone measuring 100 meters, and the terrifying its body, far exceeding that of ordinary special-grade cursed spirits, swept around the surroundings, a top-tier cursed spirit. He leaped aside the Zen monk Naohito, his eyes bulging, and roared incredulously. If any anime fans from Earth were present at this moment, they would be able to immediately recognize the name of the monster controlled by the future. The ten-tailed shell that wandered into the wrong theater. The Jido Mazo. What is this? As the head of the Zenin family, Naobai was frantically thinking about the information about the techniques in his mind. Tab, tab, tab. He glanced indifferently at the old man with smoking hair not far away, and then walked step by step under the moonlight toward his good father, who was embedded in blood. The distance was too close, and I didn't expect my good son to be so suddenly. his vital parts before he was severely injured by the giant palm of the heretical demon statue. Cough covered in blood and curled up in the ravine. Zenzun Fan was now utterly pathetic compared to his former arrogance. As her son slowly approached, Zenin Sen struggled with all her might to get up, her body trembling. Along with the terrifying, grotesque cursed spirit behind him, exuded an overwhelming sense of malice. Only now did a hint of fear and confusion appear in the eyes of the Zen monk, who was half squatting on the ground. Zenin Fan didn't understand why was the boy so furious, even though he was just a human and had the title of mother. Neither a sorcerer nor a human, this ancient saying, which is the mind of the Zen temple Fan. Son, as soon as he uttered a single word, Fan felt the world turn upside down and his vision grow increasingly dim. Wait, Zenji Naoki, who arrived a bit too late, was about to dissuade them when he gasped in shock. Just moments Agorite before his Aishi's younger brother, Zenin Chan, slapped his neck the moment the boy's gaze focused. In the instant, the eerie power of the curse erupted. Zen Temple Fan's neck was swallowed up by the suddenly torn space. What kind of technique is this? Looking at the boy in front of hers, who was no more than 10 years old, his face covered in blood but his expression was calm. A barely perceptible fear deep in the eyes of Zenji Jikaji. Beside him, Wei picked up the heads that had rolled off the ground. This was his good father. How could he rest in peace amidst the ruins? Boom. A deafening explosion that tore through the air descended from the sky. Zenji Naoki, who was watching closely, didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second, as he meters away. With a loud looking at the Zen Temple Fan, whose body had been reduced to a terrifying cursed spirit, he thought they were going to harm the old man and the Jigoku people, who hadn't even cared about their brothers. Exploding everywhere. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Father won't have to lie in this dilapidated place anymore. Old man, inform the senior members of the Chan family that a family meeting will be. I have something to discuss. With towards the nearby. Without waiting for a reply, he crossed the ravine and returned to his small cabin. The series of earth-shattering explosions, a special wake-up service from the boy, had already roused everyone's sleep. The servants who were too weak to even kill a chicken, and the wives and daughters of the family sorcerers, ran from their cramped houses to open spaces during the earthquake. Meanwhile, the two special armed forces if the two team leaders hadn't received the signal from the Jibai people on the battlefield, they would have rushed forward long ago, being known as the strongest group of sorcerers in the Zen Temple. Its members are at least at the level of near first tier range, but their numbers are small and being subordinate troops. An armed force composed of male members of a family who were unable to awaken their magical powers due to low magical strength. Even without spells, are still quite strong. They train their bodies day and night, becoming proficient using most spells. Crossing scars on his chest in the future will be proof of the training he received since he entered the physical training team at the age of 5. Rolled, looking at the two troops blocking the perimeter. Future spoke coldly. Big Snap looked at the Jibai people and then let his receiving a look from the family head, after all. The head of the direct superior of the Kujurayu team, namely Zenin Sini, is still in the hands of the future. What? The sudden screams froze the retreating troops. Sweat trickling down their foreheads, Zenji Shinro, who had half of his body, including one hand and one foot, mysteriously swallowed up by the space. And fragments of intestines and unidentified. With only half his body remaining, Zenji Shinro lay on the ground convulsing, his cries of pain growing weaker. With just one focused glance from the boy, the captain-level figure was instantly defeated. Without the aid of a reversal technique, cries of pain would be nothing more than his last words. He paid no attention to the future, completely ignoring and slowly walked into the darkness, stepping over a pool of blood. As she walked through the corner corridor and looked at the open space directly opposite her house, and two terrified the children's robes were somewhat disheveled, and their hair was also messy. Looking at the two little girls, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He then carried their father's head into his room. Regardless of blood ties, these twins are the only ones besides their mother who have shown kindness towards the future and still have smiles on their faces. Seeing the boy's bloodthirsty smile, she lost her grip on her mother's clothes and fell to the ground in terror. Even though Makai's older sister didn't fall, her teeth were chattering badly. For a little girl who is around 5 years old, she's already considered very brave. Shut up, Makoto. The woman to her room, pulled her daughter up from the ground and scolded her sternly. What are you calling a demon? That's your brother. When you see your future brother in the future, you must be as respectful as the head of the family. Brother. Future is the half-brother of the girls in front of him. The woman who scolded the little girl was the wife that Zenin Sen would marry when she was 5 years old in the future. At the end of the same year, future mother there. The woman had long since figured out how to survive in this corrupt and decadent family. The woman and the two little girls had a general view of the battle in the distance. She knew that the future of killing her father would not only not be rejected by the family, but might even lead to a meteoric rise. It's really laughable, you beast. You've committed quite a few sins back in the future. He lifted the Zen Temple fan's head and its loud shouts from outside the door clearly. How ironic. They all saw him approaching with his head on his back. Towards him. The man was father. Under the observation of Future's kaleidoscope eyes, the woman's expression seemed solemn and respectful. But as she bent over and looked at the head Future was holding, a fleeting in the depths of her eyes, which Future also caught not only him, the dutiful son, and his wife of 5 sisters born to Zenin Sen. Despite being the closest of friends, not one of them cared about the beast's death. But it's not surprising. The two little girls were only 4 or 5 years old. What servants were supposed to do. Being verbally abused and beaten for no reason every day is commonplace for them. This seems to have started when they were 4 years old. Or even earlier than that because she was a woman. And also a twin considered an ominous sign in the world of sorcery. Zen Temple fan abandoned the time of the mother, and her two mother and son. Even after all that, the twin girls were He walked to the side of the room and displayed the head of the Zen Temple fan in front of the memorial tablet. Until this moment, the coldness on Wei Lai's face faded, and her eyes were full of tenderness when she looked at the spirit tablet. The future mother, the spirit tablet of the moon. The inscription on the memorial tablet did not include a surname. Only the given names. My mother didn't have the surname Zen Temple. The mother didn't say Wei Lai didn't speak. He wanted to reach out and touch his mother's memorial tablet. But he the Zen before silently disappearing back into the darkness. In this way, both father and mother can finally rest in peace. A cloud of blood mist burst forth. A brain that's been swallowed by a dog. After cleaning the bloodstains off her body, Murray looked at herself. Her black red again under the influence of the curse. The Manjikayu Sharingan awakens by feeding on endless magical power and being stimulated by intense emotions. Chapter 5: Testing and Seizing Power. Upon receiving the devastating news of her mother's death, a desire arose to escape everything and destroy everything. The abilities awakened by desire are Kanui Holification, which allows one to a defensive technique capable of shattering everything. Its divine power annihilates at that time. The Zen Temple Fan's sword, which was wrapped in incantation, did not miss, but he dodged it by using intangibility. The strange thing about instantly killing Zenji Shinro was the spatial technique of divine annihilation. Albido's eye technique the growth and use of the Sharingan in the future. There will be no need to worry about the terrifying aftereffect of blindness from overuse of kaleidoscopes. The constantly absorbed magical power not only replenishes the consumption of pupil power, but can even further enhance the abilities of the eyes. These are all techniques surface in my mind after I open my eyes. After opening his eyes, he understood why his magical power was low at birth. Aside from the kaleidoscope's eyes, the two items residing in the Kamui space are the source of all this. The initially liberated demonic statues were transformed a top-tier cursed into the wrong theater, capable of deflecting cursed attacks. Is activated in the future. These two items remain hidden in the Kamui dimension, unconsciously absorbing all the cursed power in the vicinity. It wasn't until he opened his eyes in the future that he gained initial using the Sharingan as a medium. The endless cursed power absorbed by the Jido Mazo is thus controlled by the future. The 10 Shadows technique will naturally awaken in the shadows when the power of the spell is abundant in the future. With a pillow in her hand, gazing up at the dim starry sky, her thoughts wandering. The intimidating presence of the demonic statue of the outer path is something I'm experiencing for the first time today. And I'm quite satisfied with it. Even in the initial awakening state, it already possesses the aura of a top-tier cursed spirit. Awakening at the age of 6, he spent 4 years familiarizing himself with his Shikigami in the 10 Shadows technique. Only after he had taken control of the outer path demon statue in the early hours of last night did he eagerly begin this series of greetings. In the future, at the beginning of the transmigration, I originally planned to join the Spellcasting Academy and rely on the protagonist group to survive until the end. But after all the experiences I've had at the Zen Temple over the years, I've come to a profound understanding of one thing. After all, someone eventually became 2. 5 Gojo Satoru, that strongest. Why can't I be the one to take on this role? The next day, early in the mornings, one of the ordinary members of the group looked at the boy lying in the corridor with a somewhat nervous expression. He swallowed hard and called out, "Lord. Future Lord, wake up." The family head and the others are waiting in the conference room. She glanced at the cautious passerby standing in the distance and coldly uttered 2 words, "Wait." After saying that, Wei Lai got up and slowly walked back to her room to change. 10 minutes later, after passing through the long corridor, The ruins from yesterday and the bodies buried under the tiles have all been cleared away. Even the stench of blood. It's impossible to tell the horrific scene from half a day ago. Whether they were servants or sorcerers, everyone they encountered along the way showed awe at the prospect of passing by. After all, what happened yesterday is still vivid in my mind. In the huge conference room, only 2 of the so-called senior members of the Zen family were present. There were supposed to be 3 people, but one of them moved away last night. Conference table, holding a gourd of sake and taking big gulps. Beside him, with a full beard, looking slightly impatient. His messy black hair stood on end like a hedgehog's quills, and a hideous cross-shaped scar on his forehead made the big man look wild and dangerous. Zenin Shinichi controls the Zenin family's external businesses and intelligence gathering. He is also a powerful level 1 mage. Looking at the future before him, the Neobai looked somewhat dazed. Compared to the murderous god who unleashed earth-shattering power last night, Futura, dressed in clean white and has undergone a complete transformation in temperament. As he happened to be away from his that would be displayed in the future. Even with the Patriarch's explanation, he still didn't completely believe that it was the brat in front of him who had brutally murdered Zenin Yuan Shan, who is also a first-level sorcerer in front of everyone. As the indifferent-looking brat approached step by step, Zenin, with a mindset, involuntarily unleashed his causing his aura to surge. Whether it is or not a little test, an invisible pressure unique to a first-level mage suddenly descended upon the boy. He paused, a cold smile playing on his lips. It seemed his black pupils instantly turned blood red. Jinny. The sudden surge of magical power made Naoki realize that something terrible was about to happen. With the power of the incantation energizing his legs, in a fraction of a second, grabbed Zen by the waist. First heard a sonic followed by the crisp sound of the wooden door. White wisps of air still lingered in the field of vision, along with fragments of wood flying everywhere. "Do you want to die, Shen Yi?" Who had just sat down on the cement floor when he heard the Patriarch's stern rebuke again. "In the future, forgive this ignorant old man this once. He was out handling family matters last night and only recently returned." The Neobai man stood. His height will only be around 1.6 meters. Standing in the corridor, one's line of sight is just level with the Neobai people. Yet one can look down at Zenji Jinishi, who is still lying on the ground in a daze. As Shenyi was stared at by the boy's blood, a chill suddenly ran through him, and he shivered involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze to the Jikbai people and said, "Next time there's a fool like this, I won't hold back." The cleanup last night caused considerable damage to the Zen to remove the outer gatekeeper. The Zen family's tools wouldn't be as convenient to use. With this in mind, the decision was made to spare the man's life for the time being. Neobai nodded, feeling inexplicable in his heart. This was the matter you wanted to announce last night. The Neobai man stood in the courtyard and asked the question directly. "You should step down. It's more appropriate for me to take the position of head of the Zen." Shen Yu had just gotten halfway up froze at the 10-year-old boy in the corridor. "Goodness, you're even more direct than your deadbeat father." The Neobai man's lips were somewhat speechless. Especially Naibai had a strong premonition. Refusing might mean death in Chapter 6 Taboo Storehouse. Time passed second by second. As the Nakabi people fell silent, Future's expression grew increasingly impatient, and the overwhelming power of the curse slowly rippled outward. I deliberately displayed the 10 Shadows technique so this old fellow could step down naturally. If Zen monsters cannot be used as tools in one's own hands, then it is better to destroy them. Facing the Zen Academy family, which lacks any top-tier sorcerer, of the ethereal technique. No way in Gojo Satoru's limitless defense. The divine power of annihilation is a terrifying technique powerful enough to destroy Gojo Satoru's defenses. Having awakened and mastered their own powers, they undoubtedly have the qualifications to become the strongest in the future. But even before you become invincible, you still need to be cautious. Now all you lack are spell tools, and the ever-increasing the endless wealth that drives the Curse Master. And that's the reason why the Future didn't go on a killing spree last night. He merely used this already corrupt family as nourishment to accelerate his transformation. But if it cannot be controlled, with the endless curse, the shadow at his feet in the future faintly showed a tendency to spread downwards. A terrifying killing intent swept down his head, who only then realized something was wrong. Twitched his eyebrows and changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and said, "I agree. I will announce this news after the meeting." The Jibaku man was not a powerful person. His hesitation was personality. Was Zenji Shinro's death last night simply because he blocked the path to the future? What a ridiculous reason that a captain-level figure was so ruthlessly killed for this. The Zhili people also feared abdicating at this time. Before long, the sorcerers in the family will be tormented to death. The existence of the 10 Shadows technique destined him to become the next undisputed head of the Zen family. The new want power so quickly in the future. He had planned to spend several years teaching the boy. He wanted to take advantage of these years towards his family. Through his curse power and stated his changing his expression. Send half of the family's sorcerers to capture the cursed spirit alive and imprison it deep in the forbidden vault. After a long silence, the voice from the future grew even colder. I am now the head of the family. You only need to obey my orders. The sudden change in identity. But seeing the future where they were constantly threatened with confiscation of their property and extermination of their clan, the Naibai people could only sigh and agree. Give me the Kai to the treasure. He gave everything in the future. The Jibai people did not hesitate. This was something they intended to pass on to the future. Not daring to get too close, the Naibai took out a key imbued with cursed power and threw it into the future. The sharp claws that emerged from the shadows flashed by, and after taking the key, they sank made orders. She glanced coldly at Junichi beside Naoki. Orders without turning her head instructed. I will be staying at the Jiku for the next few days. We need to organize the information on the captured cursed spirit and send it over as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the Naobai's previous dejected state suddenly changed, and as he watched the departing figure, a strange light shone in his eyes. Okay, I'll have some. Looking at home, something's not right. The former head of the family's attitude. Zenji Shinichi blinked in confusion. Only after chair and picked up his wine gourd. He took a big gulp, glanced at the spot in the room where Shinichi had been sitting, and a complex expression flashed across Naohito's face. I initially thought the child was simply basking in the surge of power that had happened before. His previous hesitation was precisely because he would become completely arrogant because of that power. But the fact that he would actively seek out intelligence and inquire about information from the outside world is enough to show that the child is not a reckless person. Don't you have even the slightest resentment towards that brat forcing you to release the head of the family? Zen and Shinichi walked slowly toward the room. Shinichi finally understood why the Neabai people would suddenly hug him and roll him out of the room. Looking at the spot where he had been sitting and the large hole in the courtyard wall behind him, Shenya's face showed a look of horror, and he unconsciously swallowed. I didn't see it at first because of the angle, but when I got closer, it disappeared. The order half of the sorcerers. Why aren't you taking action yet? The Jibai man was taken aback, and his silver mustache trembled with anger. Only when he saw the deep fear in Shin's eyes did Neabai get up with a half smile and go to give the order. Are all controlled. If he cannot be commanded, then the Jibai people can only convey the latest orders from the head of the family. Pushing open the gate to the forbidden area, one can see the Zen monastery that has been built by hollowing out the interior of the mountain. This is also the first time I've been in this place in the future. Which I had only seen in a dazzling array of magical implements were displayed on the wooden shelves. All hundreds of magical implements, each with a price ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, silently demonstrate the terrifying wealth of the Zen family. After glancing at it briefly, these are somewhat inferior to the Uchiha fan. Pushing open the sealed door, and hearing the roars coming from below the stairs, a savage smile crept onto Future's lips as he ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, the shadow beneath his feet and the void beside his shoulders also began to boil and revel. 20 minutes later, not enough. These cursed spirits, these cursed powers. These negative emotions are all insufficient. Bathed in blood, Reinhai's white robes were stained crimson, and he looked like the Grim Reaper from last night. The enormous jade dog and the giant snake moved nimbly among the cursed spirits, tearing apart the distorted monsters. The giant hand that emerged from the space beside the boy's shoulder swept lightly over and grabbed a handful of cursed spirits, dragging them into the void and swallowing the cursed power contained within the monster's body. The grinning Future was equally busy, suddenly lunging forward and grabbing the nearest cursed spirit, tearing the monster, which was several times larger than himself, into pieces with his bare hands. Sent chills down the spines of the sorcerers and servants guarding the entrance to the forbidden cave. They held stacks of intelligence books in their hands, wanting to step into the forbidden warehouse. But they hesitated, their hearts trembling with the vibrations inside. Cursed spirits. The sorcerer will fill the gap 2007, October. Scorching sun, cicadas, and technical knowledge of Jutsu. Since his life-or-death battle with Jin, Gojo Satoru has further solidified his position among the strongest. It seems that the cursed spirits of this world have undergone an even more terrifying evolution. Gojo Satoru Zia Yaoji and his family entered the glass industry. It's rare to see them sit together at the same table these days. Gojo Satoru and Natsum Yuki were either exorcising cursed spirits or on their way to exorcise cursed spirits. As for Shako being treasured by the school's higher-ups, she naturally had no need to go out and fight. His extraordinary talent for using reversal techniques on other people's bodies is something even Gojo Satoru cannot do now. Hey, aren't you even a little bit interested in this? Well, that kid's bounty on the black market is now several times that of you. Looking at the person who was sitting cross-legged and floating in the air, Shoko asked indistinctly while sucking on a lollipop, "Okay." Well, Satoru Gojo was slightly taken aback by Shoko's sudden curiosity, then replied truthfully interested, "A little bit." The main problem is that the kid has always stayed at the Zen temple and has never shown his face outside. As for that guy's hefty bounty, Gojo Satoru twirled the straw in his hand, his tone slightly playful. "A full billion. There must be another company involved in this. Why are you suddenly interested in that brat?" Gojo Satoru turned around with a horrified expression. Some kind of special fetish, would you? Mobs, that kid's only 11 years old. Gojo Satoru raised both hands and pointed at the glass, his expression incredibly exaggerated. Gojo Satoru nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you didn't confess to those two handsome guys next to you. So you like the younger, more innocent." He retorted with two words: "Scumbag." That scumbag was immersed in the precise control of his curse power. Yaoji, for some reason, became more and more taciturn each day, and his dark circles under his eyes became more and more obvious. This and took the initiative to bring up the topic in an attempt to break the ice. After all, the three of them have less and less time to get together. Zenin Future, who became the head of the Zenin family at the age of 10. Discussion in the world of magic. Black market. Lately. After Shoko, Gojo Satoru was about to show his care for another close friend, but the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. Moshi Moshi Tilda after him. Gojo Satoru looked at his two friends and waved with a grin. "Got a mission, see you next time." After saying that, Gojo Satoru pushed up his sunglasses, leaving the two with a nonchalant attached back view. In the shadows, slowly raised his head. The curses are endless. Exorcise, absorb, repeatedly. The taste of the cursed spirit is like a rag that has been wiped with vomit. It's hard to swallow. Watching Gojo Satoru's a complex expression flashed across Yaoji's face. From when we were the strongest to now, enlightenment is the greatest achievement. The Zen temple is located in front of the storehouse gate. The Zenin sisters Maki and make lunch boxes behind the door, hearing the roars coming from deep within. Mei leaned against her sister's back, slightly timid. "It's been more than half a year. Haven't you gotten used to it yet?" Turning her head to her sister, who was Maki asked. The task of delivering meals to the future was forced upon the two sisters by their mother. Born into a Zen family, the two precocious sisters understood their mother's deeper meaning. The future was engrossed in the moment. They would arrive right on time. A level 2 sorcerer, and he only managed to capture one level 2 cursed spirit alive. Of a higher level alive. As soon as the two sisters stepped into the underground entrance where the cursed spirit was sealed, they heard a faint voice coming from the master of the family. A voice filled with fear and panic that just rang out when it abruptly stopped. Noticing Sensing the presence of outsiders, the two girls cautiously walked downstairs. Besides her mother, there was also her half-brother. They were not well liked by the Kaisen family. After a moment of darkness, the two little girls, who had seen the entire basement, suddenly had their pupils shrink in Maki's view. Sorcerers from her family. Their expressions a mixture of respect and slight fear. At this moment, they had completely lost their high and mighty status within the family, and seemed no different from the servants who had made mistakes in the family. And those two pieces of corpse lying in the pool of blood. Maki had seen them at the training ground. They belonged to a level 2 mage in the family. Looking at the expressions trembling in the pool of blood. Feeling a pull from behind, Maki turned around and saw her younger sister with her head down, her body trembling, and a pale little hand tightly gripping her clothes. Seemingly Maki gently put down the lunchbox and hugged the frightened Mai into her arms. She can see what Maki can't, the ground covered in cursed spirits. The basement was crammed full of the grotesque remains of cursed spirits, including greats of eternal orcs and calves. From the sorcerers with their hands behind them saw the same scene. They didn't feel sorry for their companion lying in a pool of blood. In the past 6 months, they had come to understand the new head of the family's temple. Things aren't done. Fleeing, living a life worse than death. In the future, the void opened up on his shoulders, and a pair of giant hands like withered trees gathered the cursed spirits scattered on the ground and then put them into the void. A moment later, 2 withered fingernails pierced through the void once more. The sorcerer's corpse that had fallen at Future's feet and carrying it away. In the empty basement, the chewing sounds coming from the not to mention Jenny-eyed young girl. Even the row of sorcerers who were being punished couldn't help but shudder when they heard this terrifying noise. Maki couldn't hear. Not only like spirits, sorcerers. Future's gaze swept coldly over the group of sorcerers. Next time we don't have enough, we can use your flesh to make up the difference. Among the sorcerers were many first-level sorcerers, faced with the boy's emotionless eyes. They all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to refute him. Trash, don't spoil my meal. The cold rebuke from the future was like heavenly music to everyone's ears. They suppressed their inner elation and retreated as if walking on thin ice. Chapter 8 of Satoru's 10 figures had dispersed. The coldness on Wei Lai's face dissipated considerably. Sit down in the future. He took out an expensive seat cushion from the Divine Might space and whispered to the 2 little girls. Looking at the cleaned-up ground, Mei's heart warmed up a little, suppressing the faint fear in her heart. Clear voice Murray. Brother taking the lunchbox from Maki, Murray nodded. Sat opposite the future and shook their heads. After they took on the role of delivering meals, the entire large family from servants to sorcerers. At least no one dares to openly criticize the 2 of them. But those disdainful looks are still everywhere. Without thinking twice, the 2 girls skillfully opened the other lunchbox in Jenny's hand. Kobe Matsu take mushrooms. Appropriately sized pieces. The food box was crammed full, filled with high-end ingredients. After all, the age in the future is precisely when they are growing. The 2 little girls also enjoyed this top-tier treatment, simply because of a single sentence from the future. Waiting for the future to be the first to eat. The two little girls also began to in the past 6 months. The two little girls seem to have gained quite a bit of weight from eating and drinking with their future parents. Brother Future, I want to join the Kyujurayo unit to study. Maki raised her little head and said with a firm expression. Jenny was slightly stunned, looking at her sister, her bulging mouth making her forget to chew her food. She simply couldn't understand. The family's life had just started to improve. So why did my sister choose to? Future smiled and readily agreed. It seems that the previous scene made this little girl understand the importance of strength. Then I'm going to... Mei swallowed the rice in her mouth in a few bites, clutching Maki's clothes tightly at that moment. Mei had only one thought, to stay with her sister forever. Maki was about to dissuade him. First. So after you've completed your studies, you can choose any magical artifacts you like from the Jiku. The future smiles lightly as it makes its promise. Perhaps before he awakens in the future. These two children are the only ones in the family they had in the Zen temple before the age of 6 that made their future childhood so similar. These two little girls represent the last remaining kindness the world can offer. The rest are just monkeys. After eating and drinking his fill, he glanced at his girlfriends across from him, who were still enjoying their food. The past 6 months, the growth of Shikigami using the 10 Shadows technique, statue with cursed spirits, and the scattered sorcerers, the precise manipulation of magical power, the research into reversal techniques, and the study of the simple realm. The Zen family. The information gathered on the techniques, the experience and tips of those who have mastered the 10 Shadow technique throughout history, and the insights gained from expanding the domain. These factors significantly boosted future growth. Not to mention the troubles related to material things like food, clothing, daily necessities, and housing. Don't think that making money is easy for sorcerers. Nana Ming, who has become a corporate slave. Fukushiro, who takes on murder orders. There's also the group of curse masters who have been active in the shadows for years. These sorcerers are always busy making money. August 2007, Matthew answered saying that the two little girls looked at the notebook that was open on the table with curiosity. The two girls couldn't decipher the strange characters on it at all. The future unfolds page by page, following the time period Maki described. The notebook is filled with dense text, which is the plot that I wrote down in Chinese when I was a child. Afraid that I would forget. Don't even mention that the two little girls don't know each other. Even they still even more illegible than a doctor's prescription. It belongs to the ultimate wild cursive calligraphy. Turning to the month Maki mentioned, the first few lines of text on the page, scribbled over with black lines, belonged to events that had already occurred. 6 Gojo Satoru's Ascension 06, the death of Voxel. Tura fixed his gaze downwards. 7 Zia Yaoji turns to the dark side. A line of incredibly distorted characters was recognized by the future. It was on the other side, in the courtyard of the head of the Zen temple. Upon receiving a message from his subordinates that another sorcerer had perished in the Forbidden Cave, the Jibai man's face darkened. The number of family sorcerers who died at that kid's hands could fill 4 mahjong tables. In addition, there were 2 clueless servants. Even in hell, they can still muster up 18 arhats. Thinking of this, the Neobai's face turned even uglier. What, old man? You can't hold back anymore and are about to make a move. Zenji Shinichi picked up the wine cup in front of him and gave Nayubai a mocking smile. Nayubai glanced sideways at Junichi. Wait for me to fight that kid so I can make room. You can see that Shenya's body stiffened for a moment. The Nayakiji chuckled. The blood ties of the Zenin family are truly laughable. Then the Jibai changed the subject. His tone full of warning, it's fine to say this to me. But I won't say it if you dare to try any tricks on that kid. I don't think you can survive 3 seconds. Ultimately, the Nayubai people had already taken good care of Junichi. Their half-brother. The last time he didn't have to swallow his pride. He would have already... Seeing the serious expression on the Nayubai's face, Shinichi was taken aback and said with some confusion, "Why did you ask me to send someone disguised as a member of the Kamo family to the black market to increase the bounty on the clan chief? You just throw away 800 million yen like that. Can you honestly say you didn't have those kinds of thoughts? Well, the bounty offered for the future on the black market has now reached its 1 billion. Do you think I wanted to do it?" Exasperated and furious snapped. Use your shrunken little hand. Just one pure 10 shadow spell is enough for the Zen family's treasures. Why would they need to send someone to kill it? Plus that bit level control. A monster that's just as good as Gojo Satoru. Would I send someone to put a bounty on the black market for him? Your shoulders support a head, not just a decoration. The Nayubai people behaving vented their frustrations. A sigh of relief. Stunned by the barrage of no use in side. Don't forget I am only the chief of his army now. Not the head of the Zenin family, Shenya's lips twitched. You mean the person who ordered you to raise the bounty was the future head of the family? Seeing that the Jibai people did not refute, Shinichi looked even more confused. Why would the patriarch do this? What? Do you think that kid looks like he'd explain things to me properly? What? The Chapter 9 Reversal Technique. In the blink of an eye, the basement, shrouded in darkness, was filled with an eerie and ominous atmosphere. In the four corners, the cursed spirits of various shapes and sizes were piled on top of each other, crowded together desperately, trying to break free of the chains that restricted their movement. Their roars echoing throughout the air, especially when looking at the figures and shikigami, even more restless. Some of the cursed spirits were drooling all over the ground. On the widened and on a platform 10 meters above the ground, Bing and all the members of the team who had been left behind were present. They held tightly to the chains in their hands, waiting for the boy in the center of the ground to give the order. Bing's chief of the family, level 1 and the weakest at level 3. This is the result of the collective efforts of the Zen Temple sorcerers over the past half-month since the order was issued. This will also be the largest scale event in the future that enters the underground vault to devour cursed spirits. The basement. Future's upper body was naked, covered in crisscrossing scars, and his scarlet pupils. Glancing at the two shadows, he ordered to release them. The sorcerers above quickly released the chains in their hands, and then they all surged with magical power, ready to provide support at any moment, the next second. Laura, the cursed spirit, which had just been freed from its restraints, launched a fierce attack like a landslide. Boomed the all-black shikigami, shot out like an arrow the moment the cursed restrictions were lifted. A puncture. and a blank straight line briefly appeared in the basement filled with cursed spirits. Countless mangled remains of cursed spirits and quickly filled with a throng of cursed spirits at the same time. 4 level 1 cursed spirits rushed towards the future. Just as it opened its blood-red maw, another Shikigami beside Ida White Deer lowered its head and swooped down, its antlers directly sending the 3 cursed spirits flying. The remaining cursed spirit has green skin a pig's body, a snake's head end, claws as sharp as claws, infinitely close to the chest of the future. Did not resist, but instead looked on with anticipation and took the initiative to dispel the invisibility spell. PFFT, a burst of dazzling crimson blooms in the darkness. The Neiabai man looked horrified. He couldn't understand and why actively cancel the intangibility spell that can ignore physical attacks. Just as the Jirobai people were about to jump down to rescue, they were immediately interrupted by a loud shout, "Stop." And returned to their positions. They couldn't afford the consequences of disobeying orders. Even the deer capable of casting reversal spells was now being swallowed up by endless curses. As the healer among his chest a bloody mess, his organs throbbing faintly visible, struggled across his face with such severe injuries. There is a risk of death if no rescue is provided. The future is now considered by the Jibai people as the future of their family. Even if he had orders, he absolutely could not let the future perish here. The next second, just as the Neiabai was about to take his eyes bulged out. The flesh and blood on the future's chest intertwined into lines, healing and recovering at a speed visible to the technique. Now did he realize the profound meaning of his crazy actions. In the future of Zen Temple, this is an even more astonishing genius than Gojo Satoru. The Neiabai people having come to their senses, obediently returned, their faces beaming with delight. Looking at his chest, which had recovered completely. He had intentionally injured himself multiple times in the past, and then had Enshiku perform a reversal technique on him. The reversal technique, which had been researched and pondered for more than half a year, mastered by the future at this moment. Between life and death lies great terror, but also great opportunity originally. The plan was to reverse the situation if it failed, as Enshiku was there as a backup, but at the last moment. The thought of do or die flashed through his mind. By distracting Enshi's crazy actions, she learned the reversal technique, but she also gained a deeper understanding. The objective has been achieved. The ethereal technique is activated, ignoring the surging tide of cursed spirits. The enormous serpent sped out from the shadows the instant the deer disappeared into the shadows. The 10 Shadows technique can only summon a maximum of 2 types of Shikigami, and this rule will not be broken in the future. The 2 Shikigami fought their way surrounded by cursed spirits. One it has the effect of breaking, and the longer the straight line distance, that can only speedboat racing across the ocean at full speed. The white shockwaves that rose and fell, and the momentary straight blankness were awe-inspiring. The success of the reversal technique put him in a great mood, and he even kindly reminded the people above. But the people forgotten, or perhaps doesn't care. The people standing above had their backs to the wall, with nowhere to retreat in the future. His hands formed a complex hand seal, imbued with endless mantra power having trained. The giant snake shadows. The Neabai people, who were familiar with the ten, recognized the mark on Murai's hand, and their expressions changed drastically. Sorcerers, step forward and deploy your magical barrier with all your might. Non-sorcerers, cover your heads and crouch down. The moment the Neabai man finished shouting, the spacious underground garage began to shake violently. Amidst the terrified gazes of the sorcerers, the ceiling above their heads suddenly shattered. Boom. With an enormous body descending from a deafening the remaining hundreds of cursed spirits were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The platform on the second floor also collapsed into pieces. Unconcerned about the flying debris, he simply spread his arms and absorbed the immense magical power permeating the air through the concerted efforts of the Zen Temple family. The Jido Mazo has finally begun its second evolution amidst anticipation for the future. In the divine might spacian endless void, the prostrate heretical demon statue slowly grew thin legs. A single eye opened on its is that countless are faintly emerging from the 10 giant tails swaying in the void. Pushing aside the pile of rubble in front of them, the injured sorcerers wore incredibly complex expressions. Perhaps it was because it was the first time I'd seen sunlight in a face. Or was it because of the friendly leader? The Neabai people gritted their teeth as they looked at the central government, which seemed to be completely absorbed in the future. Looking like they wanted to curse but dared not. Resentment soared to the heavens. Myself, Jay. He killed everyone in the village. College of Conjuration, Masamichi Yagami, is also the teacher of Satoru Gojo Shoko Iiri and Sugyoru Natsuyu. When confronted by Gojo Satoru seeking confirmation, Yagami calmly recounted his story. Not just the village, but also Jay's parents' house. Judging from the remaining bloodstains and the lingering aura of probably Jay who did it, how can it be? Gojo Satoru shouted incredulously at his teacher. But sensing the deep pain and helplessness in his teacher's eyes, Gojo Satoru opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Gojo Satoru gripped the absurd report tightly in his hand until his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing blood even in the report marked with scarlet lines. The blood-red text printed on it is still clearly visible. Investigation into the cursed and residual effects led to the determination that the murderer was Zia Yaoji, who used cursed spirit manipulation techniques. Motive unknown, solution, execute Zia Yaoji, the special grade sorcerer who has already defected. A Zen temple meeting room. One of the advantages of force is that you can always get your hands on all kinds of intelligence as soon as possible. After glancing at the report of his mouth, it seemed that his butterfly effect had not yet affected the plot. Go and get ready, I'm going out in a bit. The Neabai man was slightly taken aback, not understanding why he had the idea of going out after the report, especially when there is a bounty on your head in the black market. There are quite a few curse masters, but when I think about his current strength and his unwavering personality, I realize that he has a future. The Jibai people hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. By the way, I made sure to make the Zen Master's first trip outside the temple quite grand. As if remembering something, he added a sentence in the future. Okay, I see. The Jibai man turned and went to inform them. Already guessing increased the bounty on the black market, and now they're making a big show of going out. Isn't this a classic bait and switch scheme? Curse masters are less about humans awakening spells and more about humans using spells. It's more like a cursed spirit disguised in human skin and flesh. This is an evil organization that ignores rules and laws and acts solely according to its own desires. Unlike orthodox sorcerers who exorcise cursed spirits, they secretly maintain the stability of the country. They would hunt down sorcerers and even ordinary humans. For money, they hide in the shadows, various orthodox forces, and enjoy unbridled freedom. The target is the head of one of the three. Always attract some fools who would rather die than spend money. Their most important factor is their future aid. Fueled their desire to get rich quick, dang dang. The moment the mansion gates opened from the inside, the spies hiding in the distance immediately perked up. Beep beep beep. Rows of expensive black sports cars in a row arranged in perfect order. A convertible supercar, surrounded in the center of the convoy. Incredibly eye-catching. The driver in the driver's seat is an ordinary human who is not a mage. In the future, dressed in loose black clothes. Looking at the scene inside the mansion with interest. Since birth, I have never seen this. Brother Future, maybe you shouldn't take us with you. In the back seat, Maki pursed her lips and said with some concern. Jenny clenched her little fists. Words. She looked, but she didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Go out and see the world if you want. Don't worry about it causing me any trouble. In the passenger seat, Future said calmly. No one in the decision. If he does, then let him die. Looking back at the two little girls in the back seat, Future chuckled and said, your mother is in another car. Once we get there, it would be good to have this. And ordered, let's go. The driver nodded quickly and relayed the end of the headset. The convoy slowly drove onto the road, heading towards the address mentioned in the future. At the same time, those were hiding in the shadows, their faces beaming with joy. On the other end of the phone. After months of surveillance, the target finally went out. It was midday, a beautiful sunny day. Shinjuku streets. A school girl in a school uniform smoking a woman's cigarette. A man and a woman were leaning against the roadside railing. Let me ask you this, did you really do all those things? Taking a light drag on her cigarette, Shoko asked in a calm tone. Facing his old friend, Zia Yaoji chuckled and shrugged. Unfortunately, you didn't wrong me. Let me ask one more question. Zia Yaoji squinted as he surveyed the people coming and going on the street. I want to create a world where only sorcerers exist. Hearing her former best friend's nonsensical reply shook. Feeling girls burst out laughing. Zia Yaoji's frank admission, the last shred of illusion in Zia Ozi's heart. I don't expect everyone to understand me. I just want to create the ideal world in my heart. So you became depraved. Looking down and saying sarcastically, childish. Motion strips tilde, Zia you is being tilde. Zia Yaoji did not stop Zia Ozi from tipping him off. He simply watched the surging crowd quietly, his thoughts wandering. Humans are the species on Earth with the bar nuns. The negative emotions of humans gave rise to the endless curse spirits. The existence of Sorcerer Stowe, put it nicely, is to maintain national stability and world peace. To put it bluntly, they are just servants who clean up the messes. Cursed spirits. To save Birth, purification, absorption, an endless cycle. Unless humans other than sorcerers are eliminated, the cursed spirits can never be eradicated. As Yuki Kyojoku said, the approach taken by the high school is merely a delaying tactic that addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. The idea of annihilating all humans except for sorcerers is fundamental cure. Present. Okay. Looking at the crowds dispersing to both sides of the street, Zia Yaoji let out a soft exclamation. Following the crowd's gaze, the long two of them. After informing Gojo Satoru, a sorcerer from the Zenin family, the windows of both rows of black sports cars were rolled down, and Shoko recognized the other party of the place. Until Shoko saw that bright red convertible supercar. Familiar to her. The 11-year-old head of the Zen family. Zen family future. Zia Yaoji muttered to himself in a puzzled tone. Shoko paused and realized that's right. This portrait is the shock. Wow, what a spectacle. Which conglomerate's young master is out for a stroll? A cute little boy in a supercar, if I weren't so young. I really wouldn't mind being his sugar daddy for a few years tilde. Passers-by scattered on both sides of the street looked at the future on the cool sports cars among themselves. The rather attractive young women had already taken out their phones to search for information about the heir to a certain community. Some of them started considering names for their children. However, the crowd dared not get too close to the black sports car on the outer perimeter. Zia Yaoji. Unlike the paper figures in comics, they have a more human touch, Shoko and Natsumi. Both looking through the car window, frowned as they stared at the boy in the passenger seat. When the Zen family arrived in a grand manner, which didn't seem like a chance encounter. We've arrived. Proceed according to plan. After hearing this, the driver immediately relayed the order through his earpiece. Master of the house. The sorcerer stepped out of the black sports car, and the mother of the Maki sisters. Take your daughters shopping, buy whatever they like. The Zen family isn't short of money. The woman instructed him in the future. After saying that, he looked at the sorcerer standing to the side and said, as for you, protect their safety. You know the consequences if something goes wrong. The Zen master dressed as a bodyguard trembled and quickly replied, please rest assured, master. The seat were very sensible and didn't interrupt. They waited for the future to finish giving instructions before immediately getting out of the car and getting into the black sports car on the outer perimeter with their mother. Zia, aren't you going to run? Shoko whispered. You're a criminal wanted by the college, know you, no tilde. The Zen master's presence here might just be to arrest you. Zia Yaoji smiled and said, let's wait and see what this young master of the Zen temple is. Satoru. Natsuyu Jai is not afraid of being captured by any sorcerer. Even if Zia Yaoji had no intention of hiding in dark corners like those curse masters. The next second, under the astonished gazes of Shoko and her companion, the two rows of black sports cars on the outer perimeter drove away from the street. Only this parked all over. The driver in the driver's seat showed no trace of magical power. He was just an ordinary human being. Looking at the calm expression on Wei Lai's face, Zia Yaoji felt a little confused. They're not here to arrest him. Or do they have other reasons? Seeing the two looking confused, Murray smiled slightly, wait a little longer. What I hate most worst is when mosquitoes are flying around me while I'm talking. Shoko became puzzled. Not understanding what the young master meant, Xia Yaoji, however, looked thoughtfully in several directions. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, looking at the 10 billion yen on the sports car, the masked cursecaster was deeply conflicted. He rushed over after receiving the notification. His convoy, and the rare opportunity that came just as he hesitated. The curse master hidden in the crowd had already taken action, wearing a mask that also conceals his identity. The curse master leaps from the crowd and strikes with deadly moves. Several sharp throwing knives. Bullets fired from a gun. As they shot straight into the future. It aimed straight for vital organs such as the head and heart. The first curse master to launch an attack was like sounding the horn of war. High-rise building alleyway shop entrance chess crowds. Sewer pipes the moment the first person made a move. More than 10 curse masters there $1 billion. Object-controlled throwing knife-seal mental fireballs. Air cannon techniques. Even technological weapons are all being launched at the future of supercars. Xia Yaoji had his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of helping. Putting aside even the ordinary human driver remained completely calm. Interesting boom. Just when the curse masters thought they had succeeded, the smiles on their faces were frozen in time. The demonic beam that reached out from the target side turned into dust. The giant tail that stretched out from the void pierced their bodies instantly with bursts of sonic booms. What? The screams had barely escaped their lips when the curse masters, pierced like iron gourds, were dragged into a void. A large crowd looked up at the sky with puzzled expressions, only to see blue sky and white clouds. I could faintly hear chewing sounds like cats. Everyone assumed it was and continued walking. Only Shoko and Natsume's pupils dilated sharply, and their expressions instantly turned serious. The full form of the cursed spirit was not yet visible, but 10 enormous tails like withered tree swayed, blotting out the sky and the sun, the evil curse power. As vast as a boundless ocean, far surpassed the level of oppression that we ever experienced. Sweeping across all directions, a curse undoubtedly on her forehead, and Shoko's hands trembled slightly as she pulled the phone out of her pocket. We need to get Wu Tairo moving quickly. This thing might actually kill Xia Yu. Xia Yaoji glanced at Zen Temple Future in the passenger seat, and his initial contempt vanished instantly. This massive amount of magical power. This 11-year-old boy is qualified to become a top-tier sorcerer. Her hands behind her head, Murai smiled at Xia Yaoji through the car window and said, "I'm very interested in what you said to Xia Ozi before. Those idiots at the college can't understand this. You can try cooperating with the Zen family." As the future was about to speak, the driver thoughtfully adjusted the passenger seat. Oh, can you understand what I'm thinking? Xia Yaoji was quite surprised by what the future would say. Suddenly, Xia Yaoji smiled and said, "If you want to realize my vision, where is that monster Gojo Satoru if we want to cooperate? That troublesome guy is an unavoidable hurdle." Xia Yaoji admitted that the boy in front of him was very strong, and his total magical power might even be above that of the way of dealing with it. Future nodded non-committally. We are indeed still lacking, so we need more time to develop. If you are willing to cooperate, you can come to my home in the Zen Temple. Xia Yaoji looked up at the giant tail in the void again, his eyes darting around seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Yaoji smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll come to your door for help if needed. The two did not avoid talking to Shoko, who was on the phone nearby. They completely ignored her. Chapter 12, Close Friend Once. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zia Yaoji waved to Wei Lai, who was sitting in the supercar. Shoku, see you again someday, looking at her. Natsuki smiled and said goodbye after saying that. He stepped into the surging crowd without the slightest hesitation. Watching Zia Yaoji's departing figure, Zyouzi's gaze faltered slightly, and her expression dimmed for a moment. Miss Shoko, are you waiting for your friends? Or are you preparing to return home? Just get the message through. What are you planning to take me home? More than happy to. The observant driver quickly got out of the car and opened the back door. The summer open top with a gentle breeze on your face. Out the window and asked, does the Zenin family head have a personality? It's all right, isn't it? A convertible makes it easier to get things done, doesn't it? Even if ordinary humans can't see the cursed spirit. Surprised if they see a big hole in Shoko's ears. Shoko nodded slightly. So, could today's meeting be considered a chance encounter on the street? A smile appeared on Wei Lai's face. It doesn't count. We just sent someone to follow you at the gay Hello? Shoko shifted her gaze from the scenery outside the window to the back of her future head. Her tone tinged with surprise despite her suspicions. She never expected the future to be so candid. She chuckled and replied, it's normal that you didn't sense it. Thinking you aren't sorcerers. It seems that the high school hasn't learned its lesson about judging the level of threat solely by using magical power. Upon hearing this, Shoko's face showed a hint of agreement. Indeed, the assassination attempt by Fuheshner. After all this, the school's leadership hasn't changed at all. The idea that neither Shoko seemed completely unconcerned about being followed. Instead, they calmly After listening to Shoko's speech, Murai smiled and said, from the moment a sorcerer awakens, most of them will no longer categorize themselves as ordinary humans. Just like Jinji back then, who clearly was no weaker than good. But still, I can become the head of one of the 3 founding families. Shoko nodded thoughtfully, murmuring softly, the arrogance unique to sorcerers. So what's your purpose? Follow me to find Ziyu. And then get that have their eyes on you while you're at it. Or do you really with Ziyu? The grand procession during the trip was meant to lure out the rats lurking in the gutter. They deliberately chose to forcing the rats to attack. An unknown special grade cursed spirit. This person's target appears to be the Curse Master, but it is actually if it weren't for the Zen monasteries behind the scenes machinations. Shoko appeared confident in her heart. She kept raising the level of danger posed, seemingly sensing Shoko's wariness. She smiled and explained, don't worry. I have no danger of killing all ordinary humans. This statement about the future is entirely sincere and without any exaggeration. The cursed spirits born from their neck. So how could we bear to No, she paused for a moment. If you didn't have that absurd idea, why did you propose cooperation to Natsuyu? Or are you making such a big fuss just to mess with that idiot? In the future, responded softly. Cooperation doesn't necessarily only involve the extinction of humanity. Perhaps we can reach an agreement on other areas as well. Shoko narrowed her eyes and asked many more questions. She to have lost its previous sincerity. As the sun sets, the clouds appear to be burning red. A mesmerizing orange-red hue. The sunlight that falls is no longer glaring or scorching. Gentle warmth remains. Whoosh whoosh. Satoru Gojo. Teleportation. Sped all the way from the vocational high school to Shinjuku. Seeing a familiar figure in the crowd, Gojo Satoru. Dancing couple herself. Walking against the flow of people. Two were 10 meters apart with a crowd in between. But the soft voice, enhanced by the power of the incantation, still clearly reached Gojo Satoru's ears. Even after knowing the truth, he found it including one's own parents. With his back to Gojo Satoru, Natsuyujai put his hands in his pockets and said in his usual calm tone, "Even if they are parents, we can't treat them specially. Let's kill all humanity in a world where only sorcerers exist. It's simply impossible." Gojo Satoru waved his arms excitedly and roared impatiently. Gojo couldn't understand his Why does Jay, who used to preach about the strong helping the weak, become like this? Gojo Satoru simply cannot understand this. Impossible. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you Zia Yaoji turned around and looked directly into Gojo Satoru's eyes. "You're really arrogant. I have already decided on the path I want to take, and I will do my best to realize what you consider a fool." After saying that, Zia Yaoju was about to turn and leave. Paused slightly, by the way. The mysterious... An 11-year-old top-tier mage. Even that guy seems to understand me better than you do. With a sigh, Zia Yaoji turned and walked into the crowd, leaving behind only a lonely figure. Gojo Satoru's fist bones clenched so tightly they cracked. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up his plan to make a move. Before the high-level magic experts, the red supercar shone brightly. "Miss Shoko, then it's fate that we meet again." Shoko opened the car doors, passenger seat, and softly replied, "Good be a fate allows." Soon. Perhaps our relationship will take another step forward then. The driver glanced sideways, but wisely refrained from asking further questions. Let's go back to the mansion. Chapter 13, Divine General of the Otherworldly Rings, Demon Void. Night bustling streets, Rocky and Maidwo little girls held their mother's hand, enjoying the gentle breeze that carried them away from the outside world. Jenny's eyes seemed to hold a longing, but she sensibly remained silent by them all. This was the first lesson that Jenny learned at the Zen temple when she was old enough to understand things. "I didn't buy it because you like it." The woman lowered her head and explained calmly to her daughter. "It's because of the head of the family's orders that we must obey." To the woman before she left, and she is carrying it out seriously, perhaps with a touch of familial affection mixed in with her actions. I understand, mother. The surveillance on the glass side can be withdrawn. Have you found the curse master I told you? Inside the meeting room of the Zen temple residence. Future casually on his hand. Just as Shoko had predicted, the fishing tractor was However, among the curse masters, there were also targets they wanted to find in the future. But unfortunately, we're not caught. Reporting to the Patriarch, we haven't found anything yet. Well, the sorcerer in charge of investigating the matter is tense. His face buried deep in his chest. And silence. Sweat slid down his forehead. Tick-tock, Zenin Hisashi. A first-level sorcerer in charge of tracking down the Curse Master. Gritted his teeth and endured the pain of his disappearing left arm. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a cold indifference devoid of emotion. Compared to her approachable eerie show, Future is now a completely different person. 3 months ago, I told you about the portrait and the opponent's technique. And for 3 whole months, we couldn't find any information about a single person. The man with the severed arm stared coldly into the future. Disregarding the need, immediately bowed in response this time. It's fortunate that only the left arm was severed instead of the head. The former head of the family, who was watching from the sidelines, did the same. He was even momentarily surprised that the heart was willing to show kindness to them. It can only be said that after they gradually got used to this special care. After dealing with the matters, Wei Lai casually flipped through his old notebook, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, monitoring underage children, searching for after another. Commands that left everyone completely baffled came from the future. Yet no one dared to question it. All right, let's prepare like this for now, after speaking. Future Ruho had been sitting cross-legged, got up and stretched his body, slowly forming a hand seal. Wei Lai softly reminded, drive away all living things within a 500-meter radius. The underground vault destroyed by been fully renovated, like ink dripping into a clear pooled future. Freed from the suppression of the curse, became the absolute center of the vast mansion at this moment. 500 meters away, the crowd, whether sorcerers or ordinary humans, felt as if a heavy boulder had been pressed down on their hearts. Bura Bura Yura, as the future whispers. The shadows illuminated by the lamplight boil over in this moment. Their faces made everyone back off. This is a subjugation ritual of the 10 Shadows technique. The Neobai unconsciously clenched his fists, his heart pounding wildly throughout history. No Zen temple head who mastered the 10 Shadows technique has ever subdued the strongest Shikigami. The enormous creature emerging from the shadows revealed its savage nature. His eye was Bearhai's muscles bulging, resembling a sheath floated above his head. The sheathless greatsword, bound by bandages on his right arm, gleamed with a cold light. Its hideous face was black, and the withered branches extending from its eyes like the wings of devils. 2 rows of black dog Shikigami prostrate at his feet. Howled to the sky will coming his general. Demon Void Luo. Looking at the body of the strongest Shikigami, Murai chuckled and uttered his full name, just as Wei Lai was admiring the scene. Mo Su Luo, with his right arm bound with a sharp sword, suddenly slashed at Wei Lai's body. This is a solo subjugation ritual performed by someone from the future. Either the subjugation is successful, or the person shocks of the sword energy cleaved a long trench in the ground, and the conference room an earthquake had struck before collapsing. Not bad's very goods. The figure standing atop the ruins was completely unharmed. His crimson eyes gleamed, and Future seemed satisfied with the destructive power of the demon void demon. Mo Zuluo was slightly startled, then suddenly leaped up. Boom, a left fist as strong as steel, and a demon-slaying sword strapped to his right arm. A storm of attacks, relentlessly smashing the very spot where the future would stand. As long as the caster is alive, the attacks of the Demon Lord will never cease. The explosions continued. Holes in the ground spread out in spiderweb. Everyone back off. Immediate evacuation order, 500 meters away. A Jikbai man shouted orders at the sorcerer beside him. The Neabai people have a clear understanding of the terror of the Demon Lord. Hundreds of years Agoth head of the Zenin family, who controlled the 10 shadows, summoned this head of the Gojo family. It's just like Gojo Satoru now. Both are shameless sorcerers. The people of Jibai had mixed feelings about the unexpected subjugation ceremony that was to take place in the future. Worry, fear, terror. Then the Zen Temple will be the strongest Zen Temple family. Less time ticked by. The former meeting room was reduced to a bottomless pit. The surface of the pit is crisscrossed with ravines and filled with rubble and debris. Pits. The creature stared at the magic circle it made. With another crisp sound, the rotation of the magic circle stopped, which had been ongoing since the Demon Void Demon's attack began. Call out, the demon-slaying sword flashed past. A gust of wind rushing. He twisted his body, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. 2.5 minutes. This is the time it took for Demon Void to break through the future's etherealization. Just as the future predicted. Is not invincible, Demon Lord. The so-called is not strongest in attack or defense, rather. It is its terrifying ability to adapt to everything in the world. Chapter 14, the ceremony concluded, and the subjugation was successful. On his chest returned to normal in an instant. Looking towards Maksu Luo in the future, the gaze becomes increasingly bright. He is an ultimate. Oh, it's a tool god. The reason why the demon summoned by Sukuna in the manga was so destroyed by The reason for this is that Mosu Luo has not had enough time to grow up and has experienced too few battles. Nevertheless, the incomplete Demon Lord still caused Gojo Satoru a great deal of trouble in the battle. One is true that it has the strongest. Its growth Thinking about this, he once again turned to dodge the sharp sword that was thrusting straight at him. The slight smile remained on his lips, but a hint of caution appeared on his face as he faced the now unfolded demon void. Inside the narrow pit, he narrowly avoided the that were about to strike. In the blink of an eye, Future's hands swiftly formed hand seals, snapped. The tongue as the sonic booms to the spot, the Shikigami toad. Its body hidden in the shadows only sticks out its tongue to restrict the movements of magic. Thought a flash of lightning illuminated the narrow pit, and the Shikigami knew its wings crackling with lightning, shot out from the shadows. After the new size was just enough to spread its wings, taking advantage of the moment when Mo Sulyu Murai lightly touched the ground with her toes and stood directly on Nu's body. Soaring into the sky, the untamed Demon Lord does not occupy the castle. Can be summoned at once. Its long tongue was burst open by the powerful body of the Demon Void Demon. Boom, another loud explosion rang out. Looking up and staring intently at the target in the air, Mo Zuluo crouched slightly to gather his strength. The moment he looked up, the pit sank again, and rocks flew everywhere like a cannonball. Maksu Luo approached Nu's body with terrifying speed. His right hand was bulged. The demon slaying down into the future. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Call. The instant Mo Zuluo raised his hand, Nu's body exploded like splashed ink. And what took its name? The all-powerful Shikigami Banshu. With its spell power fully is now as tall as a 5-story building and weighed a terrifying 1,000 tons. Mo Zuluo's vision suddenly went black. Before he could turn around and hit him, a terrifying pressure slammed into his body. Shaking were comparable to an earthquake, and the flying debris and dust alone reached tens of meters high. The Nearby people who remained within a 500-meter radius their eyelids. His anticipation grew stronger. Even the Zen monks who helped the clansmen relocate were terrified, even from a kilometer away. Whether they succeeded in subduing the enemy or failed, they were filled with uncertainty if they succeeded. The Zen temples they served would enter a new golden age. But the rulers were tyrannical and absolute, and their lives could be uncertain at any moment. Failure may provide better protection for life. But for a Zen family that has lost its future, a Zen family without decline is only a matter of a deafening roar of a landslide inside the mansion. Then, the massive body of the Vientiane was stuck right at the entrance of the pit, and the surrounding cracks deepened and worsened. As the future thoughts shifted and all things vanished, only the upper half of Mo Zuluo remained at the edge of the cave entrance, while his lower half fell into the abyss along the 10 shadows alone are not enough to subdue this monster. As the future gently felled lower half of Mo Zuluo, who only had half a body left, began to heal rapidly the moment the magic circle of the instant. The restored demon void Luo swung down without hesitation. The earth crisscrossed with Gullisno bears another long, thin wound dozens of meters long. The speed of the attack and the intensity of the slashes have significantly improved compared to when it was first summoned. Like dancing on a knife's edge. The future is still calculating the data of Demon Void Luo's growth. The trajectory of his attack could not be clearly seen. He leaped up to avoid the fatal blow, then flashed to Mo Zuluo's back and delivered a whip kick that struck him directly in the waist. It is not about focusing on strengthening the spell or controlling the power of the spell. The training of the body in close combat is never stopped. With a powerful kick, the bulky muscles in Mo Zuluo's showed obvious signs of collapsing. Boom! Buried under the ruins. Ding dong. The magic circle made a crisp sound as it rotated. The swoop waves of air. As the strongest Shikigami after its second evolution, its oppressive aura was no less than that of a special-grade Shikigami. The rabbit escapes the moment Mo Zuluo got close. His vision was filled with an overwhelming number of white jade rabbits. He fearlessly clung to the body of the demon void demon, gnawing at it not only his vision, but even Mo Zuluo's perception of the caster's spell power was momentarily dazed. In a moment of confusion, the rabbits surrounding him suddenly exploded and disappeared. The moment Mo Zuluo's senses became clear, he saw the caster standing away from him, call out just as he raised the blade. Mo Zuluo suddenly stopped and fell. Without a sound, in the instant the strange curse power erupted, Mo Zuluo's left leg suddenly disappeared. The magic circle above his head started spinning again, and his left leg began to regenerate rapidly, as if Mo Zuluo would get up and wield his sword at any moment. Looking down at the Future's gaze was exchange of glances. Gradually swallowed up by the space. During this period, the speed at which Demon Void's body healed and the speed at which the magic array rotated could not keep up with the speed at which his body disappeared. Danglinglang Tilda, looking at the magic cast to the ground, that a terrifying being had appeared in the shadows, waiting for orders, ha 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 ha. The evolution of the Outer Path demon statue, the birth of the white cursed spirit, and the subjugation of the strongest Shikigami. Taking another step into the strongest future, he laughed. The scene sent chills down the spine. All right, no need to hesitate anymore. The battle has won. The Neabai man stood on the rooftop, gazing at the distant future, his fists clenched tightly. His expression excited, supplication successful. A ritual that had never been successfully performed was broken by the future at this moment. The undisputed strongest family head. Chapter 15, 10 years, new class half an hour later. The Neabai people gathered all the sorcerers from their families, except those who were away her. Keep everything that happened tonight a secret. Just a reminder, this is an order given by that kid himself. You know the consequences of disobeying it. Upon hearing this, the group of sorcerers below felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly nodded their heads. Not only you, but all the servants who heard the commotion tonight also need to be dealt with. The treatment the Jibai people referred to was not. There are sorcerers in the family who can erase memories within a day. But this is limited to ordinary humans. You can't change your memories. It's like having amnesia. You'll forget the events that happened during that time. Sorcerers who control magical power have a very low chance of succeeding. And even if they do succeed, they may regain their memories at any time. Therefore, the Neabai people only gave verbal warnings to sorcerers. Probably wouldn't take it's a high level of sorcery. Shako having finished her training in the medical room, was preparing to return to her room to rest. As she walked through the long corridor, Shoko immediately spotted two men sitting on the steps leading to the high-rise entrance. 5 things about scumbags. Teachers about the right path. After hesitating for a moment, Shoko still stepped forward. Subconsciously, she took the back of Kazu. She silently switched her pockets and took out a lollipop. What? Still feeling nostalgic about the passing of an old friend. Gojo Satoru looked back. It's you, Shoko. Shoko sat on the step and asked casually, "What are you talking about?" Gojo Satoru rested his chin on one hand. Than before. I'm thinking one person being the strongest. Doesn't seem to work. Shoko said indifferently, speak like a fool. I've made up my mind after graduation. I will join a vocational college and become a teacher. Just you. Shoko was somewhat surprised. You're almost graduating. And after ruining the teachers, you're now planning to mislead the students. Gojo Satoru clenched his fist and said with a defiant look, I am confident I'm the most perfect teacher in the eyes of my students. What about the family? Seeing that the student had made up his mind, Moth asked in a deep voice, is he stupid? Gojo Satoru waved his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips, as long as I'm all right. The Gojo family will be fine. Oh, right, Glass. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at the lollipop girl. What do you think of the young head of the Zenin family? Wu Tio Wu was somewhat bothered by Xia Yaoji's words when he left. Even the moss it would be a lie to say that the 11-year-old head of the Zen temple wasn't curious. She paused for a moment. Then magical power. He might be stronger than you, and the cursed spirits he controls are of the highest grade, which have never been recorded in the advanced college. Gojo Satoru was somewhat surprised to hear this. Shoko only urged him to hurry up on the phone and didn't go into too much detail. I didn't expect. Don't any of you three start a family? Night Moth Zhangdao looked serious. There was no record of and he took this matter to heart. Ordinary people cannot see the cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru explained calmly. It's easy to infiltrate others' mage groups. He has a way to detect shadows technically. This was information that was made public when the former head of the Zen family abdicated. We've learned quite a bit about the new head of the family's background from the surface. At this point, Satoru paused. Before the Zen master, that brat killed his father with his own hands. 10 years have passed since the exorcism of the demon void demon at the Zen temple residence. The young patriarch who was somewhat immature is now 20 years old. Her messy black hair fell to her shoulders, and her wispy bangs just covered her forehead, revealing only a pair of deep dark eyes. Wearing a pure black bathrobe. Hey Tilda, when are we going out for some fun? I'm so tired of this. The newcomer dressed in a black robe complained to Wei Lai with a displeased expression. Looking up, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, we'll be able to go somewhere else to play soon. He finally decided to go out. Seeing the future nod, the person jumped up with joy. Yeah. The black robe fluttered and danced with the newcomer. In unison. The exposed skin is as pale as snow. An existence invisible to ordinary humans. A respectful-looking sorcerer approached, holding a piece of information in his hand. Seeing the cursed spirit bouncing around the patriarch, the sorcerer remained calm as if he were already used to it. House in the future. He took the information handed to him. Page in the notebook at his feet. Curse returns 2017 Warrior of Pure Love. Where do we plan to go for fun in the future? How about I take you to school, go to school? Do cursed spirits have schools to attend? Murai smiled and said, I'll take you to Maki. What do you think, White Zetsu? Baiju was slightly taken aback. Okay. I haven't seen Maki in a long time in Tokyo Metropolitan Technical College of Jutsu. Maki rested her chin on her hand and complained with a disgruntled expression. That idiot eye patch guy is so unreliable. White-sleeved uniform Yuta Atsukoshi sat to the side, silently nodding his head. We were supposed to meet at 8 o'clock. But the teacher still hasn't shown up, Salmon, the spelling uttered to Werchi's expression, one of a kind. Don't worry. It seems there's something the higher-ups are going to announce today. Panda glanced cautiously out the window and whispered to the others. Another class. It was a new class. The three were astonished by Panda's revelation. There aren't many students in vocational colleges to begin with. And now the teachers are only able to grasp 1 out of 5 points. Is it really necessary to open another class? Before the three could ask any questions, the classroom door was opened. Sorry. Gojo Satoru. Ms. Gojo, is the school really planning to open another class? Gojo Satoru glanced at the panda in surprise. Then realized you were eavesdropping on the old man's phone calling. The panda is a mutated mutated cursed corpse created by the night moth righteous path. They often hear some inside information. Seeing the curiosity on the students' faces below, Gojo Satoru paused and said, "That's right." Maki looked surprised. So there are new students and new teachers. And the new teacher. It's someone you know, Maki Tilda, Chapter 16, Maki's uncle. The next day, early in the morning, dog roll Maki Yuta and Panda walk side by side on the main road of the school. Panda asked with considerable curiosity. Teacher Gojo said he's someone you know. Maki pushed up her glasses, her expression instantly turning cold. If we're talking about acquaintances, then it can only be the sorcerers from the Zenin family. The room fell silent immediately after the spoken. Yuta carefully approached the panda and whispered, "What's wrong with Maki-senpai?" The panda covered its mouth. The Zenin family is one of the 3 major families in the world of sorcery. Maki, who has no sorcery power, is not well received by the sorcerers in the family. The Zenin family is quite good to Maki. Yuguyutai nodded in understanding, realizing why Maki had come to the vocational college. 3rd floor hallway. Gojo Satoru and Yagami Masamichi looked at the 4 people below. First, Zia Yaojuho was elusively weird, and now a new Zen master has taken office. Moth stroked its chin with one hand and sighed deeply. I wanted to meet him as soon as I heard him talk about it. But I never expected that 10 years would pass and we would become colleagues at the college. What an interesting life. His hands behind his back teased softly. Unlike Yagami, Gojo Satoru had no such concerns. His formidable strength gave him the confidence to face any unexpected event. The next second, Gojo Satoru frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Damn it, Moth looked alarmed, turned around and ran downstairs shouting, "Sorcerers above level 1. Assemble in front of the school gate at the same time." He stopped and looked up. A large, pure white bird with 4 wings plummeted straight down from the sky towards the university. It's really rare for a cursed spirit to take the initiative to approach the stronghold of sorcerers. While complaining, the panda silently put on the cursed boxing gloves with its panda image printed. Call, the giant bird landed in front of the 4 people, stirring up a considerable wind that sent fallen leaves flying. With his jet black hair and wearing a cap, Zia Yaoji looked at the school under construction in the distance. Look of disappointment. Zia Yaoji lie lazy mamazi. There were also 4 sorcerers, one half naked and the other with 2 pink hearts tattooed on his chest. In addition, there is a cursed spirit. Maki grabbed the spell weapon spear in her hand. Sorcerers from the academy. Get out of here. Dog Roll tore off the collar covering the corner of his mouth, and his curse power began to gather. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yuta Atsuku. My name is Zia Yaoji. The 3 of them were shocked when they saw the sorcerer appear in front of Yuta in at such speed there was absolutely no time to react. Zia leaned down slowly with his hands, saying sincerely, "You possess great power. I sincerely creating a more perfect world. Can you do me this favor, Yagu?" "What kind of help can I get?" Yuta blinked, looking completely bewildered, and replied instinctively. Zia Yaoji put his hand on Yagu's shoulder, squinted and smiled. "Kill all the ordinary humans in the world. To create a mages exist. Terrorist. It's like they were looking at a madman. Please stay away from my students. A familiar voice, unheard for 10 years, came from behind. Zia Yaoji turned around with a bright smile. Woo. Long time no see, seeing the unmoved person. Gojo Satoru's face turned serious. Stay. Giant Zia Yaoji's smile faded, and he took 2 steps back slightly. No wonder this year's first-year students are so strong. They're your students. Special grade sorcerer Edabun Yuta. Sudden mutation cursed corpse panda. Descendant of the spellcaster family. The perfect world I want to create has no place for a monkey like you. Maki was interrupted by a sudden shout before she could finish speaking. Hey, you long-haired monk in the cassia. What nonsense are you talking about? Just as Maki was about to get angry and make a Muvesh paused. Driving towards the school gate. White Zetsu. Maki was astonished to see White Zetsu standing arrogantly in the passenger seat. If White Zetsu has arrived, then future bro should also be coming to the vocational college. White Zetsu. Maki's familiar face was revealed, a cursed spirit. Baiju's attitude left not only Zia Yaoji and his group, but also the entire class of the college with expressions of disbelief. Under the power of the cursed senses, the pale-faced cursed spirit, dressed in a black robe with red clouds, only level 4. The maximum level of curse severity is 3. Are divided from weakest to strongest, unranked. Level 4, level 3, level 2, level 1. And special level in terms of strength. White Zetsu was a weakling who could be crushed with a single hand by any of the sorcerers present. Even such a weak cursed spirit, they can speak. And even make quite fluent and articulate comments. The spellcasters present had never seen a spell spirit with such a high level of intelligence before. Hey, I'm talking to you. Passenger door frame. Look. You've been staring at me. Are you impressed by my heroic bearing, then? White Zetsu looked at Maki, who was holding a spear. And the tone suddenly changed. Little Maki. It's been a long time. You've been gone for so long and haven't come back to see your uncle White Zetsu. Baizetsu jumped out of the sports car and rushed towards Maki with a big smile. Little Macedon, be afraid of dares to tell the future kid to wipe them out, Uncle Dog Roll. Yutan Panda along with the beast stared blankly at White Zetsu and Maki to the right. Is the level 3 cursed spirit the uncle of whom I see every day? Is Maki human or is it a cursed spirit? The worldview of the two humans built at breakneck speed. White Zetsu. Maki pushed away the White Zetsu's lunging body and said through gritted teeth, "That's enough. Don't even think about taking advantage of me." Speaking of my uncle's story, this was several years ago, when Maki had just put on the glasses that allowed her to see through cursed spirits. Upon arriving at the conference room and seeing White Zetsu beside him, he was tricked into calling years old at the time. And White Zetsu was the first cursed spirit she ever saw. Furthermore, given the common knowledge that cursed spirits cannot speak, how could future bro dare to let a cursed spirit get close? Multiple factors combined. Maki, mistaking the pale-skinned White Zetsu for a strange human, called him uncle without really understanding why. Most importantly, the way Baiju looked at her at that moment. There was no contempt, no disdain. It was only after she took off her glasses and found the room completely empty that Maki truly understood the sinister nature of the cursed spirit. It was around that time that White Zetsu often referred to himself as his Chapter 17, The White Zetsu. Aren't you aware of your student's outrageous family background at all? Moth's lips twitched as it asked Gojo Satoru. Compared to 10 years ago, Gojo Satoru, with white bandages wrapped around his eyes, has undoubtedly matured a lot. If I had seen such an interesting cursed spirit, I would have. But looking at the harmless curse, Gojo Satoru merely curled the corner of his mouth. Principal Magus, a descendant of the Zenin family. You know the relationship between the three main families. Besides as a teacher, she was taken aback. Looking at the student who had once given him a hand, he was filled with mixed emotions at this moment. Wei Lai ignored the farce in front of him and simply observed the students from the college opposite him. The sharp-featured, off-like figure is the principal of the vocational college. The audacious figure, the powerful aura of a mature woman. In the future, Ash took a second look at Mingming after all. Her purple uniform was quite charming. He wore a beige suit. A tie with yellow polka dots and his hair was neatly combed. A solemn expression. He exuded a mature and reliable aura. Nanami Kento is also the Nanami Senpai mentioned by the original manga protagonist. Itadori Yuyujins. Ultimately rests on the so-called strongest. He was about 1. He was tall with striking white hair and a faint smile on his lips. A flash of crimson light disappeared in the eyes. Hidden by white bandages, contained an immense and surging magical power. In other words, his kaleidoscope eyes in the future. Gojo Satoru's gaze also turned to the future. Damn cursed spirit. How dare you speak to Lord Z? Pulled out her phone, ready to unleash a spell attack on the rude white Zetsu. Stop, Zia Yaoji. His expression shifting uncertainly as he looked at Murai in the backseat of the sports car. Mysterious, troublesome guy. This is Zia Yaoji's assessment of the future of the Zen monastery. With a light tap of his fingers towards the car driver. Ignored by everyone's. Distance of white Zetsu. The students at the high school almost overlooked his presence. The driver's respectful expression completely betrayed the arrogance expected of a first-level mage. Instead, they asked, Zia-yu, didn't we agree to come to me if you need anything? As he moved closer to Zia Yaoji, a gentle smile appeared on his face. It seems you were just saying that promise from 10 years ago. I have rarely appeared in Japan. National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Please do not take offense, Master of the Zen Temple. Zia Yaoji narrowed his eyes, revealing the same smile he had in the future. I'm planning to pay a visit quietly in a while. Well, the two communicated as if they were old friends. Hey, White Zetsu, what's going on? White Zetsu's waist and asked in a low voice. I come to know that kind of lunatic. Madman turning to look at Maki. White Zetsu's expression was one of utter astonishment. You don't actually think that kid from the speechless. And called out to Nanako behind Zia Yaoji. Stop just talking and don't actually do anything. Show me what you've got with that. Baiju put his hands on his hips and spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. Coldly uttering 2 words with a mocking smile, yellow-haired guy. You. Nanako pointed at White Zetsu. Previous orders. Nanako didn't move, but the half-naked male sorcerer beside her had vanished from the spot. Curse spirit, you're courting death, the sorcerer. His naked upper body bulging wildly. Shot towards White Zetsu with a ferocious expression. Was actually criticized as being likened to blonde hair. The one who dared to mock them was a weak cursed spirit that they could crush with a single finger. Who could tolerate that and raised his fist. arm by White Zetsu, boom. Blood-red fireworks exploded before our eyes, and dazzling scarlet blood droplets scattered everywhere. The White Zetsu was unharmed. Blood on the ground. White Zetsu turned to Maki and winked. See, I wasn't wrong. That kid will be way crazier than the long-haired monk in the future. Maki looked up and stared blankly at White Zetsu. Her expression slightly dazed, so... You deliberately provoked the opposing sorcerer to prove who was crazier. White Zetsu's astonishing thought process once again shocked everyone. Xia Yaoji's outstretched his face visibly darkening. Nanako and Mimiko instantly assumed a fighting stance. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, and at the smile of the future, unconcealed fear. To kill, moreover. It is an advanced technique related to spatial fluctuations. A faint look of seriousness appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. The condition for triggering the spell should be those fleeting. In less than a second, Gojo Satoru had roughly analyzed the information about the Kamui technique in his mind. As mine. Interesting, sorry. I took it upon myself to deal with a disobedient subordinate. You shouldn't be angry with me, right? While she apologized, the smile on her face... It's all my fault for staying at the Zen temple for too long. I haven't been able to adjust to the environment yet. You clearly told me not to use my hands, but your subordinates really don't listen to you at all. How can I keep a dog that doesn't listen to its owner? Seeing Xia Yaoji hanging his head in silence, and said, come on. Cut off an arm to prove it to my friends. One sorcerer. This kind of unreasonable request must be a joke, right? Clap's a complete left arm crashed to the ground, and the driver covered the severed half of his body. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, apart from Maki. The pupils of all the sorcerers present suddenly contracted. Even so, the driver still stood respectfully to the side. The driver didn't even have a hint of resistance because he dared not show a trace of it. A gentle breeze swept by, and the scene before them... Looking at the scene, just as Baiju was about to speak up to advance the plot, he received a warning look from the future. He clenched his fist tightly inside his sleeve until it bled crimson. The stinging pain in his palms constantly reminded Xia Yaoji that this was the base camp of the vocational. Now would be suicide. Xia Yaoji slowly raised his head and gave Wei Lai a bright smile. It seems that the head of the Zen temple really knows how to train dogs. Future waved her hand, her smile unchanged. Want to learn? I can teach you at this point. Future's gaze swept and Mimiko behind Xia Yaoji. Xia Yaoji's fake smile froze for a moment. He stepped forward without making a sound, blocking the two women's. And swallowed the two terrified girls. Nanako and Nanako. Completely blocking their view of the future, Xia Yaoji, who was closer, seemed to have analyzed more about this strange attack pattern. The speed at which the spell's power erupts and the speed at which the spell unfolds are extremely fast. But it requires suppressing the slightly cold. College first. Future shrugged and obediently stepped aside. That's enough excitement. It would be a huge loss if we forced Xia to fight and die here. Xia Yaoji strode forward, his gaze sweeping over the students at the college, settling on Wu Tio. He declared war on everyone at the university. He had originally planned to catch up but Xia Yaoji, feeling depressed, didn't want to waste any more time on small talk. On December 24, that sunset 100 ghosts roam the night. The cursed location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The sacred and my order is to kill all. Whether you believe it or not, whether you come or not. The choice is yours. Xia Yaoji finished speaking expressionlessly, then turned to leave. Looking at his former best friend's retreating figure, Gojo Satoru said calmly, "Do you think I'd just let you go like that?" The answer only waved his hand. In an instant, hundreds of level 2 cursed spirits surrounded Maki, and on the other three. Xia Yaoji's silent actions served as a warning to Wu Xiaowu about the consequences of taking action. With this bunch of little gadgets. The white Zetsu trembling, squeezed into the center of Maki and the other three, and Roret his voice trembling with fear. Future kid. Hurry up and kill that pretentious long-haired monk. Despite being quite taken aback by White Zetsu's cowardly yet stubborn behavior, the three humans and the panda still firmly protected this weakling in the center. Maki acted this way because she received a lot of and knew that White Zetsu were spirits. As for Eki and Yujuquan Panda, it was simply because of Maki's attitude. A sorcerer protecting a cursed spirit, hee. Standing on the giant bird's back, Xia Yaoji stood. It seems that the higher vocational college hasn't remained unchanged after all. What after 10 years? The college has become one with the spirits. Xia Yaoji's icy gaze pierced Baiju. And friends. Aren't you? It was this foul-mouthed cursed spirit that killed one of their own sorcerers. But Xia Yaoji was truly wary of its future existence. If Gojo Satoru could take action, that would be even better. Gojo Satoru glanced at Maki, whose expression was resolute, and a faint smile appeared. Level 4 cursed spirit. Since he is my student's uncle, what's wrong with staying at the vocational college? Face laughed and said, "Besides, do you think I would listen to the orders given by those guys from the vocational high school who speak in their hometown dialect?" The attempt to sow discord failed. Xia Yaoji turned his head to look at Maki, who had been watching the show as if it were a spectacle, and coldly extended an invitation. Remember to participate in the night parade of 100 demons. Don't worry, I will definitely be there. Future raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He would have gone even without the free meal. Xia Yaoji looked deeply into the future, as if trying to etch its image into his eyes. Suddenly, Xia Yaoji revealed a friendly smile. After the Zen Temple family head and others have finished their activities, I will visit your residence. Replied, "Sure, I'll be waiting for you anytime." Call. The giant bird flapped its wings into stirring up a large number of fallen leaves. High in the sky, the monk's robes fluttered in the wind. Looking down at the crowd below, now reduced to the size of sesame seeds, Xia Yaoji no longer concealed his presence. His eyes blazed with boundless killing intent. Once he obtains the special grade of Etatsu Yuta, he will definitely massacre the Zenin family. Recalling her first meeting with Zenji Murai, Natsuyuki was certainly not stupid. He could instantly understand the problem. The master who attacked him could have easily dealt with him using the 10 Shadows spell, but instead of a top-tier curse spirit in front of him. Spirit manipulation technique. And knowing the allure of an unknown top-tier spell, with such a strong sense of purpose, Xia Yaoji would naturally not rashly venture into the headquarters of the three main families without thorough preparation. The high school can use the safety of ordinary people to distract the sorcerer's power. As for threaten them with the lives of ordinary people, they will probably remain unmoved. After dealing with the high school first, absorbing the control of Rika Komodo from Yuta Ito, that will be the time for the bloodbath at the Zen Temple. Once I've absorbed these two powerful to stop my ideas, Zia Yaoji muttered to himself. Glancing at the scene, a mocking expression appeared on Wei Lai's face. Zia Yaoji's caution in refraining from taking action for 10 years led to some unexpected developments in the future. The progress of the character's stories is still under control. Is a huge jump. Parachuted in from higher up. Gojo Satoru arrived directly before Yamo Masakazu. Yes. Future nodded non-committally. I was a teacher who was directly parachuted and using the authority of the two stared at each other through the white bandages, and the atmosphere gradually grew quiet. The tension of Zia Yaoji's departure once again surged in the hearts of the onlookers. Satoru future nervous principal. A slight smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's new colleague. Just as Nocturnal Moth was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it looked at Gojo Satoru's outstretched right hand and raised it again. The extremely faint magical energy covering that might not understand, but the Night Moth was all too familiar with. No matter how close you get, you can never touch a body. This guy Gojo. Enlightened, the Moth was about to reprimand him, but what he saw made him freeze in place. He ignored the bottomless technique and directly grasped it. It can't be called a handshake. The Zen temple's outstretched hand, like a virtual image projected from a projector, overlapped directly with Gojo Satoru's hand. Hello. Gojo tested this engaging in battle. Interesting, absolutely fascinating. Gojo Satoru ripped the bandage off the corner of his eye with one hand, revealing the young face of Zenji's future reflected in his misty eyes. This boy was 6 or 7 years younger than him. The sorcerer was only a few years older than his student. A never-registered top-tier cursed spirit, with similar unique pupils. Cursed spirit named White Zetsu. Expression on Murai's face. Satoru grinned. The impulses he had felt in high school slowly welled up in his heart. Cold azure blue magical energy overflowed, and a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the palms of Gojo. The moth reacted quick-like moment. He grabbed Maki's clothes and leaped away moment. Countless leaves swirled up from the ground, making a loud rustle. The guardrail closest to the two people trembled and kept making cracking sounds. Interesting. This level of gravity can actually be ignored. Satoru's eyes gleamed. The second, transparent air current surged, and a terrifying, repulsive force erupted. The guardrail in front of the two people exploded and flew into the distance. The swirling fallen leaves exploded into a shower of dark red powder in the air. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and spiderweb-like fissures spread in all directions. Even that couldn't pull them out of the What appears to be standing right in front of you is actually in another void. Such as the dog roll spell's special magical artifacts, such as the tennis hoko that forcibly dispels spells, and the guaranteed hit effect of field expansion. To break through the attack power of the spell must at least cause spatial tremors or collapse. Satoru, relying on the feedback from the 6 eyes, further analyzed the information about the future technique. Gojo Satoru raised an eye. This move was remarkably similar to his limitless power of about the sorcery. Seeing the mess before him, Gojo Satoru quickly withdrew his curse power. Gyuomai Gyuomais. Gojo Satoru's insincere apology nearly drove him Masamichi Yagami stepped forward and shoved Gojo Satoru aside. Saying sincerely, "This brat does this whenever he sees a technique he doesn't understand. I'm so sorry, future teacher." "Don't worry, Principal." A faint smile appeared on his face. "It's just curiosity, not hard to understand. After all, Mr. Gojo is so young. Everyone has a time." Gojo Satoru paused in his action of wrapping the bandages, and a crazy smile slowly spread across his face. The magic power began to surge. Wu and I have some business to attend to. Panda is leading the students back to the classroom for self-study. "It's time for class now." Masamichi Yagami grabbed Gojo Satoru and gave him instructions as he ran. Gojo Satoru and the newly arrived head of the Zen Temple would start a war directly at the high school. And his future behavior doesn't seem like he'll suffer a loss. Saying they don't mind is all bullshit. In the corridor of the teaching building, Mingaming led one person and one person's spirit to the newly looking at the tall, mature woman in front of her. Wei Lai said softly, "Miss Mingaming, let's exchange contact information." Mingaming paused, a look of surprise flashing across her face. "Holy crap, you're such a baby," the white Zetsu, who was at the back, jumped up, his eyes wide with surprise. "You're way too direct, bro." Lines. "At the very least, you could start by saying that you..." "Or I'll sew your mouth shut and lock you up for a few more years." Baiju's expression changed, as if he recalled a particular experience from the past. "I've been patiently teaching you, and you still don't appreciate it." Seeing the increasingly dangerous gaze on him, Baiju turned and began shouting, "I'm going to check on my niece first. I won't disturb you." Not wanting to explain further, "There are a few business deals that I think Miss Mingaming would be interested in." Otilda Mingaming brushed aside her forward to exchanging contact information. Future simply and directly said, 10 million for capturing a level 1 cursed spirit alive. Top grade 100 million. Her crimson lips parted slightly. "I'm quite satisfied with the payment. But the body to transport. Also first level and special level cursed spirits, which are not easy to find everywhere." Future smiled faintly. "A cursed spirit is inconvenient. A sorcerer will do. Since the evolution of the demonic statue of the outer path, cursed can only provide a meager amount of cursed power. To evolve further, more condensed and concentrated advanced spell power." Mingaming was taken aback. Then a smile appeared on her lips. "Make a deal." "Maki, your brother is too strong." Not only did he instantly kill a level 1 mage, but even the previous 5 teachers couldn't break his spell. "And another thing, what's with your cursed spirit uncle?" Inside the classroom, Panda lay on the desk with a gossipy look on his face. Not only the pandas, but also never dare to say that idiot is the spear said through gritted teeth. The panda waved its hands repeatedly about to beg for mercy, when it was interrupted by the sound of the door being violently pushed open. "Boom's little Maki uncle, he come to see you." Seeing the spear in Maki's hand, he quickly changed his words. Turning his gaze to the side, Baiju excitedly hugged him. "Panda, I want to suck it, I want to suck it." Seeing the cursed spirit lying on his back, gasping for breath, Panda suppressed the urge to punch it, and goosebumps rose on his skin. I hate white Zen. Fighting the cursed spirits. Tell them when they get close. Suddenly become a teacher at a vocational college. Maki stood up and asked. After taking several deep breaths, White Zetsu did not experience the cat-petting pleasure that Mura had mentioned. Leaping down from under the panel, Baiju pouted and said with dissatisfaction, "I was the kind of person who would explain things to me." As he spoke, White Zetsu walked towards Utori and the other two, reaching out his hands repeatedly. "Hello, classmate." Yagu blushed and reached out his palm in response. Not too resistant, top-tier cursed spirit by his side since he was a child. "Why are you being so enthusiastic?" Maki frowned and said. "Aren't you going to hurry back to the mansion or wait to be exorcised?" Maki didn't dislike White Zetsu, she was just worried. With future brother's word at the Zen temple, no one dared to make a move even if the White Zetsu was weak. But in higher vocational colleges, a wandering level 4 cursed spirit. Chapter 20, The Walking Corpse. Rest assured. Baiju plopped down on Maki's desk, his face full of arrogance. "I don't even need to get involved myself. The future kid will take care of everything, haha." The group was utterly speechless as they looked at Baiju, who was spouting nonsense. If they hadn't seen how terrified White Zetsu was when he was surrounded by cursed spirits, they would have almost believed his evil deeds. Major families and dismissively, if those old guys dare to disagree, "We'll just slaughter them, White Zetsu." Maki interrupted with a serious expression. "Forget about those scoundrels from the Zenin family. But whatever you don't lay a hand on ordinary humans. Even if Brother Future protects you, never lay a hand on an ordinary human being. The high school will never let you off." Maki warned him. The future is really strong, but Gojo-sense, who has already reached the pinnacle of sorcerers, is an invincible existence. It was precisely because she understood the two people's personalities so well that Maki repeatedly warned them. She didn't want anything to happen to White Zetsu, nor did she want a major battle between them. "All right, Makis, you don't need to worry about me," Baiju said with a relaxed expression. "The issues you consider, the future kid has already told me about in advance. Besides, that kid has already become a teacher at the vocational college. So why would I stay in that lousy place?" Maki frowned. "What do you mean?" Baiju spread his hands. "If that kid comes to be a teacher." The panda stood up, looking horrified. "You're not planning to study at as a cursed spirit, are you?" "Yes, the night the full moon hangs high." A detached building not far from the teaching building. The future leans back on the sofa, while White Zetsu lies in front of the TV. After hearing about White Zetsu's experience in the classroom, Murai said softly, "It doesn't matter about the others. But you still need to be careful with Gojo Satoru. Don't go looking for trouble with your foul language. I don't want to expose your hidden card so soon. Don't you trust my acting skills?" His wicked smile widening, hiding in the shadows and operating secretly. The cursed spirit specialties. To life in vocational college. The sorcerer took the cursed spirit with him to exorcise it. Baiju put his hands behind his head and chuckled. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. In the future, Resh typed on her phone expressionlessly, sending a large amount of content to the internet. Whatever makes you happy. Until their suspicions about you are dispelled. Enjoy the exciting life at college. Hi tilde. Was watching a food program on TV and casually waved in response. Correct. There's something I'm actually quite curious about. Zen family. You were the only one who had the final say. Aside from those two girls, Maki and I've never seen you smile at anyone else. I never expected to end up at a vocational college. Your mouth is practically crooked from smiling, giving the Inquisitor to me. The family aren't even pets. At best, it's just a handy tool. Have you ever seen anyone laugh at tools? I see. Baiju shrugged and replied, "You bring extraordinary and they become completely obedient to you. As expected of a cursed world. The principle of equivalent exchange, huh?" Baiju grinned, then what about Gojo Satoru? A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Who knows? Of the teaching building. They worked overtime analyzing Zia Yaoji's intelligence and the accuracy of the night parade of 100 ghosts. After finishing his work in the meeting room, Yamo immediately went to Gojo Satoru's. Wu's reigned your tempers. You're not that unruly high school student anymore. You're a teacher who guides students now. Moth said earnestly, Zen Temple family. But you should consider the consequences. He represents the face of the Zen family. You represent the Gojo family in the same way. If you actually take action, it will be a disaster for the world of sorcery. Regardless of the outcome, Gojo Satoru leaned against the railing, gazing at the small building, unaware of run away because now, the only one left who will still lecture him is Moth. There was once someone who liked to write long essays, setting aside any unnecessary thoughts. Gojo Satoru replied, I'm not that impulsive. Out of curiosity, I changed this kind of terrible incident several years ago. Seeing the doubt on Moth's face, Gojo Satoru... Night Moth looked in the direction. Let's put the matter of the Zenin family head aside. That highly intelligent person spirit. Did you figure anything out? The daytime Moth kept a close eye on the White Cell. He couldn't detect any difference between White Zetsu and other cursed spirits, whether by visual observation or by... That's why Moth asked its student Gojo Satoru. 6 eyes. The Gojo family has a unique trait once every few hundred years. 6 eyes. It has long-distance vision with no blind spots, and can also track and predict the trajectory of curse power. Information input. His mind wasn't hidden. He really is just a weakling at level 4. But that cursed spirit called White Zetsu. The feedback I received from 6 Eyes was very strange. At this point, a hint of doubt appeared on Gojo's face. Saying he's like a cursed spirit is more like saying he's a walking corpse. A walking corpse on the ground. 6 Eyes couldn't see anything. It's truly just a product of chance. Either the Zen Temple still has this cursed spirit in the future, and it's plotting against the higher vocational college. All right, now that you've your strength, that's good. I will find a dedicated on the cursed spirits. As she spoketh, Moth looked up at the full moon. A complex expression on her face. Now I shall tell you. Formulated by higher vocational colleges. A plan to punish The last rays of the setting sun were blocked by a black barrier. Thousands of cursed spirits slowly descended from the other side of the barrier. From the sky, careful humans. Send them out of the barrier as soon as possible. Night Moth Zhengdao shouted at the top of his lungs, giving a loud instruction to the high-ranking sorcerers. After a long absence of the attention-seeking Natsum Yuuki, a strange figure emerged from behind Gojo Satoru. Beginning beginning to sense something was amiss. Isn't this the old man Naiabai? The former head of the Zenin family, what's up? The Jibito opened his wide doors to fit. This brat was as annoying as ever, too lazy for pleasantries. The Jibai man cut to the chase. To us. Received a transfer of 1 billion. The Jibai man stroked his silver mustache and said seriously, "If it weren't for your willful and reckless behavior, we would have brought that child back long ago." What a troublesome old man. Satoru muttered something under his breath, his brow furrowing slightly. Fushiguro Megumi was the before his death. When they first met, Fushiguro Megumi was still a first-year student, even now. In just a few months, Fushiguro Megumi will graduate from junior high school and enter a vocational. Satoru had contacted the Naiabai people several years ago, wanting to buy back Megumi's custody for 1 billion yen. But I was rejected. Gojo Satoru was in the wrong from the start by forcibly keeping Fushiguro Megumi there. But he didn't expect that the Zen family would come knocking on his door at this time. Old man, how much money do you want to let that child go? The wealthy and powerful Gojo Satoru to that godforsaken place of yours. Well, besides, didn't the head of your Zen family awaken the 10 Shadows technique a long time ago? One is good enough, don't be too greedy. Sensing the veiled warning in Gojo Satoru's words, Naiabai's voice turned somewhat cold. You brat from the Gojo family. This isn't something you can resolve by throwing a tantrum. For the sake of stability in the world of sorcery. And also, better handing overs. Stability in the world of sorcery, what? Gojo Satoru said. I was quite surprised that Shenner's child also awakened the 10 Shadows technique. But that's not the reason why the Zen family must let him return. A mere 10 Shadows mage can't compare to our family head. I didn't value that child too much. The only reason this is the head of the family. It's him. Gojo Satoru thought of that future with that fake smile and pursed his lips. That annoying old man is quite arrogant. He dismissed Hui's talent as a sorcerer without even meeting him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to the distant sky. That's quite the show-off, sizzle. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Its outstretched wings were enough to cover the entire sky, and the dazzling lightning flashing around it seemed to tear the night sky apart. As Gojo Satoru said, Murai, standing atop the Shikigami news head, instantly drew everyone's attention upon her appearance. A white beret and a white fitted short-sleeved shirt. Miguel, a foreign sorcerer who seemed stood at the edge of the Miguel stepped out back into the battlefield. The Zen monastery still has 5 more enlightenments to come. Is this what Zia you meant by needing to be wary of? Miguel tightened his grip on the top-grade cursed artifact, the black rope, and twisted his neck as he like the spotlight. Senji Murai sitting on the edge of the building's rooftop. Gojo Satoru murmured softly, "You 5 brats. Think carefully about what will happen to the children." Upon seeing the future appear, the Naiabai people's expressions became even more solemn. Sure, absolutely sure. Satoru, his words becoming more impatient. The patriarch took action against the Gojo family. And against that child, even worse. He might directly attack you, or even someone from a vocational high school. At all costs, even without fear. members of the Zen family. Based on the Neiabai people's understanding of the future over the past decade, Gojo Satoru's refusal will definitely lead to this outcome. The reason why the Nagabari people are so impatient is that they don't want the Zen, but it doesn't obey the commands of the future. There's no need to even fight the Gojo family. The Zen family will be slaughtered by Murai first. Through the bandage, his gaze fell upon Naoki's expression. His slightly tense body, and even the momentary turmoil in his magical energy. The signal that Six Eyes was sending to Gojo Satoru at this moment indicated that what Neiabai had said earlier was not exaggerated. It's not that I'm afraid the future will come after me. However, if this incident causes the Zen family to collectively go berserk, it could really disrupt the stability of the sorcery world. Just like how he was dissatisfied with the Academy's higher-ups, yet refrained from taking action. Hui's problem is far more troublesome than the thousands of cursed spirits in front of us. In this matter, Gojo Satoru is in the wrong, Mr. Gojo. Whom you asked me to investigate before. Meanwhile, in the vocational college classroom, Maki Atoko Baizetsu. As Baiju recounted his advanced flirting techniques, one of them remained silent while the other blushed. Suddenly, the darkness startled the two of them awake. Account, Baiju, you stay here. I'll go with you. Maki-senpai, wait for me. Yagu blushed slightly and quickly chased after him. Are they here? Whitezetsu crossed his legs on the desk. Out the window. This was the best spectator angle he had chosen yesterday. Just as the future kid said, looking at Maki's retreating figure downstairs. I feel sorry for Maki in advance. 3. 2 seconds is enough. Shinjuku inside the barrier. Looking down at the sorcerers and cursed spirits fighting below. Future's gaze was full of indifference. The divine space that opened up on its shoulder continuously absorbed the magical power that dissipated inside the barrier. This is what the future refers to as a buffet. The battlefield enveloped by a barrier. These will all be nutrients that promote the kaleidoscope and the evolution of the Murai glanced at Gojo Satoru, who was being held back by a foreign sorcerer Rand at Mingaming, who was fighting fiercely against a cursed spirit not far away, and grinned. It's almost time, let's have one last bite and then leave. At this point, 10 minutes had passed since Panda and Dogroll Thorn were sent away by Gojo Satoru. Chapter 22, Pure Love versus Righteousness. He weighed the massive axe in his hand, which was as tall as a person. Looking down at the crowded streets, seemed to shine in Mingaming's eyes. Spirits below level 1 are used to complete spirits, while level 1 spirits. I'm really growing to like you all more and more. With a smile, Mingaming leaped down from the sky. His axe slamming down. Numerous cursed spirits piled up to form a mountain of flesh, which transformed into a vibrant purple fountain in a mere second. Thick bloodstains mixed with ground scattered everywhere. She frowned as she looked at the level 1 cursed at her feet. We'll use this one to apply for a scholarship from the booms, boom, booms. The immense power of the curse was compressed to the size of a fingertip. A crimson light flashed and the level 1 cursed spirit. The terrifying avalanche swept through the area, shattering the windows of several surrounding buildings and leaving cracks all over their exterior walls. Gojo Satoru stared at his opponent, a hint of impatience flashing in his azure eyes. Satoru, who had just been blasted into a level 1 curse, who was carrying several magical implements, had been holding him back for several minutes. Boom! The giant beast emerged from the shadows once more and swooped down. A violent lightning flashed. His cursed spirits were sprayed with blood in just a few seconds. Standing atop Nu's head, Murai's wispy hair showed no sign of being disturbed by the strong wind. Only the fabric at the trouser legs was as a punching bag not far away. Murai made plans when they encountered Mingaming, carrying the heads of several level 1 cursed spirits. Boundless cursed power erupted from the void beside them. Its massive tail resembling a withered branch seemed to pierce through space. The reward he was holding was pierced through by the giant tail. Miss Mingaming, please don't misunderstand. Looking at Mingaming's tense body, still be included in your compensation. I just had some urgent business to attend to and to leave early. Handling, I see. Upon hearing this, Mingaming's calm expression brightened. As long as the money isn't short, that's fine. I was just finding the cursed spirit I was carrying in the way. What? Using cursed power to seal the recovery of the cursed body does only by destroying the core stored within the cursed spirit's body can it be reduced to ashes. Then I'll retreat first. If Miss Mingaming gains anything else, just hand it over to the Zen Temple family. The payment will be settled later. Saying this with a light laugh, Nu accelerated and headed straight for the edge of the barrier. Gazing at the departing figure in the faintly. If that sudden the Zen Temple is quite interesting. The moment Nu broke through the barriers, it crashed headfirst into the Kamui space. An endless expanse of darkness. A road that seems to have no end. A faint white light flickered in the distance, standing out starkly against the darkness. Heading straight for the direction of the flashing white light. Short-distance teleportation is fine. It requires taking one step, however. Long-distance teleportation was not possible in the future before the white Zetsu were created. This profound darkness makes it future. So, Zetsu born from it. The white light flashing in the darkness is the location of the White Zetsu High School of Spellcasting. Xia Yaoji only cares about Wuxiao Wu and the future. Xia Yaoji wouldn't have made a move if these two hadn't left the college. But a mere level 4 cursed spirit, feeling a very faint resistance surrounding the white light. The future slightly distanced himself from the world. The ink-black shocks of the violent surge of magical power within it. The tents set up by Xia Yaoji were the source of the resistance. At the same time, just as Baiju was watching the climax of the show, he turned his head to look at the roof of a building. White Zetsu, who had gone up to the slowly returned to the window. Looking down at the battle below, Weilai grinned. The timing is perfect. We can see the show come to an end before we reach the rewards. Especially when he glanced at Xia Yaoji. Besides Maki, the panda and Inumaki sent by Gojo Satoru were all seriously injured and lying on the ground. Tap, 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 and footsteps sound. And the two people in the bodies, its abdominal muscles etched with intricate patterns. Approach, don't be nervous. This is future bros Shikigami and Shika. Maki reminded the two who were on edge. They breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them and the bear fell to the ground with a thud. They lowered their heads one by one, and a faint glow emanated, instantly healing everyone. The moment the treatment was completed, and sank into the ground. The two people and the bear stared at each other for a moment, then quickly went to the window. fears were slightly relieved. I love you the most, you're the most, Yuta. Special grade cursed spirit Rika Kimona has had her curse. Zia Yaoji's face was contorted with rage, and a surge of immense magical power erupted. Super grade imaginary vengeful spirit standing beside him. Incarnation of Tamamonomi have been lifted. It gathers all the spell spirits that Zia Yaoji can control at this moment, as well as the ultimate technique. The ultimate form of the spellcasting technique, Vortex. Like a thick dark cloud rolling at the center of a tornado. A brilliant black light shone brightly. How rude of me. Our love is pure, Igu gently raised his palm. And endless magical power compressed into a colorful ball of light that surged at his fingertips. Zia Yaoji's face was filled with madness, and the nuclear blast deafening. The buildings near the battlefield were utterly destroyed in less than a millisecond. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and surging white waves of air spread upwards in layers. The all-out battle between the two top-tier sorcerers caused even space itself to momentarily become distorted. Haha, she's really strong, Rika Inori. Disheveled Yaoji, his face covered in blood. Next time I'll definitely get my hands on it. Despite the severity of his more than 5 insights are possible. It might even create a new world the next second. Zia Yaoji's smile vanished abruptly. A fearful yet familiar voice rang in his ears. We meet again, Zia Yu. I killed chapter 23. Yes. I never imagined I would. Looking at the future half a meter away, Zia Yaoji slowly sat down leaning against the wall. I didn't expect you to also possess long-distance teleportation techniques. I had Miguel delay Satoru, but I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Yaoji gave a wry smile. It really was a miscalculation. Even Zia Yaoji had no doubt whatsoever about whether the text message Miguel sent was genuine. They believed that the future would be another technique that had never been shown before. If you're so fixated on the cursed spirit of the Yi-Bone, why haven't you come looking for me in the past 10 years? Looking at the black screen of the phones, Wei Bai asked softly, hee. Just as Zia Yaoji was about to speak, a few streaks of the corner of his mouth. Zen Temple. Their door without being fully prepared. So, future frowned since you're wary of the Zen family. Why don't you contact me to go out for exchanges? Aren't you confident you can kill me and seize the cursed spirit in a one-on-one fight? Contact me. Alone's meetings. I really missed a huge opportunity. Zia Yaoji smiled bitterly again. His heart filled with mixed feelings. He didn't doubt that the future was Ling after all. He was about to die. Raising his only remaining left hand from his mouth. Your eyes back then looked exactly like devoured a special grade. Well, I am all too familiar with that greedy. In the future, he crossed his arms and nodded. It seems I really don't have much talent when it comes to acting. That guy Gojo Sato is insane. When he talks about me with other people at the vocation, I always say that the smile on my face is too fake. Looking towards the gradually clearing smoke and dust above the college, a black-screened phone suddenly lit up with a white light. Maki, and it seems like a new Maki has come looking for us. Do you have any last approached, after all. Your body has been a great help to me, that's it. It seems your personality is better than I imagined. Xia Yaoji turned his head to look at the calm-looking Wei Lai and said with a light laugh, "If possible, please don't cause trouble for my family." "I agreed, future," he replied softly, gripping the longsword in his hand. The family that Xia Yaoji mentioned was nothing more than an a group of sorcerers who posed no threat to the future. Insignificant ants have no future to worry about. The sharp blade easily pierced Xiaoyu's heart, and bright red blood seeped from his chest. Seeing the relieved smile on Xiaoyu's face, a complex expression also flashed across Wei Lai's face for a moment. He treats ordinary humans like monkeys, and even kills his own parents who are good to him. They are exceptionally warm and tolerant. To judge the act of the future bro as Maki and Inumaki approached. They saw Natsuyuki's corpse being swallowed into space by Murai's wave of her hand. Future turned around and gave a faint smile. "It's all right. Xiaoyu has already been killed by me." Maki breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's dead. He almost killed us." Yig is still unconscious. Gawan and I are planning to take advantage of the serious injury. The group was unaware of the relationship between Xia Yaoji and Wu Xiaowu. They assumed it was a terrifying fantasy, an attack on a highly skilled and dangerous sorcerer. Those who understand the future will naturally not offer any explanation. Looking at Maki in front of hers, Murai smiled. It seems that Maki has made many good friends since leaving the Murai's face. Maki blushed slightly. "I was just worried. If that dangerous guy escapes, who knows what kind of harm he might cause next time." Dog Curl tilted his head to look at the stubborn Maki, then nodded in affirmation. "Salmon. Let's go see Yagu first." Future smiled and stopped teasing, then followed the two back to the school. The barrier surrounding the college had long was beginning to fall. As the last rays of the sunset faded, a hint of on the smile on Future's face. It seems that Xiaoyu wasn't entirely right. At least the students couldn't see the fake smile on his face. For practice, it's better to interact with the students more. At the edge of the bottomless pit, Yagu suddenly opened his eyes. Maki dog roll panda. Looking at the familiar faces crowding in front of him, Yagu breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, you're all fine." Seeing Yagu awaken, Panda grinned. "Don't worry. The future teacher of class 2 healed us. Hey, future." He fell into a coma. The wounds seemed to have disappeared, and only could he see the future not far away. "You should take care of Rika's problem first." "Oh right, Rika's." Yagu suddenly turned around and looked behind him, where a huge vengeful spirit floated in the air, waiting silently. "You are too worried, you are too worried." Seeing Yuta wake up, usually quiet Rika. "Sorry." Eyes filled with astonishment. Rika's enormous body transformed into countless golden fluorescent lights that the cursed spirit's body dissipated, revealing the appearance of a human girl who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Rika Iku trembled. His eyes. And in that instant, Yagu was covered in tears. Future slowly stepped forward and revealed Yagu's background. Upon hearing this, the panda roared. A descendant of Sugawara no Michizane. A distant relative, real or fake. The two people and the beast stared at Sukoshi, softly comforting him. Looking at this scene up close in the future, his eyes sparkled if it weren't for the subsequent plans. Xia Yaoji wouldn't have had a chance to make a move at all. Power is truly agonizing. Dread looking at the ruins scattered everywhere, and the golden light that had just vanished. Gojo Satoru, who had teleported there, remained silent for a moment. Judging from the before arriving here, Gojo Satoru Satoru had already found the place. Bloodstains. The cursed power there was tainted. And there was one more person present. Master of the Zen Temple, can you tell me what happened? Gojo Satoru looked up into the future. His attribute was swirling white mist. It's nothing serious, is Mr. Gojo worried about his students. Future smiled gently, don't worry. Chapter 24, Fake Smile, Real Smile. The night was bathed in the pure moonlight. Inside, Baiju flipped through an old notebook with a slightly dissatisfied expression. What? You told me to stay away from Gojo Satoru. But you went and provoked him instead. Future leaned back on the sofa. Her expression calm, this is different. Yu is a death row. Seriously injured. Baiju scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. Though he considers himself the strongest, he is still bound by worldly rules and influenced by the opinions of ordinary people. That's really something I just can't understand it. Future took from White Zetsu's hand and said softly, the so-called ordinary people you mentioned are his students. The bond between them is not. He opened his notebook and curled up back on the sofa. Most importantly, Gojo Satoru had already prepared himself for next week's death. If Xiaoyu hadn't betrayed us, even if he destroys the stability of the sorcery world, he won't stop like he did today. Human emotions spoke. He opened his mouth wide and a hideous, crimson caterpillar-like cursed spirit, a magnified version of itself, crawled out of Baiju's mouth. Playing with the cursed spirit in his hand, Baiju smiled and said, putting everything else aside. The next day, Gojo Satoru was slightly taken aback as he looked at the figure walking beside him. Glass, it's rare to see you outside the medical room. Shoko raised her eyes and said in a calm tone, it was just a coincidence. I came to find the future of the Zen Temple. Gojo Satoru frowned. Why are we looking for that guy? We don't actually have feelings for that guy. Prevent toxins. Shoko. When I find a chance to poison your mouth and make you mute, there will probably be many people thanking me. Gojo Satoru pursed his lips. It's fine if you don't like him. Anyway. Glass lit a cigarette, you too, oh Gojo Satoru. Let's go together. I also need to talk to him. Shoko paused, then slowly followed. Is it because of... That seems matter, Gojo Satoru said calmly. Even without that guy I would have done this. It seems that the record from back then has matured quite a bit. Miss Shoko, it's been a long time. Even the doctor's white coat and heavy eyeshadow could hide the dark circles. 10 years ago, the relationship took another step forward. And it has indeed come to fruition. We've evolved from strangers to colleagues. Haven't seen you for a long time. Looking at the smile on Murai's lips, Shoko seemed to understand somewhat what Gojo Satoru meant by a fake smile. It's like content from the textbook, repeating it word for word. It's too formulaic, lacking any sincerity. Glancing at the furnishings in the room, Shoko cut to the chase. Where's that talking person? From the side burst out laughing. Murai's smile froze. He truly hadn't expected Shoko to be so direct. Worry. The body of a cursed spirit is different from that of a sorcerer. The core is intact and can be restored with meditation power. Shoko fiddled with a strand of hair by her ear Shoko not to be tempted by a special being like White Zetsu. Future's lips twitched. I have no problem with that. But if White Zetsu is willing, where is Banju, Ren, and Link? I'll go. I'll probably hang out with Maki and the others. Shoko rolled her eyes at the laughing idiot next to her, then turned and left. Even though he knew White Zetsu was in the school building, that idiot Gojo Satoru didn't say anything. Watching Shoko's departing figure, Murai's face also showed a speechless expression. Can recover through cursed power, but the pain doesn't disappear. Past lives. Pigs can grow fat by eating feed. You cut them piece by piece. Wait for them to grow back, then cut more. And repeat this process until the pigs die of old age. Your expression doesn't seem fake. Gojo Satoru crossed his legs and chuckled. In the future, she took out her phone and sent a notification to Baiju, asking casually, what do you want? That cold expression on your face now is genuine too. Gojo Satoru shrugged and explained why he had come to her door. Fukaguro Mega. The blood the same technique as me. Shouldn't he return to his family? Gojo Satoru's expression turned serious. Name your condition. Give up Fushiguro Megumi's condition. It seems that Mr. Gojo has quite a lot of feelings for that child. Here on his lips. Well, I happen to need Gojo-sensei's help with something. If you can arrange things as you please. Not just with that child. I will also share the Zen family's experience and information on the 10 Shadows technique free of charge. Gojo Satoru. The 10 Shadows technique is a technique that Megumi awakened. To control the 10 Shadow Shikigami with ease even without information about the Zen family. But that intelligence was not entirely worthless. Accelerate Hui's growth and utilize diverse Shikigami combinations in battle. Just like Sukuna possessing Fushiguro Megumi's body. It's not just the difference in magical power that caused the change in Shikigami's physical form. Usage methods, Shikigami form. These are all differences that are the development of teacher Gojo. Domains. As long as my life is guaranteed. Just let me stay in the field for 1 minute. Gojo Satoru leaned forward slightly. His brows furrowed beneath the bandages. The Naibai people made such a big deal out of it. Yet this it's suspicious like a predictable plan. Do you want to learn through my fields? Or do you have other ideas? After a moment's thought, Gojo Satoru nodded, no problem. However, first he asked me to guarantee your safety within the domain. And then he said he had the experience of this. Gojo Satoru, teacher. Having achieved his goal, he completely ignored Gojo Satoru's words and instead responded with a smile. Gojo Satoru's expression remained unchanged, but a strange feeling of unease settled in his heart. That smile was Chapter 25 Domain Expansion. College, the training ground, Maki and Yumaki Panda. White Zetsu, and Atsubone Yuyuta with a slightly melancholy expression. Everyone's look at me. Under the speechless gazes of the others, Baiju ripped open the red cloud black. You can call it a caterpillar's. White Zetsu looked smug as he showed off the reptilian spirit around his waist. White Zetsu, what's wrong with you? Advanced spell magic. All curses will be completely eradicated. Mac, holding a training stick, strode forward and angrily rebuked. You can stay at the high school safely. So Murane must have made a guarantee to the higher levels. You dare to bring other cursed spirits around the college. Are you really looking for deaths? Seeing that Maki was about to strike her relative with a stick, Panda quickly stepped forward to stop her. Yes, White Zetsu, Maki is right. If you continue to act so recklessly, the school administration will not stand idly by. After spending several days together, the panda actually had a good impression of Baiju. The cursed spirit pretentious and fond of humans like other curses. The panda itself is a cursed corpse created by the righteous path of the night moth. If it weren't for Gojo Satoru's interference, not only the pandas themselves, but even the Noxuid moths that created them, it's estimated that it was secretly taken over by college a long time ago. White Zetsu's situation is quite similar, except that the powerful figure back saying Prince Ming. Eki looked left at the angry Maki and right at the grinning White Zetsu, his hands raised in a flustered manner. It's not really appropriate for outsiders to offer advice on household chores. Relax, relax, Tilda. This is the spoils of war that the future kid got after killing Zia Yaoji. Seeing the astonished crowd, Baiju patted the wriggling head of the cursed spirit. This guy's spell power is not even at level 4, let alone hurting peoples. He would easily be trampled to death by a sorcerer if he were placed on the ground. Baiju tilted his head back, his face full of pride. Don't underestimate my little brother just because he's weak. His innate abilities are quite remarkable. The reptilian spirit opened its mouth wide, and White Zetsu reached inside. The guy's stomach is like an alternate dimension, making it quite convenient for storing things. Dangling Tilda, White Zetsu directly took out a nearly 2-meter-long 3-section staff from the mouth of the cursed spirit, which was less than half a meter long. Look, the special grade spell artifact Yaoyun that Zia Yaoji used yesterday. White Zetsu held the 3-section staff in his left hand and nudged the head of the reptile curse spirit with his right. The writhing cursed spirit visibly shrank before being swallowed whole by White Zetsu. Also shrink in size, making it easier for the user to carry. White Zetsu, revealing a serrated brother incredibly awesome. The immense force surging from White Zetsu's left hand, which was just showing off, caused him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. White Zetsu was only level 4 after all. Maki flashed away and he didn't even have time to react. That's right, this weapon is now mine. Completely ignoring the now that the higher-ups know about this, Maki will no longer be worried. Maki, you bandit, watch out or I'll curse you. White Zetsu pushed against the panda's thick arm with all his might. Panda, don't stop me. Justice and family. The panda put its arm around White Zetsu's shoulder. Don't be impulsive, White Zetsu. It's just a cursed tool, you should give it to your niece. Glancing at Maki, who had already begun training Yuuki, his voice and said, the most important thing is that White Zetsu, the others, was completely unaware that his cell phone was buzzing in the pocket of his removed uniform. Future teacher, are you really that afraid of death? Looking at the future before him, it's not enough that I agree. I even need to impose restrictions. It seems that the future teacher is really afraid of getting into trouble in the field. Isn't this better? Future stood up and straightened his I worry that I'll keep bringing up Hui's issues after I get out. Once any violation will result in terrible punishment. Just like the contract that Sukuna and Itadori made in the realm of life in the manga. The agreements reached by both parties must be respected and abided by. Not go against this. And Gojo Satoru. The future is not about being afraid of death. He cannot resist within the territory and endure the damage during this period. There's the added advantage of guaranteed hit rate as a nervous breakdown. That would really be the end of it. As soon as the two were bound together, Gojo Satoru immediately revealed a wicked smile. Just as Gojo Satoru pulled off the bandage on his forehead, Murai twisted and his black pupils of mockery flashed in Gojo Satoru's eyes. Domain expands into boundless emptiness. In an instant, a surge of immense magical power erupted. The black spherical barrier suddenly expanded, enveloping Gojo Satoru and Murai within it. The house turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Just like tofu dregs. The undulating black and white piano keys. The shadow. The burning forest of the stormy rain. An endless stream of fragmented information surged forth like a burst, flooding into the minds of the future and taking root. It's impossible to refuse, impossible to escape. Fragmented information floods into the mind with an extremely forceful and relentless pace. Within the body is immobilized and the pupils tremble. The group of people training on the playground suddenly turned heads. A sudden loud noise followed by a fleeting, terrifying curse. The group, who had just experienced a major battle yesterday, immediately towards the direction where the expression, and she grabbed Yuyuka and rushed out. The pandas quickly follow it, asking Maki, "Can future teacher use his domain?" The panda asked anxiously. Maki and the others had never seen him since they enrolled. But Pandaho had always been by Moth's sight recognized him. It's Gojo Satoru's domain. If Maki's brother doesn't or can't escape it. Maki, who was speeding at full speed, paused. She didn't want to reveal information about her future brother so casually. But looking back at the panda's serious face, Maki paused and said, a strangely shaped ancient tree suddenly appeared in the Zenin family. It seemed to connect heaven and earth. But it disappeared in just a few seconds. The panda nodded. That should be the initial awakening domain of the future teacher, which is why you can see the manifestation within the domain. White Zetsu is quite happy in the fun. I glanced at my phone in my pocket when I had a spare moment. White Zetsu had just run out of the playground gate and everything suddenly went black. Chapter 26. Outside. But inside it is a void that shimmers with a faint white light. Within the domain besides the caster, there are also living beings touched by the caster. All living things imbued with cursed power are unable to move. They were in a state where they could see nothing and feel nothing. Or it could be a bizarre state where you can see and hear everything. An endless stream of chaotic information will forcefully impact the soul and mind. This causes living beings with cursed powers other than Gojo Satoru to freeze in place due to brain overload. Gojo Satoru hovered in the air, in the opposite direction. Seconds had passed since the field was deployed. Gojo Satoru slowly floated forward, examining Murai's heterochromatic pupils with great interest using his 6 eyes, controlling top-tier cursed spirits, teleporting over long distances, possessing an inviolable ethereal technique. All of these techniques were performed when those scarlet pupils lit up. To carefully observe the heterochromatic eyes, which were not recorded even by the high school or the Gojo family. Within this domain 0, 2 seconds is enough to flood the brain of an average person. Even if a sorcerer is protected by magical power, even a top-tier mage like Gojo Satoru doesn't think he can withstand a minute within that domain. According to Gojo Satoru, in order to ensure his future life, he needs to be touched once every 10 seconds. Both parties have signed a contract, under which Gojo Satoru future safety within 1 minute. Therefore, at crucial moments, information. Simply put, it allows the future to catch its breath without dispelling the barrier. Then, the experience continues until the 1-minute time limit expires. In this way, Gojo Satoru unilaterally fulfilled the terms of the contract. As for future ethereal techniques, they are completely ineffective against the guaranteed hit effect of the domain. Just as Gojo Satoru had calculated the timing, a smile appeared on Murai's lips. Satoru was stunned. It really works. A gasp. In the future, they want to emulate Sukuna and directly transfer massive amounts of information to the Jido Mazo. The sudden expansion of the domain caused a delay of a few seconds in the transmission of future thoughts. The Jido Mazo body of the Ten Tails. Divine tree. The significant difference between the demonic statues and the ones that restrain the boundless void is that they lack intelligence and are more like machines that simply obey commands. While possessing endless magical power, one can only act according to one's future thoughts. Simply put, just like even the most skilled hacker can't break into a computer, the internet, and isn't powered on. No matter how much information you put, no matter how complex it is, if the other party is a brainless machine, an idiot without intelligence, the forced infusion of information into the boundless void completely lost its effect. If Gojo Satoru hadn't acted so quickly, catching him off guard, connecting to the divine might space even a second, it would even be those few seconds of just as Gojo Satoru without waiting for Gojo's response, Future once again calmed his mind. After being bombarded with a massive amount of information in the previous few seconds, the brain was still slightly groggy. The purpose of the first layer of detection is the next drowsy mind. He received a tiny portion of the information that would be entirely transferred to the Outer Path demon statue in the future. On looking at the future with its blank stare, Gojo Satoru felt a mix of emotions. What exactly is going on? Has the guaranteed hit effect disappeared? Was it Gojo Satoru to see if the etherealization despair? Gojo Satoru looked at the hand that was activated. His expression puzzled. He could even feel the powerful physique beneath the black robes and the surging blood energy. The guaranteed success effect is still present. So what exactly after this? Snapped the awakened Future. With an impatient expression, slapped away Gojo Satoru's hand. Teacher Gojo, just maintain a good field. The bondage has been established, and Gojo Satoru can no longer be bothered with fake smiles in the future. He's very busy right now, using Fukuro as bait to allow Gojo Satoru to expand his territory. There are 4 future objectives. The first step was to test the feasibility of the Jido Mazo, which was successful. Second, success is imminent. Third, currently unknown force. We have a rough idea now. 5 frowns, a stagnant future. When all 5 of them focused their mental energy on the future. In the dark shadows somewhere, the wheel above Mozyulyuo's head made a crisp sound. What happened? Standing in front of the collapsed hut in the future, looking at the domain barrier floating overhead. Night Moth roared loudly, Maki Pandadog rolled. And Moth and Darkness, who the area within the high school was instantly filled with surging magical immediately rushed over. Noctua is worried that because of Natsuyu, Gojo will kill the Zen temple in the future. Mingaming was worried that if she were killed by Gojo in the future, would her reward still be valid? A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Moth's forehead. Order to Mingmingan Panda. You two prepare to attack as the Moth spoke. It raised its fist in preparation to break through the outer shell of the barrier than to break through the inside of the barrier. However, since the target of the spell was that monster Gojo Satoru, Masamichi was not confident that he could break it together with the others. If the head of the Zenin family were really killed by Gojo Satoru at the high school, things would really get out of hand. Concentrate all your spell power output together. Don't disperse it, Moth let out a loud roar. And just as it raised its hand to throw it suddenly stopped to crack. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed repeatedly as the black sphere conjured by the cursed power dissipated into the air. Maki brother future Moth future teacher. Mingaming head of the Zen temple. Inside the shattered barrier future up until Gojo Satoru stood not far away on the opposite side, stroking his chin deep in thought. Murray, helped up by Maki, smiled slightly on her tired face. I'm fine, don't worry. In order to achieve its subsequent intentions, the future continuously absorbed the residual information within this minute. His current weakness is not feigned, nor is his smile. Second objective, to complete the adaptation of the Demon Void. Chapter 27, The Moth's Fluctuating Mentality. Future teacher. Gojo Satoru dodged a moth that pounced on him from behind. Tilted his head and smiled. I'll leave the rest to you as soon as he finished speaking. His figure vanished from the spot. The moth strode swiftly toward the future, its face showing a mixture of tension and relief. Fortunately, Murai wasn't killed or seriously injured by Gojo Satoru. The tension stems from the fear that a future loss might not be so easily resolved. That guy Gojo isn't quite right in the head, so don't take him to heart. Maki chimed in angrily. Principal Moth, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. With Maki's help, Murai raised her hand and said, the domain expansion was something I asked Gojo Sensei to do. Beforehand, everyone knows about this and that. But it turns out the two of you were the ones who came together. Couldn't you at least find a more open space for this kind of thing? Well, to carry out such a dangerous thing in a college residential area. Not to mention the damage. What if passing students and supervisors living near? Murai's lips twitched and she I suggested going to the playground, but Mr. Gojo refused. No wonder Gojo Satoru said before he left, leave the trouble to me. It turns out that could chant scriptures. 5 points understanding upon hearing this. The moth gritted its teeth and spoke each word with venom. Glancing at the ruins scattered on the ground, Moth stormed a strange light flashing in his eyes. Without mentioning what happened, the head of the Zen family who emerged from within the domain. From being so weak at the beginning that he needed Maki's help to get up, to now waving with a normal expression. The recovery was really fast. Gojo Satoru's domain, apart from other sorcerers, is that one harms the physical body while the other harms the brain. Reversal therapy is simple for healing the body. Then turned and focused on the moth with a carefree air. Even if she discovered something else, she related to money. With the employer safe, the important thing now is to contact Principal Moth and apply for yesterday's battle bonus. Knowing the truth of the matter, Maki's anger subsided. Future brother, didn't you already have this several years ago? The white Zetsu. Maki looked back and saw that Panda Dog rolled. And Bone had all caught up to the white Zetsu, who loves to join in the fun, was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that a passing sorcerer the white Zetsu? The panda cautiously offered this reminder. The vast college wasn't just home to a few sorcerers. In the past, they were either graduates or assistant supervisors who went out to kill. That a few people don't know about White Zetsu. White Zetsu only has a few days left before arriving at the vocational college. And Teiko, dog roll, also showed a hint of worry on his face. Please, Maki-senpui, don't we hurry up and go look for her? Brother Future Ryu, rest here for now. I'll go find that guy by Juve. A look of anxiety. And she quickly led her friends back to the playground they had come to. One by ones. Looking back at the ruins, a soft sigh. I don't know where Maki is referring to. If she knew the truth about White Zetsu, her first reaction would probably be to smash White Zetsu. Previously pale face, signed saddle did not include the restriction of injury. With so much information overload, brain damage is an inevitable problem. Using reversal techniques to heal brain damage is extremely difficult. But it's not entirely impossible. Future shook his head. The success rate of this healing technique, breaking the circuit, should be about 70%. College clinic. Shoko Yeri, who had already completed the preoperative preparations, trembled slightly as she gripped the sharp scalpel in her hand. Shoko's gaze was excited and the naked figure on the operating table. She seemed to have regained the state after learning the inversion technique. Only a special being lying here could bring Shoko pleasure at this moment. The red-robed figure addressed to the black robe had his uniform folded on a chair to the side. Her deathly pale skin was as pale as the ceiling of the infirmary. As long as the core wasn't cut open, White Zetsu shouldn't have any objections after waking up. With a soft murmur, Shoko looked on with suspicion and uncertainty. Black blood. The blood of cursed spirits is mostly purple or red. Black blood and glass are rarely seen on cursed spirits, especially since it flows so slowly and is so viscous. On the contrary, this is more common on the corpses of sorcerers who have been dead for a long time. After a person dies, the blood will accumulate into gravity, and then coagulate and change color and this taste. Shoko frowned and subconsciously held her breath. Incredibly pungent. Even with a mask on, it's still difficult to isolate yourself. Shoko paused, put down her scalpel, and turned to leave. 10 seconds later, Shaka, wearing 5 layers of masks, looked radiant. The information about this was half an hour later. They searched all the public areas but couldn't find Baiju. Found Moth in the school building and got their help. After making some inquiries, they finally heard from a minor character that Shoko had carried White Zetsu into the infirmary. Everyone was shocked and then pushing open the door to the infirmary. The room was filled with a putrid stench. It stinks. The group endured the stench, covered their mouths and noses, and rushed into the operating room. An operating table smeared with black blood. A torso with severed limbs. Yori Shoko sat by the operating table frowning. The scene before them sent chills down everyone's spine. No time to cover his nose. The moth was truly in a bind at this moment. He taught only 3 students in total. From teacher to principal. A corrupted being is preparing to destroy all of humanity. One who is unscrupulous and does whatever he pleases. I thought I could finally feel more at ease with the last one. The panda spent a few days at the school with the white Searlight. And when it came back, it took the moth some of it. White Zetsu appeared and stayed with her for nearly 10 years. As a result, no sooner had Gojo Satoru This is the first time I've cared about a cursed life. When you live long enough, you really do encounter all sorts of things. This is fucking infuriating. Chapter 28, the white Zetsu dismembered into 5 pieces. The family... The moth gritting its teeth felt weary. Sensing that the moth was about to lecture her, Shoko waved her hand, get so angry. I asked about the future beforehand. Moth paused, then asked doubtfully, my future teacher. He agreed, Shoko replied calmly, no. To bite you and ask him. Moth's expression tightened, so white... Shoko hesitated for a moment. I guess he should agree. Slightly. If it weren't for the fact that she had helped Maki with her treatment countless times after entering the high school, she wouldn't have been able to achieve her goal. If White Zetsu's body hadn't yet turned to ashes, Maki would have already started cursing. To explain what it means to mean should agree. Nocturnal Moth asked Wu Tiao was not found. He was seething with anger and had no about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. Turning her head to avoid Moth's angry gaze, Shoko felt a little guilty when I got to the playground. White Zetsu was already unconscious on the ground. I asked him before the surgery started. Shoko took a light drag. Her gaze drifting as she said, since I was wrong. I guess that counts as tacit agreement, Shoko you. Moth Masamichi rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to deliver a loving punch. Seeing this, the panda quickly supported the moth from behind seeing. Principalates already students are still watching. Let's notify our future first. When I was a teacher, I was busy cleaning up after now they're even school principals still wiping. The moth broke free from the panda's embrace and fiercely scratched at the eye of the glass. Then took out its food and made it fall. Shoko's gaze swept over Maki and the others. A male figure on the operating table. The cigarette smoke curled between her fingers. And at this moment, Shoko's gaze was very heavy. Principal Nocturne Miss Glass. As she entered the infirmary, Waylai greeted everyone. She waved her hand and said, I know it's okay. Looking at the somewhat apprehensive moth, Murray smiled and said, Principal, please don't mind. Just think of it as the anesthesia Miss Shoko received before her surgery. Miss Shoko's wish was fulfilled, and the white Zetsu didn't feel any pain. Which is good. Moth stepped forward and patted Future on the shoulder. Her expression moved, Future teacher. You are so... Future nodded with a gentle smile. Then stepped to the operating table. Seeing that white Zetsu had been torn into 5 pieces, he didn't say much and directly put his broken body into the Kamui space. Principal Moth, I need to request a leave of absence for a while. Please grant me your permission. As a teacher in a vocational college, my teaching role will not only involve teaching students. He also needs to complete the task of temple to rest and recuperate. I will explain the situation to the higher-ups. Having spent nearly a minute in the domain of the 5 elements, the moth that didn't collapse from exhaustion felt incredibly promising for the future. Furthermore, with White Zetsu also severely injured, the moth had no reason to refuse. Well then, Principal Nocturne. Miss Shoko, I'll tell you live now. And as for the White Zetsu, you don't need to worry about it. Future nodded kindly to everyone, then turned and left. With his back to everyone, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. Shoko stared intently at the future figure. Her brows furrowed. Night the Zen collapsed one after another. Has been expanded and renovated several times. Several years ago, the 3 underground levels of the Kiku were already comparable in size to the surface mansion. But the secrets hidden in the last 2 underground levels. Even Chief Bingja, the former head of the Zenin family, Naibi was unaware of this. The first layer of the Forbidden Storehouse contains all the spell tools of this captured spell spirits after they have been captured. The remaining 2 floors. The only Zen Master who can still enter and exit the last 2 floors is Zen Master Shu, who was in charge of investigating the Curse Master back then. The fact that Zenin Hisashi, whose left arm was crippled by Murai in the conference room, is still alive today proves that the mission was a success. The Naibai looked at the boy beside him with a complicated expression. Over the past decade, the number of sorcerers who have died in the Zenin family has consistently ranked first among the 3 founding families. An overwhelming first place. Some died from the heavy burden of their missions, while others perished from the punishment by the boys. The He was just worried, and they worry about how many members of the Zenin family will be left after they reach the pinnacle of the sorcery world. The 2 walked to the entrance of the underground vault, where a layer of pitch-black barrier enveloped the entire entrance. The black pupils of the future instantly transformed into the shape of a kaleidoscope, flashed by in an instant. Also felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. A door-shaped passage opened up inside the black barrier. At the other end of the passage lay Zenji Hisashi. On the right the future in different expression, his scarlet eyes scanning everything. That cold gaze seemed to pierce through the thick rock walls and the underground entrance covered by cursed power. Everything seemed to have nowhere to hide. The first floor where the spell tools Murai deliver the experience to Gojo Satoru. Take another 60 million in cash and hand it over to Mingaming of the college in person. Oh yes, they handed over the Zen family's most prized possession to the rival. Zenji Shu agreed to such an outrageous order without hesitation. After retrieving the information on the 10 Shadow technique from the Spell Tool storehouse, Zenji Hisashi turned and left the barrier. This execution speed is not an exception. Those sorcerers who still live in Zen temples today have long since become the shape of the future. Old man, come with me from now on. You will be in charge of the work on the 2nd basement level. She walked to the entrance of the 2nd basement level and knocked on the black barrier covering the door. Within the Forbidden Treasury, each layer of the underground capabilities are not very strong. It serves more as an early warning system in the entire world of sorcery. Not to mention the Zen family. And what the future will remember is only the brain's glitter. The tangible result of its own actions, high tilde is here. The spirits arrived soon. A rather marks under each eye. Guards bring the curse master Shigemitsu Haruda. Chapter 29, Cursed Spirit Held a Full Moon Hangs High. The Vocational College. The little house of the monk. The burning candlelight crackled and hissed. A glow dispelling the darkness of the room. Sitting amidst a pile of dolls, the moth was knitting with a serious expression. Glanced at the time on her watch. You should have notified that scum an hour earlier, moth. Mending the doll without looking up. I gave you half an hour's notice. It can only be said that his habit of being late is getting worse and worse. Glass late stage beyond cure, squeak. Just as the two were teasing. Bathed in moonlight, sorry. Expect someone as busy as you to be here, Shoko. But with his hands in his pockets and an arrogant attitude, he showed absolutely no remorse. Too slow, Gosho. Moth put down her needlework and said, construction of the residential house. Gojo Satoru waved his hand casually, same as always. Just deduct it from my salary. Before the moth could lash out, Gojo Satoru turned to Shoko and asked, did something happen that made Yao such a busy person? Stay behind and wait for me. Principal Moth has already told me about your analysis of white sensor. Your analysis is correct. Perhaps it shouldn't be described as a cursed spirit. Just like you said, he's more like a walking corpse wrapped in cursed power. Dissection. Gojo Satoru frowned. Recounting what had happened after Gojo Satoru left during the day. A hint of surprise flashing across his face, I checked with my 6 eyes. And that white thing isn't a puppet being controlled by magic. And it even has the ability to communicate. Could it be some kind of new besides cursed spirits, are there ghosts and monsters in this world? Resurrection, what nonsense are you talking about? The moth cried out in confused. If even ghosts and monsters started. The moth looked at Glass, who was deep in thought, and asked in surprise, I don't think what Wu Tio said is necessarily wrong. At this moment, not only Yamo, but even Gojo Satoru showed a hint of surprise on his face. Shoko took a drag on her cigarette. Her tone was when you arrived today. That cursed spirit is already dead. What? Moth's expression changed drastically. Her sunglasses off. He's already dead. Do you even know what you're saying? The moth widened its eyes and asked loudly. Once the cursed spirit is already dead, this kind of common sense has never been used thousands of years ago. No matter how powerful the cursed spirit is, it cannot escape its fate, mob. Shoku, are you sure you're not mistaken? Gojo Satoru opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Shoko's face instantly darkened. Who do you think you're talking to? On matters concerning the medical field. The doubts on their faces were a blatant insult to Shoko. Moth quickly concealed the shock on her face and said, Satoru and I didn't mean that. It's just that... Shoko waved her hand. I didn't say anything in the medical room during the day because I didn't want the students, especially Makido, hear it with just the first incision. I was basically certain of what that thing was. After that, I made a very small incision in its brain and heart area. Even a level 1 cursed spirit has absolutely no. Besides, that guy is at most only level 3. Moth picked up her before leaving was correct. Shoko Kyoko exhaled a puff of smoke and murmured softly, "Who knows? The Zen temple residence has a 2-story underground storeroom." Naibai looked at the terrified curse master before him, but remained calm. This guy is usually at the entrance to the second level of the area, where he's responsible for receiving the cursed spirits they capture. Despite his seemingly simple and petite appearance, who preys on the weak and fears the strong. If there are seriously injured or weak sorcerers in the escort, see the future. Future head of the family, what brings you here today? Haruta Shijimi hurriedly placed the sharp blade he had prepared for a sneak attack behind his back. His face forced into a stiff smile. No wonder I heard magpies chirping in the cave before I came out. Couldn't help but burst out laughing. The sorcerers of the Zen monastery dare not enter the underground without orders. So how could the people inside dare to come out? Could it be that a magpie dug a hole and flew out from underground? I could even hear magpies calling. It was pretty clumsy. Chuntai lowered his head highs hidden, fiercely over the annoying old man before cautiously looking at Murai. Having been imprisoned for several years, Haruta really doesn't want to experience the consequences of offending the future again. Future glanced at Haruta with her crimson eyes, then strode forward, Yahoo tilde who tilde who tilde. Chirp tilde chirp tilde chirp tilde. After passing through a dimly lit tunnel, the mentioned came into view. From which a dim yellow light fell from inside. As they stepped into the cave, the sight that pierced their eyes sent chills down the spines of the Nagato people. Hundreds and thousands of the remains of cursed spirits, ranging from level 1 to level 4. The cave by aside from the head hearts, more areas of the spell's power. The bodies of countless cursed spirits were all bound by iron chains imbued with cursed power. His body was covered with a dense network of knife marks of varying depths and crisscrossing patterns. Thick, purple the bathtub. Feeling for the first time on behalf of the cursed spirit. Haruta, just continue with your work. She practiced a genuine smile and gave the instructions softly. Yes, I'll go right away. Seeing the upturned corners of Murai's mouth, Shinimitsu Haruta charged forward with his sword and horn. Haruta, patting his trembling legs and sweating profusely, ran wildly toward the cursed spirit, the devil's smile. Chuntai vaguely remembered the devil's smile. They usually choke him, crush his leg, and break his fingers. Haruta didn't dare to delay for a moment and began to chop at the cursed spirit's body. Crashed the gushing purple, mixed with large pieces of flesh. Crashed into the bathhouse. The Naibai people then understood the strange noises they had heard at the door earlier. It turned out to be the screams and cries of pain from these weak cursed spirits. The cursed spirits encountered outside were all violent and more laced with intense malice. Here it is. Hell exclusively for cursed spirits. Chapter 30 Bathhouse Ceremony. Boom, without warning. Thin, withered branches pierced deep into the bathhouse in front of them. Crash not long after. Deep purple ripples spread across the blood-red surface as a corpse pierced by a thin twig slowly rose into the air and was dragged in front of the three. As Wei Lai raised his eyes to examine the corpse before him, a faint magical power, emitting a faint white light. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under the incredulous gaze of the Jibai people, there was a faint trace of a heartbeat on the corpse before them. Plop plop, the heartbeat went from weak to strong, and the bloated corpse's skin. White, just like White Zetsu, are you awake? The future asks softly, and a set of red clouds under the corpse, the shadows beneath its feet shifting. I'm talking about the future kid. The corpse slowly rose, revealing an angry expression to Wei Lan. What the hell are you doing? I was just about to go to the theater. How did I suddenly faint? The naked White Zetsu picked up his clothes from the ground and put them on while saying, I finally got used to it for a while. And you just ruined it all after getting dressed. Baiju patted his head and asked, by the way, what exactly did you put on the divine tree? I still feel a little dizzy. After confirming that White Zetsu was unharmed and receiving no response, he then used his Sharingan to check the surrounding barrier for any signs of intrusion. In White Zetsu's view, not answering questions would probably be a sign of guilt. It really was you who did this. Baiju gritted his teeth. His mind was still stuck on the time he was bragging to Maki on the playground. And then he saw smoke and dust rising from the future high school residence. Just as I was about to go see what was going on, a flood of jumbled information rushed into my mind. And then everything went black. Future pursed her lips and fell silent again. Blame Gojo Satoru. That guy didn't give him any time to notify him. Within the boundless void, when he transferred all the information to the divine tree, he knew that White Zetsu was going to suffer after all. The White Zetsu's soul were originally generated by the with White Zetsu in the future. Because he always has control over the Jido Mazo. This means that the life or death of White Zetsu is always a matter of a single thought in the future. I'll cut ignoring the future. Baiju turned to examine his surroundings. Hey Blondie, you've got some work to do, Haruka. Didn't stop. Hearing the sound. White Zetsu boss, it's been a long time. Surprised by what was happening. It wasn't the first time he'd seen something like this. Turning his head to look at the dumbfounded Neobai, White I didn't know this. You've been staring ever since I got naked. You were taken aback by my captivating figure. White Zetsu stretched out his brand new body and performed a series of erotic fitness moves for the Neobai people. These are the moves I painstakingly learned from art. The shock was silent. His lips twitching. The so-called RBTV is a pay-TV channel in Japan that airs late at night. Watching the White Zetsu perform their workout moves, it seems this strange curse of movies about human reproduction on television. All right, White Zetsu. With a soft call, she asked, how's it going on number 1? Have you been affected by this? Baiju stopped his Don't worry, everything is normal, as he spoke. White Zetsu of the bathhouse. Smacking his lips, the place you've set up is really quite nice. The soul inside the body has been completely driven away, and I feel much more comfortable taking over than before. Future nodded, drifting into the depths of the bathhouse. Crimson eyes pierced through the thick ripples. Besides countless fragments of the cursed spirits' bodies. As well as the corpses of non-sorcerers who had specifically trained their bodies. Approximately 100. Of course, the so-called non-magicians are not ordinary humans from the outside world. Some were members of the Zen Temple's hut-fearing team, while others were outliers among the curse masters. The future bound to the black market. Gazing at the hell before him, A faint smile unconsciously crept onto the corners of his lips. The construction of this bathhouse is truly thanks to rhyme from the original manga. The setup process is such detail. The bathhouse before us is the bathing of Ryomen Sukuna after he seized Fushiguro Megumi. To be precise, it should be called a demon-making ritual. Causing it to forever sink into evolved. The number of white Zetsu born was not infinite. His physical body cannot be created out of thin air using magical power. Human corpses are the best medium for white Zetsu to experience the world. Originally in order to enhance the strength of white Zetsu, the level 1 caster. As a result, white Zetsu's consciousness became entangled with the remaining soul in the body, making it impossible to control it at will. Occasionally, short circuits may occur. Thus, the hell before our eyes was born. And a faint murderous intent. Originally, Jujutsu Haruta was captured by Zenin Hisashi, and Murai initially intended to kill him. Looking back, this guy seems quite suitable and efficient at this task. With the help of the Curse Master, who liked clothes hangers pleading for them, they will be temporarily put to good use in the future. Where's that HDB 10 guy? Murai turned her head to the and asked softly, the future head of the family. Should I go and have it tanned? Chuntai bowed his head respectfully. You can continue with your work, I'll go take a look myself. After finishing speaking, Murai then turned and walked in the opposite direction from the bathhouse and wiped the cold sweat from his face when the future silhouette was completely shrouded in darkness. Another peaceful day, Lucky, as he spoke. Haruta turned to look at the group of bound spirits. I still prefer being with you little cuties. Half of his face was spirit. Enjoyment on his face. The next second, a silver blade flashed in the darkness. Bright purple blood burst forth along with Haruta's suppressed laughter. Chapter 30. Hearing the suppressed laughter coming from behind him, Baiju sighed softly. Hey kids, when are you going to send that blondie away? Hell, a hint of surprise appeared on Wei Lai's face. Could it be that you want to help avenge the cursed spirit after seeing it suffer? Cut with his hands behind his head. He strode with an arrogant air. Seemingly unapproachable and said disdainfully, although we're all the same kind, how can creatures be compared to me? Sensing the level of curse power emanating from white Zetsu, Naibi, who was walking at the back, twitched to the corner of his mouth. Are you serious? White Zetsu licked his long scarf, a glint of greed in his eyes. Don't you think that kid's technique is interesting? A miracle spell, that sounds pretty cool. White Zetsu gazed intently into the future. Let's not talk about 95. Give me Haruta moment, future nodded. Seeing Baizetsu's overjoyed expression, Murai added, but we'll have to wait a while. The sorcerers at the Zen temple are all busy with their own tasks right now. If you don't want to stay here and keep attacking the cursed spirits, then you should refrain from making any... Tilda Baiju grumbled discontentedly. You brought this old man down with you. Why don't you just let him take over the job, Naibi? In the future, responded softly, he has other tasks to do. Listening to the conversation between the person and the spirit, the Naibi's gaze toward the white Zetsu gradually into deep solemnity. What does it mean to have an interesting technique? Naibi had a horrifying thought pop into his head upon hearing this. The corpse this guy is occupying doesn't seem to be just a rebirth. We passed through a long, dark tunnel. The howls of the cursed spirits behind them had faded into silence. Instead, a series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds filled the air. The darkness in the distance was illuminated by dim candlelight, and a straight, the lamplight. The three walked slowly forward, and the Neabai people remained silent once again. The model, which was extremely bizarre. The two wooden doors on the left and right sides of the passage were slightly ajar. The mannequin and clothes rack were leaning against the left door, and the metallic clanging also came from inside the left door. Without batting, an ice pushed open the door. Instantly. Haruda, how many times have I told you? Don't bother me while I'm working, or I might actually chop you into a clothes hanger and hang you up. The bald sorcerer with his back to the three people was half naked and only wearing a gray apron. The iron hammer in his hand was on the table, and sporadic sparks flew out. With a casual tools on the forging table, Murai spoke softly Tannery. A familiar yet terrifying sound came from inside. The blacksmith paused in his forging motion in the HDB flat and quickly looked back. Master of the Zen temple, it's almost done. Give the younger one another 7 days. I will definitely finish when Tanzaku turned around. Neabai the sorcerer in front of him. And 2 bones are printed on top that made the fear in Tanzo's eyes even clearer. The Neabai people were used to it judging from their eyes. This guy had only been captured by the future for about 2 years. Like the sorcerers of Zen temples, 10 years. The body trembled momentarily, but the Future's crimson eyes swept across the room. And he said softly, I will come again in 7 days. You know the consequences if you don't complete it or achieve the desired effect. Master, don't worry. When it comes to crafting magical artifacts, confidence in hanger. Identical uniform that was faintly taking shape on the forging table. And he is the cursed artifact I asked you to make ready yet. A blacksmith is often referred to as an Iron Man. White Zetsu initially intended to take the ball, but then he thought about what the future kids said. So he gave Tanzao a new nickname. Those 2 little gadgets were already done a long time ago. As he spoke, Tanzao turned around and pulled out 2 custom-made magical tools from behind the forging table. 1-meter long sharp machete and proudly introduced it, a cursed tool. Dragon bone, its sharpness goes without saying, and the blade automatically stores the force it withstands. According to the user's intention, this power can be unleashed from the back of the blade at any time, greatly enhancing the power of the next strike. Tanzao placed the keel on the forging table and then pulled out a pink revolver with his right hand. Gently stroking it in Tanzo's eyes, cursed weapon. Crimson Lotus. You need to store up your spell power in advance. When you fire it, the spell power will turn into a lotus-shaped bullet and shoot towards the target. I specially modified the muzzle so that the bullets have a wider damage area and are more explosive. The gun body is large enough to hold the combined spell power of more than 5 first-level sorcerers. The tanning process explained the performance. Not bad, Baiju grinned and laughed with satisfaction. Iron Man, your skills are really good. Baiju snatched the pink revolver from Tanzaku's hand and touched it from left to right. This color was a strong requirement from the White Zetsu before the project was completed. For girls, the coolest color. A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of the Naga people behind him. The moment Neabai saw these It wasn't that he envied who owned the cursed artifact. He was just thinking, if this kid always treats Zen practitioners this way in the future, that would be wonderful. Thinking of this, Naoki cursed the Zenin man who had been dead for over 10 years for the umpteenth time in his heart. Degree, and immediately performed a sword-swallowing technique for the three of them. White Zetsu raised a meter-long cleaver and shoved it into his mouth. Only after the hilt of the sword had completely disappeared did White Zetsu wipe the blood that had accidentally been cut from the corner of his mouth and raise an eyebrow at the others. The three of them twitched their lips, utterly speechless. Everyone could clearly see the cursed spirit with its mouth wide open. More speechless. The body that was just given to this idiot was cut twice by the his mouth. Her face was already quite pale. And then she stretched her big mouth out like that. It looks exactly like a clown with makeup on. All right, I'll leave the enchanting to you. Baiju smiled as he tossed the pink revolver to the future. He didn't reach out to take it, pink didn't suit him. A withered branch flashed past my shoulder, and the power of the curse surged forth in about a second. This crimson lotus, capable of storing the magical power of 5 level 1 mages. The energy storage. Chapter 32, only the weak are bound. So, is my job to supervise the curse masters on the second basement level? The Nakabi asked a question. In the future, she responded softly, just in case. I have to go back to the college after I finish my business. If something happens here, Zen Master Shu might not be able to handle it alone. Upon hearing this, the Jibai person frowned and asked, then how do we deal with those two curse masters? But not only were they not dead, their body parts were the Jibai people were somewhat unsure how to deal with the disturbances. It's just a simple tantrum, a beating will do the trick. A faint flashed in Wei Lai's eyes, except for the sorcerer in the room opposite the table. For the rest, Baiju added with a smile, old man. Don't break that blonde kid's body, Naobai nodded. A hint of curiosity rising in his heart about the sorcerer who used the cursed implement. What about me? Can I still... On the way, Murai had already told the story of what happened after White Zetsu fell into a coma. You can go to school as usual. I'll have someone send the magic tools from the tanning workshop over without a care in the future. A look of surprise flashed across by Zetsu's face. Didn't you say that Shoko and the others had already discovered the problem with the corpse? If Ian Old Man stole back home perfectly... A certain degree of surveillance is unavoidable. But they will... At least until we have evidence that you have harmed humans. You don't need to worry about your safety at the college. Baiju looked doubtful. Is that so, uncle? I feel that the attitude of the college towards cursed spirits is as friendly as himself. Teacher glanced at White Zetsu expressionlessly. An ant is always just an ant. But even ants that can open their mouths and speak. As long as you make them, you're harmless. Chunabiu Middle School Syndrome person. A mere with this level of strength, the higher-ups won't rashly turn against us. The Naobai person standing nearby agreed, saying, Murai is right, given the current situation. Even a panda created by the night with the power of the Lord's is more attractive than you. And right now standing behind you is Zenin, one of the 3 great families. Baiju nodded thoughtfully. What about the condition of the corpse? Should I tell them if they ask? Just say that the sorcerer from the Zen family who died from overtraining. Implied legal grounds for corpses. We can have as many of those as we want, ultimately. It doesn't matter whether it's a vocation. The so-called laws and rules can only go back to the college with you tomorrow. Baiju grinned and said, "Future support. You can go to the vocational college with Sashi tomorrow. I'll stay here for now." Baiju was taken aback and was about to ask, meeting the ever-open crimson eyes of the future. Remember something. And grinned, remembering of crimson blood seeping from the corners of his mouth that had been by the blade. Early the next morning, Zenji Shu led Hakuju to the high school after all. A level 4 cursed spirit without an escort might die in luggage and a large amount of floor. On this very day, the Zen family dispatched almost all of its sorcerers to other regions to carry out the mission of capturing cursed spirits. At the entrance to the first floor of the Jiku building is a pavilion that was renovated and built by the Zen family last night. 2 cups of hot tea sat on the stone table, alongside a large stack of intelligence documents. The stone benches were directly. Even more incongruous is a coffin placed upright behind the future. A coffin containing a corpse. Future took a sip of her hot tea and muttered to herself, "I suppose you wouldn't mind if I used your body to fish." The future target has always been Zayu, but it will only be Zayu's corpse otherwise. They wouldn't have waited for Maki and Yudami to appear before making that move. They have left behind any obvious remnants of and that person must have received information by now. The entrance to the vocational college, Maki. Inumaki Atsukon the panda walk side by side. The 3 people and 1 beast appearing somewhere. The various stench from the infirmary, the dismembered body parts. Ashoko didn't say anything, but everyone was aware of her presence. The panda received a special order from its father, the moth. Last night, Mina Kaneshiwa. A familiar voice was behind them, looking back. Smile, it's still so infuriating. Maki was the first to regain her senses. Ignoring the one-armed sorcerers, stepping forward, Maki punched White Zetsu directly in the chest. Bai Zetsu stumbled, and just as he was about to unleash his furious tyrant, he heard Maki's slight. White Zetsu flashed a stick, lifting half of his black robe to reveal his pale muscles. "Uncle, I'm perfectly fine, don't worry." Upon hearing this, Higu and the others, who were about to step forward, sure enough, accompanied by a roar, White Zetsu's body was suddenly kicked several meters high. Gojo Satoru moth glass in the dark. The 4 people who had received advance notice stood in the corridor watching the students playing around below, each with their own thoughts. Gojo Satoru parted the people scrutinizing him more closely than before. "It's really interesting." Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. If it weren't for 6 eyes, it would really be hard to tell the difference. Their magical powers are exactly the same, and their bodies are infinitely similar. His height has increased 7 centimeters compared to yesterday, and his left shoulder has sagged more prominent compared to yesterday. Without special methods, ordinary sorcerers really can't distinguish these subtle differences. Shako, hands in her pockets, looked coldly at the White Zetsu below, so this is yet another new corpse. Mingaming paid no attention to the conversation of people around her. Her gaze remained fixed on the box the one-armed sorcerer was carrying. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Bonuses. This is the question that's been on my mind all along. Chapter 33 brings then entered a password to open it. A thick sealed document bag sits atop a pile of cash. Zenji Hisashi picked up the document and handed it to Gojo Satoru, saying calmly, "This is the complete experience of the 10 Shadows method. Masters. Gojo can examine it." Gojo Satoru casually took it and began flipping through it in front of the others without any hesitation. The Zen family's top-secret information was handed over to a rival family just like that. Is this really good? Satoru looked at the one-armed sorcerer opposite him with a mocking gaze. The bandage. Gojo Satoru stared intently at Zenji Tomiyuki's level 1 mate. And that guy still treats you like this. Are you really not dissatisfied at all? In front of Yagami and the others, Gojo Satoru openly stirred up trouble between Murai and the one-armed sorcerer. Or perhaps it shouldn't be called instigation, but rather revealing the bloody reality. I guess my own family. No night for you to worry. The head of the family treats his subordinates very well. Zenji Shu calmly uttered words that went against his conscience. Wu Tiao was speechless, that expressionless calm. He was starting to realize the way the family would manage. Miss Mingaming, this is the reward for the last. Any extra can be considered a bonus, in addition. The Patriarch requests that you keep the details of the entrusted task confidential to the outside world as much as possible. Of course, Mingaming took the briefcase from Zenji and smiled. Zen and Shu turned and counting the banknotes in the box. As expected of the head of the Zen temple. Generous, Mingaming murmured with a smile. Miss Mingaming, are you on the side of the Zen temple? Gojo Satoru tilted his head and asked with a smile. Choosing sides, Mingaming neatly stacked the cards. Her red lips parting slightly, don't make a mistake. Teacher Wu Xiao, where the money is, that's where I am. Things that can't be exchanged for money have no meaning to me. The words fall, Mingming carrying a suitcase. Smoothed her silver ponytail and left it. 3 days have passed since I left the vocational college. At this time, only some students on the outskirts of the Zen monastery's residence still had lights on. Inside the core area, only the dim yellow candlelight flickers in the pavilion. 3 days after dispelling the Zen temple's sorcerers, Future's eyes remained in the shape of kaleidoscopes. This is to ensure that no one can see. His vigorous attitude gave the millennial-old mastermind ample respect. Tap tap. The footsteps that came from the shadows gradually grew louder. Looking up and following the sound, the figure gradually became clear, a tall, slender human woman with short hair and dressed in black. She has a fair oval face and a pair of smiling eyes, however. The sinister look in her eyes and the stitches on her smooth forehead made the woman appear somewhat eerie. A woman with a gentle and sat down on the sofa prepared opposite her. In the future Rias, he picked up the teapot. A faint magical power emanated from his fingertips. After a while, the tea, which had long since cooled, began to steam again in the future. She picked up a cup of hot tea, her expression calm. Likewise, Kenrin Kamo's name is widely known. Kamo Noriyuki, head of the one of the three. The sorcerer who researches the fusion of cursed spirits and humans is known as the Stain on the Kamo family. He is known as the most evil sorcerer. A look of surprise flashed across the woman's face, but she quickly concealed it. Picking up the teacup in front of her, the woman squinted and replied, "The past few years. I'm really curious. Where did the head of the Zen family hear this secret? And how did you figure out my past identity?" The woman's physical body is named Itadori Kaori, and she is the biological mother of Itadori Yuuji, the protagonist of the Cursed series. The sorcerer currently possessing Kaori's body is named Ao. He is an evil sorcerer who has lived for thousands of years. A significant identity of his over the past millennium. As he sipped his hot tea, he pondered which prepared response he should use. A moment of silence. The future is still preparing to speak. And the feast is about to begin, suffering with flesh. Hearing the sound of the sword, I realized that the foolishness was gone. Looking at the composed future across from him, the text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly due to OCR errors. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete source. It doesn't form coherent sentences. A direct translation. Have you emerged as a ghost? Early Meiji period, or 1,000 years ago. The tannin chlorine carboxyl gap is contradictory, and the benzene song is stupid and blown by the antagonist. The antagonist flashes the giant pine tree. The antagonist is resistant to the antagonist, after all. In the text appears to be a jumble of characters, possibly from different sources, and doesn't a direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. In addition, there are various highly targeted just like your kid like him couldn't possibly do that. Only the possession of flesh can explain this. Oh. Future smiled with surprise. You're quite clever. I never imagined the future would bring me to this point. The prepared is valid. The identity was conjured up without any 1,000 years ago. Recognized it at a glance. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Over the millennia, born and awakened, as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are one or two sorcerers who, like themselves, have lived for 1,000 years and possess the ability to possess another's body. Leaving behind a legacy of countless treasures. The aura of a cursed object from the future. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. But revealing his true form also confirms his future status as a being to be possessed. While thinking of this, the text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and sources. It doesn't form coherent sentences or paragraphs. A direct translation isn't meaningful clarification. The news received by the college was that Xia Yaoji died at the hands of the Zen Temple Future. Sneaking into the Zen Temple 2 days in advance, the barrier of the Forbidden Storehouse was located at the located those blood. Liao Zio Feng Kongzai Chunchu Mo Zhenli. 1,000 years ago, it was the golden age of sorcerers. Both are ancient monsters from 1,000 years ago. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Curiosity about the 34 asking for a price. Spirit manipulation technique. No wonder you've set your sights on this excellent body. Put down the teacup in the future. He slowly got up and placed one hand on the coffin lid. Before the appearance of the bones, there were only 3 top-level. After Apase laughed and said, "Oh right, maybe we should add me to the list too." But the easiest is Xia Yaoji. Looking at the immortal Liang, I felt a surge of emotion. I was filled with awe and wonder. You really don't take non-magician monkeys seriously. Lived for thousands of years, using the remnants of cursed power to judge the surveillance personnel. You'd better change this habit, or you might suffer a great loss someday. After thousands of years of development, the monkey's technological capabilities should not be underestimated. No wonders. The text appears to be a jumbled mess of characters and symbols, possibly a corrupted or garbled message. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. With the disguised surveillance equipment, it is indeed difficult to detect. Will the body... Seeing that there was no room for rebuttal in the future. Unrelated anecdote. A frozen phoenix-like creature. Earnestly unclear meanings. A tired, weary, unclear meanings. A broken, rotten, unclear meanings. During the time she transformed that I felt back, then, must have come from the armed group of non-magic masters from the Zen temple. No wonder this person would use Yaoji to set up such a trap. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Boomsticks in the air, leaving only specks of wood dust floating around the sofa in front of us. The enormous, bottomless the earth continued to tremble, pebbles bounced underfoot. Muffled thuds echoed from the bottom of the pit, and the sound of the dense magical containing immense gravity as it moves. There are 2 layers of barriers separating them. A deafening roar from the outside world, and a completely unfamiliar piercing curse. Looking at the sand and rocks that had been shaken down on the second basement level, Naobai and Zen and Hisashi exchanged a silent glance. Suddenly stopped swinging the hammer he was holding, while slashing at the cursed spirit. Haruta accidentally destroyed the core of the cursed spirit in front of him, and then turned into ashes, squeaked. The tanning workshop slowly opened a crack. I really don't take non-magicians seriously. He stood up and looked down at the crater at his feet, then murmured, especially someone like you, a top-tier expert. How could I possibly go to their door to verify something when I know nothing about it? Well, information from the Kamo family. The future of the Zen temple. A genius sorcerer who first rated as special grade by the vocational high school. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. 10 shadow spell spatial techniques. Unknown superior cursed spirits. There is no such thing as a perfect technique. It must have its weaknesses, only varying. Future revealed. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly Adagio, night parade of 100 demons in Shinjuku. What he saw with his own eyes. He stomped on the high-altitude Shikigami, his upper body ignoring the strong winds, but his trouser legs rippled noticeably. The ability to become invisible, physical attack. The drawback is that the procedure does not cover the entire body 24 hours a day. While walking while moving, including when I picked up my teacup earlier. These are all moments when the opening is weak. As long as you seize the opportunity to launch an attack, the intangibility will naturally be broken. The this team is evident in the rich and delicious wine. Regarding future goals and text, likely due to an incomplete sentence or a formatting error. Once you're dead, you've lost your purpose. The previous gravity spell, coupled with the all-out surge of black tide. Even a top-grade one would be taken heavily. Except Goku's Satoru. It should just be a puddle of minced meat left. And the thorns are pierced. The male Theta is swimming in the a terrifying magical force like a volcanic eruption. Shot straight into the sky. Countless withered branches and sharp blades shot out like a sky full of stars. Boom, boom, the material was pulled by the sacrum. And the waves were pulled by the vinegar was pulled the throne. Built of withered branches, slowly rose from the collapsed area before them. In the future, propped his head up with one hand. His eyes gleaming with crimson light. Since we're already planning to change bodies anyway, getting a little injured now shouldn't be like a little surface outwards from the invisible space. At this moment, Liao Yicheng, wait, greatly alarmed. He hastened trembling with fear. The lower body, including the legs, meridian bones, and even blood-emitted cries of agony. Boom, the legs. Blasted into blood and powder scattered through the air. Without he was crippled and staggered. It was as if a disgraced official was sentenced to death by the king in the palace. And in the future, Ref would bow his head and look down. His face contorted in fear. You really shouldn't be underestimated now. I might have been tricked by you. Can't we just talk things out? This was originally a big gift prepared for me. Why make such a fuss? He sounded regretful and shook his head repeatedly. It seemed as if they were feeling sorry for Giant Maui. Not everyone who can reverse techniques is a master. But the big boss will definitely reverse the strategy. The candlelight reflected the dice and the dice remained, connected by slivers of bloody skin, and were visibly reconstructed and restored, with no clothes to cover them there too long. Straight legs were stained with specks of blood, making them incredibly alluring. The premise is that you don't look up at that gloomy, ashen face. Tell me the conditions. It's clearly a woman's body. It's described as alluring, seductive and utterly captivating. It would be great if divine light space as they were repositioned in the gazebo. The future even thoughtfully provided a solution for the bearded man who was anxious and worried, and also gave him a chance to win the lottery. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and phrases, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Above the bottomless pit, another once more. Now it's time to revisit the matter of purchasing Xiaoyu's body. In the future, S spoke first. His eyes brightening slightly. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Name your price, chapter 35, restraint and surgery unwise. The text possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. Those pupils held information he had never encountered before. It was an anomaly unseen in 1,000 years, 10 years ago. There was turmoil among the upper echelons of the Zen temple, and a young man who suddenly rose to prominence despite having no magical powers. The spirit before and has returned with overwhelming force. Future crossed his legs and said calmly, a barrier ability comparable to Tenjin's. I need all the information you have about barrier techniques. And you must not keep it to yourself. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from a corrupted or incomplete document. It doesn't form coherent sentences or paragraphs. Future nodded and continued secondly. I need a copy of your latest experimental subject. Detailed information about Hisahito Itadori in your mind. Chinese letter, 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 Delta. Not the type to enjoy fighting. It's not difficult for me to kill a top-tier mage if I go all out. The saddle and oyster were transformed. If it weren't for the blessing of his identity from 1,000 years ago, coupled with the lack of information about future times, he would have been... and the crickets were drawn. This is a last resort. Even if one has lived for 1,000 years, he was still afraid of death. Don't be so nervous. I'm not planning on a 2-for-1 trade, but you can also state your requirements. Smile. Only fair and just transactions can keep everyone happy. The magical power that had risen around him dissipated, and Liao Maoyu absorbed the armor at the edge of the pit. Withered branches spread out and closely connected to the tea table. Hot tea to be served again. He smiled without... dissipated. Necessary. 5 insights. In the future, Rat tapped his fingers lightly, feigning hesitation and, after a long while, slowly said, "At a time limits." Filled with the chilling, icy light of the wild gorillas among modern sorcerers. This unpredictable spirit of the future is not included. Once you enter the gluttonous abyss, you will be able to... about the spell's formula. Jujutsu Yuki is only half of it. It's true that Yuyujin Itadori's secret is important, but it can only be established after Gojo Satoru seals it. The fact that the undead dare to agree suggests it must possess considerable skill. But this will make Gojo Satoru more secure. And the undead before us might also perish in that battle, even if you're lucky enough to survive. Before it all comes down to the right plan. When you die, everything is gone. Come on, let's see. Now Hu Xingjai Mutu Mo Guan Bayan. Huan Chang Min Tu Nan Sigma Suan. The future held a playful glint in his eyes. How about we sign it after you've changed bodies? The comic book was filled with dice springs and other strange things depicted as. Chinese letter in the future. He watched with great interest as the white clouds surged and floated. Looking at the handful of milky white, tooth-like brain tissue after the stitches were removed. What? A sense of absurdity and grotesqueness welled up inside. It doesn't have the aura of a cursed spirit, but its true form isn't human either. What is this unusual existence? His crimson eyes scrutinized every detail. Piece of information. In his previous life, he only read version 2. 5 of the manga, The Birth of Gojo Satoru. The subsequent events were like a Sivia fisherman. A herdsman of Fisher. These are also dangerous unknowns for the future. Half an hour passed after the patient was able to recover. Intelligence from that battle at the high school, including the bearded man was lying and resisting. If Xia Yaoji hadn't held the night parade of 100 demons to disperse thousands of cursed spirits beforehand. Physical damage is not possession. Did the Zen temple subsequently lay any traps within it? This is truly the essence of the sword. The surging magical power in minute detail, extended inch by inch from the toenails to the top of the head. It was confirmed that the only injuries were the severed arm, displaced internal organs, multiple bone fractures, and fingertip-sized pieces of organ tissue. There are no other major for a long time. Spoke calmly at this moment, come one establish the bond. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources. Isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. 10,000 cursed spirits. He would have been able to how? With a smile, Wei Lai asked, want to do another one? Controlling straight out his bottom skeleton away. Chanting, pulling out the stupid alcohol. The detailed and complete. Afterwards, both sides smiled and signed the pledge. The storehouse is located on the second basement level. Deep darkness without a single with a That guy seems to be in trouble. Is it really okay for you not to go and help? Haruta threw the blade in his hand at his enemy, but then hid behind him and let out a sinister laugh. Yang. The Jikbai man remained calm as he swung his sword, sending the magical implements flying. The darkness of his vision did not affect his perception of magical power. Nayahito had long anticipated this. The projection spell, the power of the incantation surged, and his figure moved like the wind. The moment Chun-Tai looked up, the flashed straight down. But for some reason, the blade it hurts. It hurts, asshole. Haruta felt the warmth and excruciating pain flowing through his chest and cried out loudly. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and the pinkish-purple mark disappeared by more than half after the incision. Tanzo, help me, that old guy is really strong. Haruta cried and scrambled away in the opposite direction from the bathhouse. The Naibai once again cleaved away the cursed artifacts that could fight alone in front of him. Pressing closer step by step. This one... You'll have to figure something out yourself. At the other end of the passage, Tanza, covered in sweat, swung his hammer, sparks flying everywhere. The one-armed baboon in its mouth, the monk, with his single hand supporting him on the ground, unleashed a surge of powerful mantra energy into the earth. The thick rock waves, surging towards the entrance of the passage. Going numb and sparks flying incessantly. Sweating profusely, Tanzaku roared behind him, "Hey, aren't you going to help? Do you really want to be locked up until you die?" Upon hearing this, the short figure huddled behind the tannery appeared somewhat hesitant. "Hurry up if you don't make it. I'll turn around and chop you up first." The more strenuous the tannery, the more he shouted as he retreated. The figure let out a hoarse scream as if it had made up its mind. Kakako, the chains at his light at the entrance dispelled the darkness before us. A familiar voice came from the steps, and the fighting men suddenly stopped. Haruta stared blankly at the smiling future. A chill rushed from the heels into the top of the head. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. 6 hello class. Murai slowly walked up to the group and looked at Haruta, who was lying prostrate on the ground with a smile. Gyo 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 melasi. At that moment, Haruta burst into tears. Future slowly crouched down. Her tone slightly a feeling of torture and killing. What? I've already given you 20 hours of enjoyment. And even covered your food and lodging. This place should be paradise. I really don't understand why you insist on running away. Gomlasi, Haruta trembled. His head bowed low repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. Shu, you'll be in charge of the bathhouse from now on. Upon hearing this, Zenti, who was standing beside him, nodded and turned to walk towards the bathhouse. Now look what's happening. The job you like has been taken away. My lord, my lord. Haruta pointed at Zenin Hisashi's back. His eyes filled with resentment. Master. That guy's one hand is definitely not as fast as my dissection. From now on, I will work 23 hours a day, and I will definitely not make any mistakes. Haruta raised his even suppressing them. They forced a crying smile as they faced the future. Murai slowly reached out a hand towards Haruta's chest, chuckling as she asked 23 hours a day. Isn't this a bit too tiring? Haruta watched helplessly as his imperial hand. Haruta's voice grew increasingly. If the patriarch is not satisfied, I can work 24 hours a day. The teardrop pierced straight through the future's forearm and fell to the ground. In the quiet second basement level, the sound of Haruta's heart pounding became even clearer. Looking at the blood-red pupils before him, which were Haruta quietly raised his drooping fingers, call out. The spell artifact silently floating in the air, shot straight towards the head of the future, Kyang. Neabai's brilliant strike shattered Haruta's last hope. Haruta paused about to as the resentment in them was replaced by darkness. Taking out a pure white handkerchief from her divine space to wipe the stains from her hands, Murai murmured softly, if it weren't for White Zetsu taking a liking to your body, I would have really been planning to try out the thrill of torturing and killing humans. But the muffled sound of Haruta's heart being crushed still echoed in his ears. And Tanzo kept swallowing saliva as cold sweat a bloodthirsty gaze sweep over him. Tanzo suddenly knelt down with a thud, looking at the crimson robe and black cloud pattern worn by the Tans. Murai spoke calmly, the White Zetsu's cursed tool is complete. Yes, it is, Tanzo knelt down and explained. It can defend against attacks of the strength of a level 2 cursed spirit or a sorcerer. And it can also last for against a level 1 cursed spirit. As you instructed, Sir. As he spoke, because of the effect of the hidden curse, that Tanzo extinguished all the candles in advance during the previous battle. He just didn't expect that the one-armed sorcerer's attacks would all be area of effect damage. All right, Future nodded and said softly when we get back. I'll clean up my uniform and let's forget about crippling. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Upon hearing this, Tanzo let out a huge sigh. I will definitely... Now, Tanzo was overjoyed and got up. Then suddenly lay down again. Meeting the indifferent gaze of the future. Tanzo awkwardly too hard just now. And I think my kneecap is broken after this. Tanzo used a dark crawling motion, supporting himself with both hands on the ground. To the depths of darkness. Looking at the last person huddled in the corner. Future narrowed her eyes, go back, this is the last time. If it happens again, you can move into the bathhouse from now on. The figure paused for a moment, then quickly retreated into the darkness, the iron chains on its feet clanking loudly. 7 days later, a vocational college, a classroom. The panda looked. White Zetsuware is your future teacher. Haven't you been back at the vocational college already? Why do you seem to be having no classes every day? White Zetsuhu was joking around with Makua's taken aback. Waved his Hondan, looked speechless. After that kid came back, he stayed in his dorm reading books every day. He was more like a student than I was. Maki rolled her eyes and scoffed. Even someone as strong as Future is still studying, while you are level 4 cursed spirit, are just showing off and bragging all day long. What's wrong with CAT4? Your rice. White Setsu jumped up like a madman and angrily berated, pointing to Iga, who was Igu is only at level 4 now. Why don't you talk about that, kids? Maki, didn't you hear what the eye patch guy said? Yeeg's decline in spell power is due to the breaking of the spell. In a few months, Yeeg will be able to return to the top rank. Can you compare this to others, White Zetsu? His anger turned to Maki, I'll definitely and then I'll show you who the real king is. Her tone playful. Stop bragging. If you keep playing around like this, you might become the first student in the history of vocational The high school did not grant him the certificate, but whether it's leveling up as a mage or graduating from the first year, the bare minimum requirement is to kill a level 3 cursed spirit on your own. Such a simple request. Maki didn't think White said too much. His expression disdainful. If I want to, I can skip a grade and become your senior anytime. What? It sounded like bragging. But Yigu was still taken aback by Baizetsu's sincere expression. College diploma be promoted to a higher level. Should I talk to teacher Wu Tio and say that I don't want the special grade rating? Yigu didn't want to graduate so soon and then be separated from Maki. I've seen a student skip a grade or graduate early. Even a mage he dutifully spent 3 years in a vocational high school. What? The panda confidently explained the basics of bone marrow. No, Baiju raised his finger and waved it. Then grinned at everyone out in the game. You need to have connections. When I get back, I'll talk to my future son about it. Skipping grades is nothing to worry about. Everyone felt utterly ashamed for him, not knowing how many times they felt embarrassed for him. You might as well just repeat the year. Maki crossed her legs and said with a confident look, "Just wait and call me senior," repeating a grade. "Absolutely not," White Zetsu responded confidently. "Half a year below classmate." Lost in thought, the next chapter will begin the main storyline of the Tiger King. Handsome guys and beautiful girls who have made it this far, please give me a 5-star review and a free gift. The new book is launching with a guaranteed 2 chapters per day. A chapter will be added if the total number of chapters generated reaches 500. Thank you all for the gifts and donations. Chapter 37, Pink Hair. The bullet he fired himself hit him right between the eyebrows 6 months later. Baiju felt a sense of disorientation at that moment. Baiju stopped spacing out. This guy is a freshman who just transferred to the vocational college. With his black spiky hair, Fushiguro Megumi. Hello. Baiju shook his head with little interest. Just thinking about the faces the others would show after returning from their mission makes White Zetsu feel like dropping out of school. At the other end of the corridors, Gojo Satoru clapped his hands and laughed. Know each other. Today. And tomorrow we'll go together to welcome our fourth first-year student. Well, hey. Baiju looked at the white-haired monster with displeasure. Wu Tio. I guess I don't need to go. Why should I, the great one? Personally, Green is a brat. What gives her the right to do that, besides? That kid is going to be the teacher of class 2. So why are you always assigning Fuhai? How does this guy have some kind of infectious disease? His skin is so white it's practically glowing. Shouldn't we take him to the hospital for a checkup? Hey, pink gorilla. Bye. Hiding behind my back and talking bad about me. Are you? He stared at his beady eyes as he looked around, and finally hesitated before pointing to himself. Pink-haired gorilla. White Zetsu nodded and affirmed. You're the only pink-haired guys here. Eugen's physical attributes are quite apt to describe him as an ape. After saying that, Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at White Zetsu and smiled. Why don't you just transfer to our class, White Zetsu? He's been leaving. Baiju waved his hand speechlessly. That brat was even more irresponsible than you. But when you're out in the game, I'm all about loyalties. He may be heartless, but I cannot be unjust. Gojo Satoru shrugged and said regretfully, I quite like your personality. I don't insist on following that fake smile. White Zetsu declared confidently, when you're out there in the games, hi tilde. Gojo Satoru left, waving his hand behind his back to White Zetsu as he reminded him, remember to come together tomorrow. Baiju gritted his teeth and said, you're always threatening me, you've got some nerve. Fuhai looked at the furious Baiju and shook his head speechlessly. Even if this guy is exorcised and reduced to ashes, his mouth will probably the sorcerer's mouth, which can be called the deadly mouth of the sorcerer world, is still a spacious training ground. Baiju led the two straight to the detached cabin. Behind them, Fushiguro Megumi explained the construction of the high school to Itadori, while also explaining the special features of the White Zetsu. Itachi pointed at the White Zetsu ahead. His face filled with disbelief. You're saying that clown-faced guy is actually a cursed spirit. This is completely different from the curse we saw at school last night. Seeing how naturally you two are communicating, I always thought that guy was a human with some kind of special fetish. When White Zetsu... The wound left on his mouth when he swallowed the sword had not yet healed. Changed. And she quickly tugged at Atajo's sleeve. Can't you keep your voice down? Pink-haired gorilla take this as expected. Upon hearing the criticism, the White Zetsu turned around and unleashed a full-force attack. Boom, the force was equivalent to a grown man's punch. Maybe a little more. With the physical condition of the tiger from the west, it was just a sensation. At most a slight stinging pain. On his chest. Blinking and confusion. White Zetsu remained in the punching stance head bow. To understand something. Oops. Pain that hurts. Hujin clutched his chest and collapsed onto the green grass. Crawling in a dark twisted manner, HMPH. Consider this a lesson learned. If you dare to talk behind my back again, I'll speaking. Left tiger staff with a lonely figure. White Zetsu told the two to wait in front of the cabin, then went inside alone. Although White Zetsu is a cursed spirit, he has never harmed humans, and he has a pretty good relationship with the sorcerers in the house. It's just that in terms of personality, there's a tiny bit. Still, to brag. Hejeng answered quietly, seeing Fukuro nod. No wonder Gojo-sensei likes his personality. They seem quite similar last night. Gojo-sensei told me that he is the strongest human on Earth. So it was all a joke. Fuhai's lips twitched. He was too lazy to explain further. As for his awful personality, the person and the spirit are quite similar. His house in front of us. He likes to fake a smile. White Zetsu, most importantly, he, like himself, is a sorcerer who controls 10 types of shadow magic. However, nearly half a year after enrolling, Fushiguro Megumi has never seen this person even once. Take care you studying that pile of lousy books. You still haven't finished them after 6 months. In the living room, Baiju looked at Murais, who was curled up on the sofa reading a book and complained. It's in essence condensed over nearly 1,000 years. It would be quite good if you could finish reading it in 6 months. Some different gaze seemed to pierce his face, looking directly at the two boys whispering outside the door. After a moment, Murai said, "Speak. What is it this time?" Hey, Baiju grinned. And the caterpillar that crawled out of his collar opened its mouth and spat out the two cursed words. A robe identical to the one White Zetsu was wearing at the revolver, recharge. That white-haired bastard Wushio is going to force me to go on another mission. White Zetsu tossed the pistol to Future and changed his clothes on the spot. During the past 6 months, White Zetsu wasn't always holding and the others, of course. The most important thing is the uniform he is wearing, which can resist level 2 curse spirits. And that pink revolver that belonged to Jenny. With 1 spirit and 1 spear, White Zetsu certainly used Crimson Lotus to show off in front of Maki and the others quite a bit. Until it was forbidden by Gojo Satoru. White Zetsu then protected the safety, staying in the car with him to keep watch a while. In the future, he tossed the Crimson Lotus to White Zetsu and said calmly, "By the time you come back this time, I will have almost finished my research." "What do you mean?" Baiju took the Red Lotus. His eyes full of anticipation. Is the plan about to begin? Seeing the excited White Zetsu, cherish the last few months of your college life. Have fun. Orange eyes to her by the college in advance. A dark blue coat and a dark blue pleated skirt. The last freshman in the first year. A female sorceress from the countryside. Looking at the dull-witted Itachi and Fukuro on the other side. With one hand on his hip and a confident expression. Himself, "My name is Kyujizaki Nobara. Cheer up, guys, here comes the road." Itadori grinned and from Sendai, Fushiguro's expression was indifferent. And he uttered only one name, Fushiguro Megumi. Roppongi, Tokyo. Abandoned buildings next to a large cemetery. A black sports car is parked on the side of the street near the building, with a senior supervisor sitting in the driver's seat. With his hair Ikiji Kiyotaka in the back seat. White Zetsu, puffing on a cigar, looked impatiently at the time on his phone. What's wrong with that white-haired guy? He takes so long to pick up a young lady, White Zetsu. It's not good to talk about your teacher behind their back. Ikiji pushed up his glasses and said in a serious voice. Baiju casually waved his hand upon hearing this. All right. Yadai knows that white-haired idiot. What are you afraid of? Jich's eyes quickly swept across the left and right car windows, the windshield down to the rearview mirror. After confirming that there was no sign of Gojo Satoru around, he breathed a sigh of relief. The stern voice softened immediately. White Zetsu. You'd better watch out, mister. Gojo's anger is truly terrifying. White Zetsu exhaled a large puff of smoke, and the Joker's face convincingly projected the aura of a mafia tycoon. Don't worry, I've got your back here, he teased. Ajichi chuckled awkwardly, knowing all too well what kind of creature the White Zetsu was after only 6 months of contact with him. This is shameless enough to squeeze into a car with the supervisor after cursed tools. Zetsu was boasting. A commotion came from the other end of the streets. You big liar, you bastard who mocks country bumpkins. What about the luxury shopping malls in Roppongi? Looking at the building emanating black smoke, Kyujizaki shouted incredulously, damn it. My childhood feast is ruined. He covered his face with both hands. Yoshihiro remained calm. He had guessed this would happen when Gojo Satoru people to Roppongi. Pink-haired gorilla and a little delinquent girl. A car door suddenly opened not far away, and Baiju's Saki frowned, looking at the figure in the thick smoke. It startled me. I thought there was no one in the car. Itachi turned his head to look behind him and exclaimed in surprise. That voice has this name. Satoru, who was side smell but did not respond. Watch the show. Dissipated. His expression changed drastically. Even though he had only been making sarcastic remarks. An entrance exam for new students. Kyujisaki gripped the hammer tightly. Still between his fingers. His gaze cold and stern. A humanoid cursed spirit dressed in a red cloud and black robe. Although I couldn't sense the presence of the cursed spirit, its face was wired. Kyujisaki wasn't oblivious. She recognized the true form of the naked eye. Looking at White Zetsu's current attire, Itachi blinked blankly. White Zetsu leaned halfway against the car door, a half-burnt cigar in his left hand, and half of a pink gun. Putting aside your outrageous identity, just look at your appearance. Does he even look like a student? They're like delinquent teenagers walking the streets. Bewildered. He suddenly heard a crisp sound beside his ear, clang. Black steel nails and the cursed power attached to them created pale blue trails of flame in the air. Clang, clang, clangs. 3 steel nails imbued with magical energy struck the seemingly soft uniform, sending sparks and scattering in succession. Hey, you little punk. A mocking expression on his face, damn it. Kyujisaki gritted his teeth, and dozens of steel nails from his satchel instantly floated into view. The spirits in big cities are different from those in the countryside. His intelligence has increased, but his mouth is now incredibly foul. Kyujisaki's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the surging unleashing its full power. Kyujisaki, wait a minute. Once he realized what was happening, Itachi pulled Kyujisaki away from his stance. The suspended steel nails clattered and scattered all over the ground. Pulled aside by a sudden surge of force, the spell power that had just stabilized instantly became chaotic. That thing is cursed. If you try to stop it, too. Kyujisaki glared at Itadori, and his magical power began to rise. That guy is a cursed spirit, that's true. But he's also a student at a vocational high school. Kyujisaki and felt hiding silently to the side, and felt even more exhausted. What? You're saying this person is also a student at a vocational college? Upon hearing it, Kyujizaki paused, then roared in astonishment. Yes. Baidu exhaled a large circle of smoke and slowly walked over. To safeguard world peace. Stop. Tiger Rod. Stop talking, girl, you'll get sued for plagiarism. Although I also think the rocket's lines do suit you quite well. Baiju raised the corner of his mouth and gave Hezheng an approving look. Taste. You even know about the rockets. It adores you. I've seen all the movies except Team Rocket Trevor. And Batman v Joker, I approve of your taste. Baiju nodded and handed a brand new cigar to Hezheng. If anything happens in the future, I'll protect you. Hezheng waved his hands. You have to accept the cigarettes offered by the boss. Whether you like them or not, a sense of Chinese letter. The martial arts world grandpa. Once the unpleasant smell of smoke had mostly dissipated, Gojo Satoru fanned the air as he approached the car. I know what movies has that idiot been watching lately. Ajichi twitched his lips and immediately replied. Jujutsu has been watching Hong Kong and Taiwan gangster and Western cowboy movies lately. The reason I know this so clearly is because after White Zetsu were banned from using weapons, supposedly for protection and auxiliary monitoring. Basically, I just curled up in the backseat and watched it on my phone mixed lately. So Kyujizaki, Itadori and Fushiguro were hurriedly explaining, while White Zetsu stood to the side. The Yakuza boss, Gojo Satoru, burst out laughing. The look he felt when he saw Gu Huan and Yaku traveling together a year ago. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum, focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts in New York and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. P.S. The addition of a White Zetsu in the book is to allow readers to see high-end combat power in the future. It can also depict the battle routes of the main characters in the original work from the perspective of after all, it would be too incongruous for future combatants to be mixed up with. And thank you for the free gifts. For those of you who have made it this far, please leave a 5-star review with some text. Shark thanks you. Chapter 39 Trial Attack. Take the underlings. A caterpillar emerged from the collar of a white serpent, spitting out a sharp claw. This is a cursed weapon powerful enough to shred a level 2 cursed spirit. And the wealthy White Zetsu simply gifted it to cursed tools. But Gojo Satoru doesn't allow it. The reason given was to prevent You have acquired magical power within you because of the pickled chicken feet. But you haven't been able to control it yet, Baiju. With the air of a leader explained. To completely remove the curse. Attacks without curse power won't work. Magical power. Using it is more effective than using your fists. So Taki, Kyujizaki glanced coldly at Itajimaru, who was fiddling with his machete, and strode toward the abandoned building across the street. Hey little punk, are you jealous that I'm giving my little brother some magical power? White Zetsu grinned and said, if you also acknowledge me as your older brother, then we can easily discuss cursed tools touch Tilda. What kind of soup are you? I don't want that tacky stuff. Kyujizaki responded without turning his head. Itadori blinked and looked at White Zetsu. When did I become your underling? All right, let's get moving. Baiju patted Huzhang on the back of Big Brother. I'll stay downstairs and keep things under control for you. We'll have a big meal after. This guy completely ignores what others are saying. He followed Kyojizaki's footsteps. During the battle, Gojo Satoru added, "That guy's coming out won't just kill the curse in the building. He might even take down your downstairs neighbor's boss too." Hi, I understand. Huzhang shook his head, looking helpless once again. His teacher doesn't seem to be White Zetsu, where is he? Gojo Satoru leaned against the car, tilted his head, and asked White Zetsu, "Are you still holed up in your room reading all day, Baiju?" Who had gotten back into the cars, rolled down the window and replied with a pout. That kid should have said he would start classes 6-month break. Showed her face. Gojo Satoru grinned, Megumi. When that you can ask him for some advice, Fuhai. Sitting on the stone bench beside the car looked up, his face showing confusion. Gojo Satoru seemed to see Fushihiro's confusion and explained with a not be a good person. But his 10 Shadows technique is much stronger than yours right now. Fuhai nodded, then cautiously looked at Baizetsu, who had his head down. If someone speaks ill of his teacher in front of other students, Baizetsu can dominate the world. Ruthless enough, loyal enough, and with plenty of underlings. Hiro listened to the movie sounds coming from the car and turned his head away speechlessly. Sure enough, he was overthinking it. An abandoned building that exudes an aura of curse. With his machete in hand, Itadori, who had split up with Kyujizaki, was carefully searching the corridor, PFFT. Huzhang does a backflip. He narrowly dodged an attack from the ceiling and, incidentally, severed the cursed spirit's claws with a single stroke. 4 thick dark green legs like a crab, 2 hands like stingers on a scorpion's tail, and a lower body like a caterpillar that way. Even without magical power, you can recognize it at a glance. Itachi tightened his grip on the machete and murmured, after spending a few days with one curse and a human, he took a step forward and charged forward, the cleaver in his hand gleaming with a cold light, cleaved straight towards the cursed spirit's brain. 3rd floor warehouse. Looking at the furry cursed spirit holding the child hostage across from him, Kyojizaki's gloomy face seemed to drip water. Is this the curse of Tokyo? Just as useless as that idiot below. His intelligence far surpasses that. It was so small it could be crushed with one hand. Looking at the child whose head was being held by the furry cursed spirit, Kyujizaki was extremely conflicted. Beads of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. A moment later, Kyojizaki's face dark, disarmed himself and threw all his weapons to the ground. Release the child and I'll sound. Seeing the sinister smile on the cursed spirit's lips, Kyojizaki's expression grew even more unpleasant. Boom. With a loud bang, Fistwitch had no added magic power. Smashed through the wall. The blade flashed and disappeared in an instant, and the arm of the furball-shaped cursed spirit and the kidnapped child fell to the ground together. This sword that White Zetsu gave me is really sharp. With the don't try to escape. Seeing that the cursed spirit could pass directly through the wall, Miyazaki quickly picked up the equipment on the ground, his anger reaching its peak. The 3 people and 1 spirit were watching the play outside the building, looking at the cursed spirit leaping out from the rooftop. White Zetsu stretched one hand out of the window, holding a pink revolver in his hand, tusk tusk. It seems this year's underlings aren't very capable. They actually need their big brother to help clean up the mess. Fu Hai's lips twitched and he quickly stopped him saying, "By Ju, wait, are you planning to blow up this building?" Along with Kyujizaki with this thing. Fuhei had the privilege of witnessing the power of response. One bullet. In his mouth. The cursed spirit with the severed arm in the sky turned into dust. He's got some skills, isn't he? Baiju was taken aback. Then grinned and withdrew the red lotus, sitting to the side. Gojo Satoru chuckled, not bad. This year's first-year students are pretty crazy. Hey, what kind of freak are you? Wasn't powered by any magic at all. Who was holding the child's hand quickly retorted, "You aren't much better than me." Looking at the two people who had come out of the building making a ruckus, Fu Hai shook his head speechlessly. Zetsu, who were after dropping the kids off, along with Itadori Kyujizaki and Fushiguro, ate their favorite steak sushi and desserts in Shinjuku. As for White Zetsu and Ikazawa, parking area outside the mall, eating takeout and retrieved Kyujizaki's luggage. Looking at the parking of sports cars, Gojo Satoru waved to Ikiji. "You should take them back to the college first. I can go back by myself." The passenger guy named Kyujiro, while the back seat was occupied by a black-haired guy named Itachi and a white-haired guy named Shiro. Even the trunk was crammed with Kyujizaki's luggage, as well as bags and packages. With us in the back seat. Itachi asked it puzzled ordinary humans. "So it's fine for you to come with us, right?" Baiju rolled his eyes, looking disdainful. "Of course mortals can't see your older brother like me." However, a lit cigar, tableware floating in the air, a suddenly empty drink. These things alone are enough to make ordinary people amazed. It might even trend on Japanese paranormal websites. Went to wait over there first and picked up Kyujizaki today. Well, the curse will consider these feelings. Looking at the white Zetsu with an indifferent expression, Itadori felt a slight pang of sadness. Meeting Itadori's strange gaze, White Zetsu was about to speak when he suddenly paused. I got home so late today. If you get home late is hilarious. Kyujizaki sitting in the passenger seat seized the opportunity to mock him strange. Fu Hai frowned as he looked at Baiju, who hadn't responded for a long time, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption swept skyward, and the flowing flames completely engulfed the road ahead. Chapter 40 Despair, Hope, Juku and the Vocational High School. A deserted, secluded path. The path that Ajichi had opened when he came. According to the information from the higher specialized school, there shouldn't be any cursed spirits of this level here at all. Staring at the humanoid cursed spirit standing atop the raging flames, the four people in the cursed power that they could not move. A baby with black spots, and a head that looked like a miniature of a single eye on its forehead and pure black teeth. Can't even withstand the dissipation of magical power. As expected, all humans these days stopped in front of him. The approaching top-tier cursed spirit intensified the despair within the vehicle. I forced myself to suppress the fear welling up inside me. Kyujizaki bit his lip until he tasted the faint sweet, metallic flavor on his tongue. The pain kept stimulating his limbs, and his hand slowly moved toward the bag at his waist. At that moment, Kyujizaki instantly arousing everyone's will to survive. Didn't they all decide to die surrounded by a crowd? Hado gritted his teeth, and his body began to unleash a powerful bang bang, both car Dorson in front and one behind were kicked off by Kyujizaki. Ijichi and Fushiguro Megumi were the first to realize what was happening. Quickly get out of the car. Ikai stared intently at the approaching special grade cursed spirit and roared at so watching the people slip out of the car all at once. Luhu sneered indifferently, a last-ditch effort. Like a leisurely stroll after dinner. The nonchalant expression on Lau's face with the Itachi's voice was hoarse. Fukuko, if I release that guy. Do you think you can escape? Fuhai replied in a deep voice. The first thing that guy will do when he comes out is probably kill us. Besides scanning the retreat route behind him, which had been swallowed up by the flames, his expression became extremely solemn. Our escape route has been cut off. Now we can only hold out until Teacher Gojo decides. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Kyujizaki gripped a hammer and steel nails tightly in his hand before I died. At least I'll try to peel off a layer of skin. A pink beam of flower pierced through the car window and slammed into Laohu's head. Smoke billowed. Yupen Baiju, who had been forgotten inside the car, spoke with an arrogant and overbearing voice. Guys, I can take care of this kind of trash in no time. White Zetsu, a glint of tears welled up. To truly acknowledge this elder brother when he suddenly froze. A cursed spirit that sides with humans is truly foolish. The mocking words that came from the smoke and dust made Itsuji's nerves, which had just relaxed. Hiro Ijichi remained as serious as ever. If their escape routes hadn't been completely blocked, splitting up and running away would have been the only way to survive. They never even dared to hope that White Zetsu's shot would actually be able to take down the special grade enemy in front of them. The dust-settled Laohu's cloak wasn't even dirty. In strength is like heaven and earth. Well, have humanity lost the ability for everyone? Lingering a few seconds longer on Itajo and Hakuzo. One is the king of curses, the physical vessel of the two-faced Sukuna. One is a strange cursed spirit whose intelligence is no less than theirs. And it is also the target of Laohu's mission. That Zia Yugami looks down on people. Luhu waved his hand lightly and 3 fireflies, each the size of a thumb, appeared. You think I thought I'd run into someone who could warm me up, with long needles at the corners of its mouth. And Kyujizaki respectively in Luhu's view. These 3 were nothing but trash with absolutely no value. Each flap of the flying insect's wings was like 3 people climbing the steps of hell. The 3 Kyujizaki members had no time to react as the attack. Recalling the Ikaji's fear gradually subsided. Kyujizaki, on the other hand, regretted at the end of his life that he was unable to see Sayori one last time in Tokyo. As for Fukuro, he had no regrets before he died, only deep remorse. Decisive enough. He should have immediately used the Forbidden 10 Shadows technique, a move powerful enough to take down the top-tier cursed spirit before him. Midori and Kyujizaki might still have a chance and hope of escaping. Nolet alone chanting incantations. There's not even time to form hand seals. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted, and 3 streaks of fire shot into the night sky. The mental scrolling stopped, and Fu Hai and the other 2 stared at the protective shield in front of them. This trashy old man can be crushed. One henchman can take care of this arrogant volcano head. Baiju's smug voice rang out at just the right moment in everyone's ears. You're right, aren't you, future kid, the future? Which appeared on the battlefield at some unknown time. Glanced forward but did not dismantle his plan. After all, Baiju's phone call came at just the right time. Otherwise, if Fushiguro Megumi were killed here, the final plan would deviate too much, future teacher. Having just experienced a narrow escape, Ejichi shouted excitedly, the future of the Zen Temple. His protector, Fushiguro Jujutsu, hearts. Do you players who have missed opportunities? Looking at the special grade cursed, he frowned slightly. The world's trajectory has shifted. And there's also the 6th brother secretly causing trouble. The 6th operative, capable of detecting the college's operational route and luring absolutely the most ridiculous thing ever. Oh, finally someone has appeared to warm up. Laohu twisted the stone plug by his ear, his one-eyed gaze revealing a hint of excitement. Pink-haired Gorilau, get behind me. I'm afraid you won't even be able to withstand the aftershocks. Baiju crouched behind Wei Lai and waved to the group, calling out to them. Kyujizaki suppressed his urge to beat up White Zetsu and stood behind Future with Fushiguro. Is that the backing of a mama's boy? Can you win? Kyujizaki asked Fushiguro in a low voice with a serious expression. Gripping the hammer and nails tightly, Kyujizaki was ready to Fuhai shook his head gravely. I don't know. He is another teacher at the vocational comp, and I have never seen him make a move. Just as the group was tense, Wei Lai turned around and gave them a gentle smile. Since all the first-year students are here, I'll give you a lesson in advance, Baiju. Feigning superiority nodded in agreement saying, watch carefully and learn well. This is a nighttime tutoring session on the pinnacle to bring these burdens into a fight with me. Lu Hu's face showed a hint of disdain. Humans these days are really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that the target and Sun Yu's container were standing behind him, Lu Hu would have already set the sorcerer in front of him ablaze. Don't worry about it, just thinking of the scene in her past life, where Lao Hu was so angry that she erupted like a volcano. Future smiled because words left his mouth. A huge hole suddenly exploded beneath Lao Hu's feet. You little brat, you're asking for it. In the blink of an eye, Lao Hu's fist pierced straight through the Future's head. But strangely, blood splattered. A look of astonishment flashed across Lao Hu's eyes. Visually had clearly blown the sorcerer's impact on my fist. Yujin Itadori, White Zetsu told me about your situation. In the future under the stunned gazes of everyone, he caught Lu Hu's punch with one hand. He has no awakening technique, but he has an exceptionally good physique. As the future was speaking, he suddenly raised his knee and slammed it into Lao Hu's abdomen. Boom! Lao Hu's single eye suddenly widened. Its veins into a shrimp shape. A large pool of purple blood spurted from Lao Hu's mouth. Blood piercing through his chest caused his shawl to flutter wildly behind him. The basic knowledge about using magical power to enhance the physical body will be taught after you graduate from the advanced college. I'll only teach you a little bit now. The free hand in the future, like a phantom, slammed into Lao Hu's face with each punch. Purple blood was sprayed everywhere as if it were free. The group of men stared dumbfounded at the future figure, a thought uncontrollably rising in their minds. Powerful, super strong. terrifying pressure from the volcano beforehand. They move what the future holds in its hands and beats it. Focus, absolute focus. Turning around and swinging his arm, Laohu, whose hand was clamped by the future, was as helpless as a child being thrown by a giant. The dazzling red and black lightning, along with a whip kick that broke the sound barrier and even distorted space, slammed hard into Laohu's face. And Luhu's figure was collapsing into the mountain. The flying pebbles and dust rose up in response. Glanced at the severed arm she was holding in her left hand with a hint of disdain, then casually tossed it into the Kamui space. With each punch or attack, a purely offensive mindset until your opponent is unable to get up and the curse is exorcised. Thank you, teacher. Staring blankly at the gentle smile on Murai's face, Itachi responded in a daze. His control over the 10 shields. Resembled an with fiery streams and debris into the sky, like a grand and dazzling fireworks display. A meteor shower rises from the ground into the sky. The scorching heat spreading down from the mountaintop made it difficult to even breathe. What, you little brats? I'm going to tear that fake smile of yours to shreds. Laohu roared furiously as he swooped down from the mountaintop. We were careless and underestimated restrained his initiative in close-range attacks. But after this one-sided beating, Laohu stared intently at the future below the mountain, his entire body surging with magical power, accompanied by billowing smoke. The surging hot magma flow resembled a gaping The future Ruhich had been interrupted by Laohu, paused and then said to Fukuro, "Don't be too hasty in subduing the Shikigami behind you. Explore their potential and study the characteristics of Shadow." Murai with a horrified expression and interrupted. Behind us, lava is flowing down, Ijichi Kujizaki, and Fushiguro were also sweating profusely with anxiety. The scorching air made the hairs on their skin curl. Is it really engrossed in teaching now? Tuchuo, is it really possible for a Shikigami that can be subdued in the beginner village to fight against a special grade Shikigami? Before Fuhai could think further, the shadows around everyone began to boil and surge. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. These were not fully formed rabbits. They were still shrouded in a layer of drifting black mist. Countless rabbits surged scorching torrent that spread down the mountain peak. Red waves crashed together with a deafening roar that echoed continuously. Looking at the rock flow that had been forced to stop in front of him, Fushigiro's expression was almost blank. Putting aside the terrifying numbers, that's a difference in magical power. This is something that cannot be. However, Fushiguro had seen the semi-formed transformation happen in the information provided by Gojo Satoru. He did not settle down to study it as predicted. Fukuro focused almost all his energy on preparing to subdue the next Shikigami. You brat, this isn't over. Fireflies swooped down the sky. Sealed, and he softly uttered a single word, Chinese letter, fuck. The night sky was dazzling with lightning, and a giant wing that blotted out the sun swept across it. The fireflies that were far from the rabbit's attack range were all wiped out. From a nonchalant and casual demeanor to a disheveled state with blood at the corner of his mouth. Put aside his initial contempt, and his face was extremely solemn. At first, he was almost kicked out of the final chapter by the sorcerer in front of him. Lao Hu still feels the pain on her face from the impact of the red and black cursed power. Boom, the volcano erupted, spewing forth columns of scorching heat. The burst of energy. Having overcome the immediate obstacle, Lao Hu no longer cared about the people behind her in the future. With a single stride forward, he instantly appeared before the future. Endless rose from the ground. Flames surged and billowed, and the erupting sea of fire instantly blocked any escape route. The only thing left in the eyes of Hushin and the others was the back of the figure. Don't worry, Tildas. Baiju waved his hand casually. Showing no sign of worry on his face, Itadori-kun. The future teacher will be fine. Don't impulsively leave the area you're standing in. Ajichi pushed up his glasses and said seriously. It was only then that Hujang noticed under his feet. Light-floating ripples of shadow covered everyone's feet. No wonder the air temperature wasn't as high as before. Those attack was so close. Don't go out city or you'll be turned to ashes in an instant. Fuhei also warned Hujang. Dare to attack persons to explain clearly could easily lead to runaway averted didn't hit it. Lao Hu stared in disbelief at the figure in the firelight. His brows furrowed just like in the beginning. The fist did not feel any physical contact at all. Figures. But the cursed power returned no trace of anyone. What is going on? Boom. Which had been shattered once again. And alarm bells rang in his mind. Tap, tap, tap. The future that emerges step by step from the sea of fire is even more like a messenger who controls the flames than Lao Hu himself. Made the future seem like a newly born fire king. The next step when Lao Hu sensed the pain was without hesitation gathering all his magical power. His right arm healed rapidly. Since we can't figure out what this strange spell is, then we'll just have to. Lao Hu dodged backward. Forming hand seals the instant. The territory is unfolding, and the coffin is surrounded by iron. The coffin is surrounded by iron. The endless power of the curse erupted in an instant, and everyone was immediately enveloped in darkness that blotted out the sky. The enclosed space was covered with thick, grayish-brown rock layers. Magma spewed from the cracks in the surrounding rock strata, and hot air continued to rise. The terrain changes in the blink of an eye. Jichi and Fushiguro had finally managed to calm down. The area has a built-in guaranteed effect, plus terrain bonuses. Is your backer reliable? Kyujizaki walked up to White Zetsu and lowered his voice. If all else fails, let's all go together. Kyujizaki's knuckles gripping the hammer tightly. Head turned white. She didn't want to face such a terrifying existence alone. She didn't want to become a burden to the spirit opposite her. Little delinquent girls. Baiju knew was abruptly interrupted before he could even finish his boast. Nobara Kyujizaki writes, he turned around and smiled gently. Yes, it's me. Kyujizaki responded instead. I am not familiar with your technique, so I cannot provide you with individual points. No, it's okay. Kyujizaki looked at the young teacher in front of him. He looked much older than him, and his ears turned slightly red. I just started school today. And this is the first time I've met Baiju. It would be strange if the teacher understood her technique. Future's calm demeanor gradually soothed everyone's tense emotions. Standing atop the active volcano, a manifestation. Lao Hu's lips curled. and thousands of pillars of flame bombarded the future from all directions. Looking at the overwhelming heat, even Itachi and the others standing behind Murai felt breathless. He devoted himself to studying barrier techniques for half a day. The biggest benefit of these 6 months was the further development of the brain. They gained further control over the core of the curse power. That's why even without activating his Sharingan, he could still use holofication during his previous battle against Ruko. Even when faced with an attack, the entire body, such as the ability to replicate Jujutsu and superior dynamic vision. Illusion is the Sharingan technique. Until they gained control of the domains, the future had not discovered this extraordinary ability. Now, his black eyes flashed with a terrifying crimson light in an instant. Stand in front of the chest with the 2 fingers together. Domain expansion final scenery, glazed moon. The words fall, the surging heat wave suddenly stopped. And the entire volcanic area trembled violently as if the sky were falling and the earth was ringing in their ears. The oppressive scene in the eyes of Hejang and the others suddenly changed. Darkness and endless. Claustrophobic world where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The next second, the crimson ripples spread out little by little, and everyone looked up into the distance. The crystal-clear moon hanging overhead emitted colorful fluorescent dots. A dreamlike display of vibrant colors. 9 blood-red Magatama adorned the surface of the moon, adding a touch of bloody-killing intent to the dreamlike scene. What's going on? The bewildered Tiger Rod still doesn't understand what a domain is, though he could barely comprehend the previous volcano. But the dazzling crystalline moon high in the sky, a sight he had never witnessed in reality, left Hejang in a daze. Domain expansion. Based on immense by applying a spell, in a gentle tone. To put it simply, use incantations to materialize scenes in your mind, thereby turning imagination into reality. Imagination becomes reality, I understand. Hejang muttered repeatedly, seemingly not quite. Teacher Kujizaki's wild voice instantly drew everyone's attention. This is, seeing the smug-looking special was once again dumbfounded. Isn't this the teacher's domain? Why does this cursed spirit still have that smug, confident expression where I slowly walked up to Kujizaki? Chuckledand explained the effect of my domain. Any living being with magical power will automatically sink into an illusion upon entering in the fantasy world in my mind that I cannot extricate myself. And just as the explanation was about to begin, Baiju strode arrogantly with his toes pointing outwards and walked step by step towards Luhu. Watch closely, my little brothers, snapped. Baiju slapped Luhu's volcanic face hard, simply put. This guy can no longer perceive anything in reality. Mud. How shameless, Baiju grinned awkwardly. The group stared speechlessly at Baiju, whose lips were twitching thin. That cracking sound of bones breaking just now. It's too jarring, what? Yoruga nodded excitedly and said, Teacher, I understand. So you're saying the view from the volcano isn't the same as what we see? Right? What kind of stupidity are you spouting? Kujizaki glared at Itadori, who was trying to take credit. You're just repeating what the teacher said. And you're acting like you're so smart. Good men do not fight with women. Itadori glanced at Kujizaki, then slunk back to Fushigiro's side. This guy must be immersed in the illusion that he defeated his teacher, which is why he is now. Having as an assistant supervisor, Ajichi subconsciously began analyzing the area's intelligence in his mind. No wonder the realm is called the final view. Immersed in a fictional world, They are oblivious to everything around them. In other words, the moment the domain unfolds, before the enemy's eyes is the last picture. So the world we see before. Iggy asked tentatively. Future nodded. That's right. With magical power will fall into hallucinations once it enters the area illuminated by moonlight. Teacher I, just as Hugger was once again, classmate. Iggy pushed up his glasses and said seriously, let's talk about this after we get back to reality. Expanding a domain is a top-tier spell that consumes an extremely large amount of magical power. Okay, Tiger Woods, still. They see each other in real life. Everyone's eyes. The crisp sound of glass shattering. Countless shards of glass scattered in the air. Each fragment shimmers with a colorful glow, reflecting countless bizarre and fantastical scenes. Tick tick, what are you? Lu Hu's weak voice instantly brought everyone back to reality. It was the same mountain path as before with its uneven, scorching surface. There's also the composed future teacher. That Sukuna longs for ahaha. This is truly unbelievable. All sorcerers in this era this difficult to deal with. Just as Wei Lai was hesitating about whether to deal with Lu Hu now, a low sinister laugh suddenly sounded behind him. Snapped, Inadori slapped himself in the face and said, I'm sorry, teacher. This guy named Sunyo occasionally pops up and says some strange things. It's alright, Itadori-kun. Turning to look at the comments, Murai chuckled, two-faced. The strongest sorcerer 1,000 years ago. Even in death. It's already a miracle that you were able to seal this thing inside your body. Well, Itadori scratched his head sheepishly. Gojo-sensei said the same thing. It seems that the scoundrel inside me is quite something. Satoru said Sukuna. Itadori didn't curse within his body. Kid, you seem to know a lot. Sunyu's blood-red single eye looked towards the future and chuckled. If you submit now, I'll spare your life once I take over this brat's. How about that? Compared to that arrogant sorcerer, your fake smile is much more pleasing to the eye. Horse riding, snapped. White Zetsu was ruthless and didn't talk. Staff across the face. Where inside my little brother and daring to be so arrogant. Baiju roared and slapped Baiju. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. I'll give you 2 legs and 9 fingers. I could kill you with a single finger, you clown. They were held back by the volcano for a long time. With an even bigger name has emerged, but is sealed away. Baiju had no intention of missing this perfect moment to show. Ada I smoke, White Zetsu-senpai, stop hitting him. Itajo covered his slightly swollen face and backed away. Complaining you can just scold that guy. Mouth emerged from the voice murmured, such a trashy cursed spirit. I expect you to live to see the day I come out. Making threats, White Zetsu rolled up his sleeves, grinned maliciously, and walked towards Itadori. If you've got the guts. Don't get inside my little brother's body. Come out and fight me one-on-ones. Anyone who's afraid of this isn't. Senior White Zetsu. But please don't hit me. White Zetsu's raised palm, teacher. That guy from Volcano Head is gone. Amidst the chaos and playfulness, Kyujizaki pointed to the ground not far away and gave a remark. The pitted ground was now empty. The badly injured Laohu had vanished. Forward and squatted down to examine the area. A moment later, Iggy pulled a handful of dry branches and roots from the ground. That cursed spirit has accomplices. The filthy cursed power on this into gentle black eyes. And Future let out a soft sigh. It seems there's a top-tier cursed spirit lurking in the shadows. Skilled at concealing its presence, I was careless. Its compound none for Seeing the regret on the Future's face, Su Niu let out a low, ambiguous laugh the following day. In a classroom for first-year students at a vocational college, Itadori and Kyujizaki were still discussing last night's battle. Fuhai sat quietly to the side, recalling the 10 shadows the previous night. No wonder Mr. Gojo told me to go and ask him for advice. Having witnessed the battle between Fushiguro finally understood the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Fuhai, tell me, which of the two teachers at the Kyujizaki also listened attentively. One of these two joined the advanced college by chance after consuming a top-grade cursed artifact. One is someone who has always stayed in the countryside. Information about the world. The volcano that appeared last night was the strongest cursed spirit the two of them had ever seen in their lives. Resolved the issue with a nonchalant attitude. Although the volcano was eventually rescued by another special-grade cursed spirit. However, the fact that the hidden top-tier cursed spirits didn't even have the courage to make Fuhai frowned and pondered, unconsciously comparing the two teachers' abilities in his mind. Gojo Satoru had taken Fushiguro to many places and had seen other special-grade cursed spirits. Those so-called top-tier warriors. Gojo Satoru could also wipe them out with a wave of his hand. But I've never seen a special-grade cursed spirit capable of expanding its domain. The classroom door was pushed open forcefully and Goad, with his hands in his pockets, blurted out the answer. Baiju rubbed his sleepy eyes and followed the bastard through the door with a dissatisfied look on his face. Itadori blinked and shouted, Gojo-sensei. That volcano last night. Ikiji has already told me all the details. Gojo Satoru. I could crush that kind of trash in a minute. It takes a domain to fight a fake smile, which fully demonstrates that your teacher hasn't attended classes for 6 months. Even the tasks assigned by the academy. He had the Zen family practitioners help him complete them. White Zetsu yawned and said directly, Future Kid was injured by Gojo's domain half a year ago. So bingo. Gojo likes White Zetsu. This bastard insults and acts arrogantly, never distinguishing between friend and foe. The kind that spreads indiscriminately throughout the entire hospital. Upon hearing this, Itadori and Kyujizaki stared wide-eyed and shocked. Surprise appeared on Fuhai's face. He only just learned that the reason why he the academy in the future was because of his injury. After resolving the student's Gojo Satoru stroked his chin and looked at a certain spirit. White Zetsu, don't you remember that volcano from last night? Not only can we communicate like you, but we can even expand our knowledge in different areas. Baiju waved his hand dismissively, no impression. Don't know him. How could I possibly be trash who could be killed in the same Itadori and Kyujizaki couldn't help protected by Shadowsver since the start of the war. It's the kind of situation where you can't even squeeze out. Otilda Gojo Satoru chuckled softly, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't see anything wrong with Baiju. Upon hearing Ichichan Gojo Satoru's first suspicion was actually about the future. It has the same characteristics as White Zetsu, but is even stronger in addition. It can predict the college's route of action in advance. Just like before the moth created the panda, there are failures. That guy with the fake smile. For doubt and warning. White Zetsu wears that guy with the fake smile. Zetsu smiled. I'm going back to that shabby place at the Zen temple. Baiju replied listlessly. He said he hadn't been back for half a year and had some troublesome issues to resolve. Gojo nodded and didn't. Gojo, what are you going to teach us today? I can't breathe. Hojung asked excitedly, raising his hand. Upon learning how strong Gojo Satoru was, Itadori and Kyojizaki's motivation to study increased significantly. You can study in the classroom. Gojo Satoru grinned without a hint of apology. I have an urgent order. Teacher, I need to go abroad for a few days. So you can learn from Baiju for a few days for now. With White Zetsu. Itadori Kyojizaki stared in astonishment. Humph. White Zetsu's seemingly displeased snort was actually more difficult to suppress than an AK's raised lips. White Zetsu. Senpai enrolled half a year ago and even carried out missions with the upperclassmen. What? Senior White Zetsu is indeed more than capable of teaching you the theoretical knowledge about mages. Yes, that's the situation I'll talk about now. Gojo Satoru smiled, waved, and then turned and left the classroom. Itadori Kyojisaki and his companion exchanged bewildered glances, experiencing for the first time the teaching style of Gojo Satoru like this. Fuhai nodded speechlessly. That guy was never the type to do a cushy job at the college. Occasionally, some top-tier cursed spirits will appear overseas, causing widespread disasters. That guy does travel to other places for business often, and I find it strange in advance to tell me. Well, it's normal for a mission that can be taken on a whim to suddenly disappear for several days. His forehead held. He really is unreliable. Ahem, cough, cough, coughs. Just now, the White Zetsu looked sleepy and listless. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed, eyes slightly squinted, and his face seemed to have 4 big words written on it. I'd like to ask the old man for advice. The Zen temple on the 2nd basement level. The sound of blood falling into the bathtub echoed in the dimly lit passageway. Standing on the steps, he spoke coldly, retrieve all the corpses from under the bathtub. The base also needs to be relocated. The charm of the Zhu family, the site of the Hangzhou business, the support of the Huai River, the 7th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. You may have guessed what the future holds. This is partly about setting up 5 points of action, and partly about figuring out one's own strengths and weaknesses. It's no secret in the world of sorcery that White Zetsu has followed him for many years in the form of a cursed spirit. Controlling White Zetsu allows one to steal information from others. Mastering the art of spirit manipulation grants one immense power. He had considered this matter long ago and was not worried about White Zetsu's safety. It's just unexpected that such a weakling as White Zetsu would be able to defeat him. That's overly cautious. Not long after, nearly 100 corpses were laid out in 3 rows. Non-magician level 2 mage level 1 mage. There are former members of the Zen masters with special techniques. The HDB Tanner spotted a familiar companion among the pile of bodies being retrieved. Haruta Shigeman, whose golden ponytail had been stained a bewitching purple by the blood of the cursed spirit. Tanzo couldn't help but shudder 6 months later. He could still see the ferocious expression of the fully recovered Tanzaku. For him 6 months ago. During the escape farce, Tanzo to cut off one of his own limbs. Considering that he needs both hands to create cursed tools, the original plan was to have him cripple one of his hands. Approach and cut off the fifth limb between the legs. This is incredible. It's hard to say whether it's shrewdness or foolishness. In the future, he slowly walked past rows of neatly arranged corpses, leaving only he stored the one spare body into the space. Here it remains. The divine space opened up bursts with overwhelming magical power in the blink of an eye. 10 thick blood vessels, resembling those on the human body's meridians, suddenly shot out. Bang, 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 the sonic booms continued to resound. Tanzo stared at the blood-red afterimages flying everywhere, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he remained motionless. I'm terrified that if I take just exploded into a cloud of blood mist. After absorbing the last Murai said softly, "Take Tanzo up and settle him in the mansion. If they dare to run, just kill them." Rest assured, Master, with a face full of fear. The Tanner said, "I will send you to and make incantations for our Zen family for the rest of my life." Future waved his hand indifferently. "All right. You can all go up now." The handling of the other ground level. Nearby people didn't dare to ask any more questions and escorted the away from the jig. After dealing with the matters concerning the Forbidden Storehouse, Future sat in the pavilion in front of the Forbidden Storehouse and brewed hot tea. The telephone on the tea table was showing that it was dialing. The call connected. The speakerphone button and softly. After a while, the melody, which had been absent for half a year, rang out. How was this determined? In the past 6 months, I've not only been out of sight of non-magicians, but I've also rarely appeared in places. Does it matter how we know? Future and said softly, "Don't try to find out anything about me again. I'm only warning you this time. What if rip off those 4 pieces of trash next to you?" She picked up the phone and asked gently, "Did you understand?" There was another long silence on the other end of the phone, and then the call was abruptly disconnected. In Tokyo, at a remote, uninhabited mountain hot spring, a coral reef leaning against the rock wall. Spring. Hanako stood upright by the hot spring, while Tojin soaked in the hot spring with only half of its head shaved. "Laohu, is that guy really as powerful as you say?" The real person whose body was covered in stitches asked with a smile. "Wow, that's really strong," said with lingering recalling yesterday's battle. Laohu only remembers that he instantly killed the Future after the domain was expanded. Then he swaggered into the college and personally killed Gojo Satoru, whom Ziyu had mentioned. Result, Laohu, awakened by the excruciating pain, was found with only half of her body rolling on the ground. If it weren't for Hyo's timely rescue, to ashes. You need to be I'm talking about. Run far away immediately, Laohu solemnly warned. Relax, Tilda, relax, Tilda. I won't go looking for trouble if I know I can't beat an opponent. Rises from the hot spring. His narrow eyes slightly narrowed. Let's keep the cunning tactics like a curse like humans. Chapter 45, First Year's Tasks, Leaky Coral Tilda's with stitches on his forehead emerged from the other end. Shrouded in steam, she demanded. Predict that guy would suddenly appear. The demon was fierce and rebellious, and the smoke and fire stopped, causing him to wail and wave his leather. Struck by lightning, foolish and stupid, and the sound of his sword was so weak and ineffective. Didn't expect that. Lu Hu looked incredulous, a mere level 4 cursed spirit. You want me to do it myself? And you say you didn't expect this? Lu's half-body was surging with magical power, ready to unleash its fury at any moment, do not know why. Seeing Xiaoyu's fake smile, Lu Hu would subconsciously fake Xiaoyu raised his hands in surrender. Spare me. I'm not a mage skilled in combat. Yes, no. It's already back safe. The man patterned and spoke casually. Lu Hu pointed to his empty lower body and gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "Bastard. Where did you get the idea that everything is all right? Leaky corals. Fake During the battle last night, did you tell the other side your name? Seeing Lu Hu, is it a strange technique? Or did that guy secretly meet a few people?" The phone call directly revealed Lu Hu's real name, and even specified the number of special grade personnel. This bizarre It seems that guy's warning really can't be ignored, Lao Hu. Now you should understand just how powerful Gojo Satoru is. Right. The text appears to be a jumbled collection of characters and symbols, possibly from different sources, and doesn't form coherent sentences. It's impossible to translate without understanding the intended meaning. So we still need to focus on the plan to see and symbols, possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. The asshole. Lu Hu glared fiercely at Jia Xiaoyu with murderous intent, his volcano on his head showing signs of erupting. Liao Kai 19 Xinggu letter 2171 Zhu, that's good. Yesterday's battle has dispelled clouds. October 31st Shibuya, when we people. It will be the best time to see Gojo Satoru, Summer Oil. The real man possibly from different sources. A direct translation isn't meaningful without further context or clarification. That guy isn't our enemy for now. Night Starry in the detached house of the college. Baiju was curled up on the sofa with a smug look on his face. During the day, Zetsu chuckled. The exorcist teaches the sorcerer how to exorcise a cursed spirit. Fun and exciting, correct? Baiju turned his head to look at Wei Lai. Why did you deliberately let that volcano go last night? What a rare find, a top-tier one. Trees yearning, even standing outside. How can you endure this, White? There are absolutely no blind spots when looking into those eyes. It's impossible for anyone or any sorcerer to sneak up on the future and rescue that volcano. Future smiled but did not respond. The existence of the lakey coral in the future. Harmless trash can be disposed of any time. He was just worried that after killing Lao, he would be disgraced and his family would be in trouble. Phone on the table. A chilling smell and all the cursed tools behind. Baiju was stunned for a moment, then squeezed next to Wei Lai and whispered the contents of the text message. A special class mission overseas. Higher Vocational College conference room. After listening to the Junior's report knocked off, new spirits of that level also formed. The moth crossed its arms over its chest and muttered to itself. But that's not all the problem. As he glanced at the several photos on the table, Moth's expression darkened further. Ikeji cleared her throat and cautiously began. Principal. They are all photos taken or during missions. Even the night parade of 100 demons 6 months ago. The moth also left a special assistant to monitor the white Zetsu from a distance. The camera used to capture the white Zetsu was a special artifact crafted by a high-level at the request of Wolf. After listening, it can be basically confirmed. The SOS call Baiju made in his car last night might not be as simple as a coincidence. The students on the bus were unaware of it. And neither was Ikeji, however, Baiju, who was only 11. Did he discover the surveillance he had sent out in the past long ago? The more the moth pondered, his brow furrowed. Trouble is 2018 October. Nishi Tokyo City Aishi Juvenile Home. The weather was gloomy, and the gray sky seemed ready to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. In front of the Juvenile Detention Center, police officers maintaining order cordoned off the area to prevent people from entering. Itadori Fushiguro, Kyujizaki, and White Zetsu. After scanning the 3 people and the spirit, Bajichi said with a serious expression upon testing, "An unknown special-grade cursed fetus is found inside. I don't need to elaborate on how terrifying it is. Unfortunately, manpower shortage is the norm in this industry, and we often receive tasks that are difficult to complete. But the situation Ikeji pushed up his glasses. His expression extremely serious. Pay attention. Your mission is simply to find an opportunity to rescue the humans inside. Not to fight against the special class. What if I'm unlucky enough to run into a cursed spirit? Run away immediately as necessary." Ikai paused for a moment. If any of you want to give up this mission, you can say so now. Without following orders. This is your only chance to abandon the mission. If you encounter a top-tier enemy after you go in, it will be too late to regret it. A top-grade volcano-like structure, recalling the imposing presence that Laohu had displayed that day. Hajang felt uneasy, as Ikeji said. Encountering Zhang outside the police line. A woman's face was covered with worried tears. Her son is trapped in a juvenile detention center, and his fate is unknown upon seeing this scene. Itadori's hesitant expression instantly hardened. Everyone, let's go rescue them. Chapter 46, The Holy Mother Crisis. Born from darkness, darkest in darkness. All filth and impurities shall forming hand seals and setting up a barrier that enveloped the entire juvenile. The already gloomy sky was instantly shrouded in a veil of night. A top-tier cursed spirit, huh? Those old men at the higher-ups really think highly of you weaklings. Baiju put his hands behind his head and complained with a disgruntled expression. Kyujisaki tightened his grip on the hammer and retorted, "Mama's boy, don't talk like you're not a weakling yourself. If you're so capable, go in and rescue them. We'll wait for you outside." Glancing at the white Zetsu walking in the back, Kyujisaki sneered, "What are you afraid of?" Baiju snorted coldly, "Back then, I fought alongside a cursed chicken all the way from Hunghing Street all the way to Chenghua Avenue. And from Chenghua Avenue all the way to Urxianqiao. We've killed at least 800 if not 1,000. Special-grade cursed spirits along the way." Baiju pointed to the depths of the courtyard and said with a disdainful look, "That piece of trash is I could just snap my fingers. Cursed spirits. You just go in and kill that cursed spirit first. Then notify us to go." Baiju paused, shook his head and said, "For you. The little guys inside are a good training ground. It's best if I don't get involved." arguing like this. Everyone's probably going to die. With a helpless expression attached, our mission is to rescue people and not to fight. White Zetsu, who loves to show off, and Kyujizaki, who has an incredibly bad temper. Practically mortal enemies. They argue every single and artifacts. A solemn expression. Encounter a toxic opponent. So now is not the time to hide anything. It was taken away a few days ago. Fuhai was taken aback. Why? That to use it when I was on a mission. So Murai just took it back, Baiju shrugged. Besides, that red lotus originally belonged to someone else. Kyujizaki frowned slightly. I informed you about the mission. I'd like to. Baiju shrugged. The key is that kid from the future. Assigned to a mission abroad by the higher-ups a few days ago. Who knew he would pull this stunt so soon after he left? Not only the 5 teachers, but even the future teachers were suddenly transferred away. A sense of his heart. That's good. There are still injured people inside waiting for rescue. Before Fuhei could speak, Hajang pushed open the door and walked Hajang looked up at the stairwell and the endless duplex floors. His face filled with horror where the main gate we came in from disappeared. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Kyujizaki Mitsuyoshi's forehead. And he said somewhat flusteredly, Baiju, who was walking at the back, had put on a pair of sunglasses at some point. His arms in front of his chest. All created by that special grade creature, using its magical power to create a living domain. White Zetsu's calm voice only intensified the fear of Hidedori Kyujizaki and the other 2. Calm down. The realm of unfinished products isn't as terrifying as you think. He said disdainfully. This piece of trash is not even in the same league as the future kid's domain. Upon hearing this, a sigh of relief. If this even if their domain is similar to that of Volcano, it's a sure way for them to die. Senior White Zetsu is right. Don't need to be too nervous. Fuhai concentrated and immediately formed a hand seal to summon the Jade Dog. It has pure white fur with intricate patterns on its forehead. Compared to future Shikigami, the hound summoned by Fuhei was smaller and gentler. It was also far inferior. Worry. It has already memorized the smell of the door. Fuhai followed Yu Quan forward and reminded him. We should hurry up. It's a domain. Something we can. It's Itadori, Kyujizaki nodded and immediately followed. They just wanted to rescue the survivors. They didn't want to fight against a special forces member. The 3 people and the spirit followed behind the Jade Dog to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Looking at the 3 mutilated bodies piled up in the corner, and looked at the only corpse whose face was printed on the clothes happened to be the same name that the woman outside the police line was crying out. Fuhai, let's get this guy's body out first. We didn't even find our son's body, Hado said firmly. She certainly couldn't accept the idea of a sudden death. His tone equally resolute. There are 2 other survivors whose fates need to be confirmed. Their bodies can be left here, do not make jokes. Tiger One turned around angrily and asked, this godforsaken place is so Fuhai said coldly, I intended to come back to save him. I meant I would just leave the body here. Save people selectively, and save as many good people as possible. Has always the collar of the black coat. What do you you mean by this? Oh, a rare look of anger flashed across Fuhai's face. This is a juvenile detention center. A prison for juvenile offenders. The guy you're trying to save killed a little girl on her way to school while driving without a license. And it's the second one. Fuhai also grabbed Hu Zhang's collar and questioned. If the person you saved takes someone else's life in the future. Hu Zhang bit his lower lip, unsure how to answer. You too. Can't you consider the time and place before arguing? Kyujizaki now you all better stop. Standing at the back revealed a subtle secret. As for the personality of the Holy Mother, it seems that Itachi still needs more growth. White Zetsu let out a barely audible murmur, then pretended to be trying to break up the fight and rushed to the two people, who were holding each other by the collar, suddenly froze. Kyujizaki, who was just sank directly into the ground as if they had fallen into water. Polygonum cuspidatum, out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly saw the mangled body of the Shikigami embedded in the wall. And Fukuro roared runs. Save Kyujizaki and White Zetsu once we get out. Fuhai grabbed the bewildered Hu Zhang. And just as he bent down to escape, he suddenly stopped. Cold sweat dripped down uncontrollably. The special grade cursed spirit suddenly appeared before their eyes, now less than 30 centimeters away from their faces. Christ. After 47, the White Zetsu who keeps his promise does. It hurts and hurts. After a while, Kyujizaki having recovered, looked around at his surroundings. What do we do now? Should we keep going? Sweeping across the endless darkness, Kyujizaki turned his head and asked the White Zetsu who was squatting on the ground. Bridge bean sacks. The sight of White Zetsu squatting on the toilet, constantly rubbing his buttocks, immediately earned him a look of disdain. Mama's boy. Having slain elite-level brutes, are you still afraid of pain? Chicken. 1,000 times along that road. But I didn't even blink, Baiju clutching his buttocks. Stood up with a tough guy look on his face, little punk. Don't wrong me. Master Ju has never known the meaning of pain since he was a child. Hi tilde Kyujizaki. Face full of speechless. Afraid. Then you go ahead, a tough guy tilde humph. Baiju puffed out his chest and said in a firm tone, Little Punkayo don't understand. Deadly danger always comes from behind. I'm standing at the back to protect you, you newbie. Kyujizaki shook his head and strode forward, hopeless. Consciousness is ingrained in his bones. He's beyond saving on the other side. The third-floor balcony of the Juvenile Detention Center. It has the same pale skin as White Zetsu, and also a human-shaped form. What's different is the terrifying difference in magical power, and the undisguised surging powers. The powerful cursed spirit which was right next to them suppressed their surging cursed energy. Sweat broke out all over his body. His left hand. The glint flashed and disappeared, and the fierce look on Tiger Staff's face suddenly froze. Dang dang. The machete slammed into the ground behind the two men as Itachi's left hand struck, splattering blood from his wrist all over the ground. The confusion on Itachi's the strangely looking cursed spirit cupped his hands and burst into wild laughter. It's so close, there's no way to escape. Coming to his senses, Hu Zhang pulled out a leather belt and tied it around his bleeding wrist. His face covered in sweat. Tension, pain, and instinct to survive. If I die here, if you don't want to die, hurry up and help me out. I reject Yurakami's face, which was stretched open below the corner of his eye, burst into unrestrained laughter. You only ate 2 of my fingers. Even if you died, I still would eat 2 soul clones outside. However, kid, I would kill the brat next to you first. Then there was the woman underground, and finally, that last foul-mouthed cursed spirit. I'll tear him to pieces and then swallow him whole with your body. Sunyuo's voice echoed in Kajitsu's the moment the negotiations failed the cursed spirit, who had been laughing wildly all along, suddenly launched an attack. Golden magical energy condensed into the size of a basketball. It was just pure magical energy that blasted a long trench into the ground with a single strike. Like a tank shell right in front of them. The 2 who narrowly avoided it still had the booming sound lingering in their ears. Itadori stared intently at the cursed spirit opposite him. His face grave, take Kyujizaki and get far away. Then find a way to send me a signal. I will release Sunyuo then. The dark underground worlds. Kyujizaki stood with a mountain of cursed spirit corpses beneath his feet. His face showing some annoyance, mama's boy. If you still have more tricks up your sleeve, use them quickly. Kyujizaki shook the last steel nail in his hand. Huddled beneath the pile of corpses. His voice trembling slightly, now is not the time for me to step in. Don't worry, little devil, I'll protect your back. Looking up at the dozens of cursed spirits floating in the air, Kyojizaki's face immediately darkened. I really want to smash White Zetsu's face. Kyujizaki, filled with resentment, threw up the last steel nail and slammed it over in his hand with all his might. The steel nails that shot into the sky emitted a layer of deep blue flame magic. Boom, 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 the final blows. Containing Kyojizaki's cursed power, purged all the cursed spirits floating around. Having exhausted his curse power, Kyujizaki stumbled and fell directly to the ground from the pile of conscience. As Kyujizaki nestled in White Zetsu's arms, he spoke in a low voice. The cursed spirits in the air have been dealt with, but on the ground it has a mushroom-shaped head, covered with countless compound eyes the size of a thumb. The 2 were level 2 cursed spirits, followed by several level 3 or 4 minions. I never thought I'd die with a mama's boy like you. She doesn't even have a weapon right now. And the White Zetsu beside her. Faced with the approaching cursed spirit, Kyujizaki had no desire to even curse. Kyujizaki by Zetsu. Suddenly Fuhai's shouts rang out from afar. The moment Kyojizaki's eyes lit up, the nearest cursed spirit swung its claws toward her head. The blood-red claws in his pupils were growing larger and larger, and the laughter of the cursed spirits in his ears was even more piercing. That's too late, Kyujizaki gave a bitter smile. She didn't even have the strength to dodge in time. The sudden surge of force sent Kyujizaki flying, rolling towards the spot where spoken. One of utter astonishment, White Zetsu. The old man said he would never let the cursed spirit attack you. PFFT, seeing the head roll to the ground, Kyujizaki, who was lying on the ground, caught his breath. The emotions swirling in his mind were incredibly complex, and his pupils trembled excessively, that cowardly. Zetsu. Senior White Zetsu had a drastic change in expression. Even was incredulous. Someone like White Zetsu, he actually sacrificed his own life to save Kyojizaki's at the last moment. Stared blankly at the body of the White Zetsu, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Hateful of that mama's boy, that bastard. Kyujizaki gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes filled with extreme anger like raging flames. The cursed power, exhausted, reignited. Used up. Fujizaki. His cursed power swung his fist and lunged directly at the cursed spirit opposite. Dive Chapter 48 soon Yuo unsealing just 10 seconds. Fujizaki smashed the cursed spirit on the ground to pieces with his fists. 2 or 3 drops of clear tears mingled with a large amount of the cursed spirit's blood and fell to the ground. Fujizaki. Fujizaki. Curled up inside the toad Shikigami's bed. Low-pitched reminder, I know. Fuhei formed hand seals again. And a giant snake emerged from the shadows, wrapping the 2 halves of white Zetsu's corpse around its tail. Without any sadness, before the white Zetsu's corpse could dissipate through time, stepping on the giant snake's head, raced wildly towards the outside of the juvenile academy. Only can he instruct Itachi Sukuna. Every second now is also about the life and safety of another. The sturdy reinforced concrete walls are as fragile as foam at this moment. With a large hole torn open on the 3rd floor balcony, the body of the tiger stick tumbled and crashed down like a rag doll. Echoing in half were the crisp sounds of and the mocking followed Sunyu's finger. Fear of meaningless death finally. I hate my own weakness and incompetence. Lying on his back amidst the rubble, Hajang hurriedly used his wrist to shield the tears streaming from his face. On the rooftop of the juvenile detention center, the domain of the top-tier cursed spirit silently broke open from above, creating a huge gap of Jechi, who remained outside any feedback from the cursed power that had